What is going on, guys? That was Smoking Snakes with Run for Your Life. Definitely a brand new album this year, 2024, on Frontier Records. Give them a check because they actually have like I checked it out. They had like 5 videos out this year, and I was like, I only seen 2. What's going on? Why am I slacking here? But awesome album. Did do a review on it earlier this year, and you guys can check that out on the channel as well. But guys, it's Friday night. What's going on with you? Awesome stuff. We are here for the weekend. We are ready to party, I guess, if you will. We're going to talk about some hair metal. We're going to talk about metal. We're going to talk about all kinds of things. We got Richie coming on the show here. He will be on here in a minute or two. And then we also have the hair metal guru coming in. We also have basement Bryan coming in. We also have AJ. We have John, I think, from My Music Corner coming in for a little bit. And we have a little surprise guest for you guys tonight. So stick around. He'll be coming on around 9 o'clock. So stick around a little while, and see who that special guest is. But guys, without further ado, let us bring in our first guest here tonight. And that is going to be none other than Richie Kerns from Richie Kerns Production. What is going on, my man?
What's up, man? I was really digging Smoking Snakes. I've never heard of Smoking Snakes, but I'll be looking up Smoking Snakes.
Good deal, good deal. That's what we like to do around here. Like help spread these not forgotten because they're new, but like just the unknown bands and stuff. And actually, Andy, the bass player, he's here checking out the show tonight. So that was for you, Andy, and the rest of
Hell
the
yeah,
boys
man.
at Smoking Snakes. Thanks for actually watching because I know they're over there in Sweden. So like they have all kinds of different times, like you too, Richie. Thanks for staying up late with us tonight, guys. So that is awesome. Uh, and we also have Frank here. Good evening. You never talked about junkyard news on last Friday's show. That's correct. We might actually be going to junkyard and Sleaze Rocks here in a little bit. We're gonna look at some news because, like, I haven't looked at it for the last couple weeks since I did the last video on the
Is he
news.
referring to Junkyard Rock Stories?
Yes, I believe so.
Junkyard Rock Stories.
That's where what I'm thinking.
I
So,
mean,
but
that
yeah,
guy,
that
that guy is great. The guy who runs that is
yeah,
great. I mean, like he was the first one who did a write up on my videos, and like when the first time I seen it, I was like, really? That
that's badass.
made me feel so good. I mean, like it. I think he's up and coming in that kind of situation, with all the websites and stuff. Like
Mhm.
his articles are quality, and
I
I'm
was
not
gonna
just
say.
saying that because he shouted me out.
No, yeah, but no, I talked to him as well, and like I
Mhm.
sometimes do like my news videos using Junkyard Rock Stories, and like
Yeah.
it's just good stuff to talk about, and that's why we might be visiting here in a little bit. So stick around for that, guys. And Richie, anything going on on your channel the last couple weeks or so since we last seen you?
I've been working a lot on scripts. I'm hoping to get it out next year, but it's I want to take a look at Subhuman Race, the album, and really
Okay.
it's an album that a lot of people kind of pass by or say that maybe it wasn't as good because it didn't have Skid Row's authentic sound. But my goal of this video is to really sell it to you and show you why it's good, because I was of the same mentality back when I first started. I was like, what is this? Even but it's so good once you unpack it. You kind of have to reach a level of maturity and go
Mhm.
back to it and go, oh, okay, now I understand.
That's
Um,
fair, and we could talk a little bit about that album right now if you want,
yeah, man.
because I know pretty much everyone else that comes is going to come on the show is Skid Row fans as well, and
Mhm.
I do want to hear their take, but like me and you could hash this out a little bit too because we talked a little bit about it the other day just through
Yeah,
text,
man.
and do you get why people don't like the album? Because like you said, you didn't really care for it at first, but it grew on you. And a
Yeah.
lot of albums do that. I'm 100% with you. But every time I seem to visit Subhuman Race, I'm like, I could kind of tell the band hates each other at this point.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I feel like we're kind of going towards a very Pantera like feel at the time. Obviously, at the time, Pantera was pretty
Yeah.
big. And, like I said, I do like the ballad on there.
Mhm.
But I actually do like the remix, that's on their greatest hits. It's
Yes.
like a 91 remix. I like both versions, but
Mhm.
I was really surprised with the 91 remix. But yeah, tell us a little bit more. I mean, without giving away your video, just tell us a little bit like what you want people to kind of listen for, I guess, or like have an open mind towards this album.
This album is ahead of its time mainly because it's about mental health. It really
Mhm,
is about mental health. If you examine the lyrics, it's so relatable. Um, you can kind of work out some of the mindsets of the band members through these songs. And if you let your imagination run wild and get weird, you can kind of visualize, you know, what it feels like, "A sailing ships go through my mind, I pass wreckage on the way, glory seekers fall in line, getting closer," these all these kind of things, it's a reflection on life and what they've been through and, what's going on in their heads, lots of stuff there, lots of Easter eggs to unpack in it if you allow yourself to do that. But when you take it at face value, yeah, I can see why people didn't like this because one, Sebastian isn't singing his vocal highs as he normally would. He's
mhm,
screaming. He's wrecking his voice to do that to give us that alternative sound. The guitar tones are not Skid Row. There's something different. It's mature. They're going down a darker alternative road. They're going, okay, well look, we gotta go this way now, And to at first I thought, oh, they sold out. They did that. They don't even look like themselves anymore. They're not wearing the rock and roll clothes. They're just what is this, I mean, that could have been any it could have been a number of things, as much as they're not a slave to the grind, they fucking are. Because, record labels, they might not issue another album unless you follow the rules,
mhm.
In the case of Robbie Valentine, they were telling him to cut his hair and look like Richard Marx,
Right.
so who's to say that behind the scenes they were like, "Right, lads, take off the fucking leather. It's not gonna sell.
Mhm.
We'll not give you another album if you don't do this," you know?
That's a good point because we kinda touched on that last week, like, at
Mhm.
I can understand why, like, hair bands and such at the time, like, 92, 93 started shifting to
Yeah.
that grunge sound and such,
Mhm.
alternative sound, because, like, that is their job, like,
Yeah.
what were they gonna do other than music? Obviously, go out and get a
Mhm.
real job, but, when you're there, like, so close or at the top, as some of these bands were, and so
Yeah.
many other bands, many more other bands were trying to get there, and they were so close, you're worried, like, where are you gonna be living in a year? Like, where are you gonna be eating? Like, stuff like that, like, I can totally get the stress that that comes along with, and us as
Mhm.
fans are like, "Oh, no, you sold out," but at that time, probably 50% or more of your fan base just are not coming out to shows or buying music anymore, like
Yeah,
they were 5 years prior.
look, what was it? High schoolers and stuff were probably into Skid Row, and then they go off to college to starting families, and this is
Mhm.
happening. And maybe they don't always have the resources to go to the gigs anymore or keep up with what's happening in music or whatever. Some people just drift away, and some
Yeah,
people are diehard like us. But
right?
yeah,
Or starting families even, just don't
hmm
have time, for it
and
anymore.
to be a starving artist when you're young, that's fine. But when you have a family and all of these other people you got to take care of, yeah, I can see why they did that. Also, they wanted probably Skid Row to last the test of time, and you know, they probably really had to sit down and think, right, do we make another slave to the grind, or do we try to make something that is, a mature Skid Row and to the level and mindset of what people are into right now.
Mhm.
So
Now now I would say, would you say, the second album is kind of a mature, like, they're certainly growing, but would you call that a mature album? Slave to the Grind?
yes and no. Like
Mhm.
it's it's a harder version of their original sound, isn't it? Like
Yeah, certainly
it's
of the debut, certainly a lot
yeah.
harder than the debut, but I
Uh,
think a little more mature, though, like, especially in the ballad department, I would
mhm,
say. A little more mature.
yeah.
But you still have, like, the party, like, immature stuff, like, "Get
Yeah.
the fuck out,"
Mhm.
like, stuff like songs like that. But I don't know, I think it's a good mix between the 2, between the
Yeah.
debut and Subhuman Race, like, a little bit of something for everybody as far as that goes.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like but it's got all them elements that the 1980s fans would want, like the soaring vocals and
Mhm.
the fuck the job and all that kind of shit, you know.
Right? Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I agree. Definitely I do like I said, I tried I had some human race for years now. Like, at
mhm,
least once a year, I try to put it in. Now, every time
yeah,
like, I will say, every time I do put it in there, that once a year, I do find another song that I do am like, "Oh, okay, I'll put that on the iPod. How'd I miss
yeah.
this song?" You know? So, I like your
But
point, you know?
that's the thing with this album. I don't think it's gonna work if you put it on your iPod and you go out on a bus or you go for a walk. I think a certain number of things needs to happen in order for you to really absorb it. Maybe you need to be at home in front of a fire and with a beer in your hand and staring at the wall and allowing your imagination to run wild. No distractions,
Mhm.
nothing, you know?
Right. Yeah,
Because
in the correct headspace. Don't
yeah,
be playing this album
that's
on the
it.
way to a party. Yeah, and that's
Exactly, yeah.
yes, that's how there's a lot of albums like that,
Mhm.
100%. Like, one of the first ones that comes to my mind is The X Factor from Iron Maiden.
Yeah.
You will not be playing that on a weekend, but if you're, like, feeling down, depressed, you just wanna chill in a dark room, just think about stuff,
Mhm.
there you go. That's a great album to listen to, you know, but, like, don't be putting it up next to Fear of the Dark or some kinda,
Yeah.
like, more fun, upbeat album, you know. So Frank here says, "Subhuman Race did take me a few listens to actually like it." And I have to admit, though, there's
Mhm.
a decent amount of albums that I have to spin at least 5 times to fully enjoy and to kind of,
Yeah.
like, understand the vibe of the album or, like, what they're trying to tell me or, like, the message
Yeah.
that they're trying to give to me, you know?
Like, I think some albums are like alcohol, right? You know, some albums go down like a smooth beer or whatever, and maybe Subhuman Race is like just a fucking hard 70 proof vodka that you just gotta fucking take your time with. Because if you take it too quick, you're gonna go, ah,
You're
fuck
gonna
this.
get fucked up on it, yeah, and then
Yeah,
the next day, you're gonna be like, "How'd I miss this?" or Why'd I even do this?" You know,
yeah.
it's one or the other.
But if you allow it to wash over you, if you really put yourself, if you know, just think, it'll come, you know, and you might just reach that point where you're like, oh my god, how did I miss this? Why didn't I give this a chance? You know,
Mhm.
I truly believe this album is worth a second chance if you've skipped over it.
Okay. Yeah, good deal. And I approve that, and I'm looking forward to your full breakdown on your
Yeah.
channel, the video. Hey guys, if you haven't checked out Richie Kerns Productions, like he does many documentaries and such, like it's absolutely awesome. He does. Who talks about Crash Diet? That's going to be my selling point for you, Richie. Who is out
Cheers.
here doing documentaries on Crash Diet? I mean, that's an automatic sub for me. You know, I was like,
Someone has to. Someone has to.
yeah, especially that second renaissance, that
Yeah.
renaissance in the early 2000s, late
Hmm.
90s, early 2000s, like, because that certainly for us, that was big for us, but,
Yeah.
like, just for your normal hair metal fan, the older generation, and even younger than us, don't really
Hmm.
know who those guys were, you know, and, you know, we talk about it
I
all the time.
I think it's a pride thing with the old glam metal fans from let's just call it the first wave, right? You
Mhm,
know, they look and they see bands that are from our time and go, oh, they're not real. You know, well, why are they not real? You know, they're fighting in a different time where you know it was in our time. It's easier to hone your craft, but harder to make it. And in
mhm.
their time, it was harder to hone your craft. No, do you understand what I'm
Harder
saying?
to make it, but easy somewhat easier, I guess, to hone your craft. You know, because like,
Yeah.
it's always hard to hone a craft, but it was
Hmm.
I don't know, because, like, in the early 2000s, technology still wasn't there as
Hmm.
far as it is, like, certainly today, you know, like,
Yeah.
I almost anyone can go out and make an album now, you know,
Hmm.
and, like, put it out on YouTube or, you know, put it up anywhere and try to get noticed, but back then,
Yeah.
if you weren't regionally big or in a big city, like,
Yeah.
good luck. Like, you had to go to those big spots, you know,
Yeah.
and get found. So, but I I
Um,
I I I know your point. I know what
yeah,
the point was you were trying to make, and there's truth to that. And but yeah, that I'm quite looking forward to the subhuman video that you got coming
I
out here
appreciate
soon.
that, man.
Very cool.
I have a
But
few other projects as well. Like
okay,
I'm actually working. We were discussing this earlier. We were talking about power metal. I'm
okay,
I'm
yeah,
I'm making a sort of video, the greatest power metal albums of all time, sort of thing. Just in my opinion, but
interesting. Okay,
similar to Subhuman Race. I'm kind of. my aim is to sell you this album. It's to, you know, you know, maybe you want to have an evening stroll. Well, listen to Sonata Arctica, Ecliptica, sort of thing. So, and I'm trying to dive in a little, but not too much. But
Right, not to where, like, the total forgotten albums, if you will,
yeah,
but, like, any kinda, like, decent power metal fan knows these bands, you know?
yeah,
So,
absolutely.
and like I said, like we talked about earlier, like, man, when I was young in high school and stuff, like, Halloween was my shit. Like, like, they kicked it off for me as far as the power metal goes, obviously, like,
Hmm.
Halloween's the biggest power metal band there is. They started
Yeah,
the genre, and, but man, I now, is any of the Keeper albums gonna be on your list there?
Keeper of the Seven Keys 1 and 2 by default. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
okay, okay. Alright, I was gonna say,
Um,
I didn't know if you wanted to do that's like putting AC/DC Back in Black on a, a rock top 10 out or, whatever, top 10
what have I
list.
got here? Um, what started me off was Camelot: The Fort Legacy, 1999. Then I
Okay.
talk about Halloween Keeper, Seven Keys 1 and 2, Man of War, obviously
Ooh, okay.
Symphony X, Blind Guardian,
Mhm.
obviously Manigans. So, yeah, I have a few nuggets in there.
Good,
All
good,
right.
good. I like the variety. Now, a lot of people give shit on Manowar.
Hmm.
I don't understand it. Yes, they are gimmicky, okay, but that's
Yeah,
part of the charm of them too, like, I like a
but
decent amount of that '80s run of Manowar.
But power metal is the whole thing is gimmicky. It's the ultimate escapism. It's Conan the Barbarian on an album. It's taking the ring to Mordor type
Yes.
adventures. It's about leaving your brain at the door, sitting down, cracking open a beer, and letting your imagination run wild while you look at the cover and go, Keeper of the Seven Keys, where's he going?
Yeah, yeah, and
You
just
know?
looking at that art too.
Yeah.
If I would know we were talking about Halloween, I would have grabbed the album, but
Dude,
it's like,
Discogs, they have great
yeah,
pictures of albums there, man.
dude, it's awesome. Like, I prefer probably the first artwork, cover art, compared to
Hmm.
the second, but each one, man, puts you in a headspace of like when you're looking at it, you're like, this matches perfectly to what
Yeah.
they're singing about and such like that. Like, and
Actually,
like, yeah, go ahead.
did you ever see the two singers of Halloween unite on the stage and sing "Keeper of the Seven Keys"?
Oh my god, yeah, no,
Oh,
and that blew my mind because I thought I would never see that, like, I
yeah,
never thought I would see all 3 singers to be technical about it. Because like,
yeah,
Kai, like, he's was the first singer on the debut album and the EP, and they're all there, like, live, and and the newest album, just self-titled Halloween, really good. That's a great not come it's a comeback album because you're bringing 2 original guys back, 2 original vocalists technically,
yeah.
but man, like, that album was so good, and I actually did just hear this week that Halloween has a new album in the works with all 3 singers.
Nice.
So
Fucking
I
hell.
am, like, so excited for that.
You see, this is what I wanted for Skid Row. I thought Eric Gronwall's sound, he's gonna be good for the band, but what if we could get Sebastian on the roster as well, and then all of a sudden we could have the old and the new singer together singing like Halloween. Like what that
Too
would have
many
been great.
too
That would have
many
worked.
egos, bro.
Yeah.
Way too many, and that's what sucks. It would bring in money. And, let me give you another band that would be perfect for this. Iron Maiden, Blaze Bayley, well, Paul
Yeah.
Di'Anno. This was, like, years ago I threw this out. Obviously, Paul's
Mhm.
not with us anymore, but, like, you coulda had Paul Di'Anno, Bruce Dickinson, Blaze Bayley, all
Yeah.
3 singers of Iron Maiden doing stuff, and I would imagine that everyone would be kind of okay with that. I mean, Bruce seems all right. I don't know if he would be like, no, I'm not doing that. I don't know. I don't have no knowledge of either or, but
Mhm.
it's just, I mean, Iron Man is still selling out places here in
Yeah.
America, big like arenas and stuff.
Well,
And
same here.
I would imagine that they would do even better, with that. I
Mhm.
don't know. I don't know. It is what it is. And, Dr. Rocker, Hammerfall. Good deal. Good
I
deal.
love Hammerfall,
Yeah,
man.
I think I have one of their albums. Like I said, my power metal collection. Like I said, I've been into power metal since high school, but I
Mhm.
just never dove that deep like I did hair metal with it.
Yeah.
And but great subgenre, great subgenre. Same thing with
Mhm.
thrash for me as well. Like I was
Yeah.
big into thrash in high school. But all right, Rock and Danger channel. What's up, brothers? How you guys doing? So he says, or they say, I really dig Subhuman Race. I don't think Bob Rock did them any favors with this production. That's a good point.
Mhm,
Input and the way he piecemeals songs together. Overall, I can find high points in almost every track. Interesting. That's a
mhm.
good point on the Bob Rock. Did you want to touch on that at all?
Production-wise, it sounds different, but I don't dislike it. I know Sebastian in his book said the album didn't sound quite as Skid Rowish because of some of the decisions that Bob Rock had made, but I don't find an issue with it, really.
Okay.
Um,
All right. All right. So actually, we have our another guest coming in here from My Music Corner. We have Johnny. What's going on, brother? How you
Yo,
doing?
dude. Yo,
What's
dude. What's
up?
happening? What's
Good.
Alright,
going
Johnny.
So
on?
yeah, this is John. This is Richie from Richie Kerns Productions. He
Good to
does
Nice to
meet
meet
you.
you, Johnny.
Good to meet you, brother.
does many documentaries, for his channel and stuff. Great stuff there.
Okay.
Recommend it to everybody. But yeah, definitely. John, what's going on in your neck of the woods? How are you doing today?
Man, just having so much fun, just trying to decide whether or not I really want to watch Mike Tyson destroy Jake Paul later on.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
man, I
right.
can't wait for that.
That is coming on tonight.
On Netflix of all things. I mean,
I was
Yeah.
what is this world coming to, right?
Oh,
it's the
man.
streaming world. It's the streaming world.
Oh man.
Hey, John,
Did
would
you
you ever
watch
say
the mini docu on Jake Paul, Mike Tyson
No.
before it?
No, not
Oh,
yet.
man, you should. It's great.
is it good? Okay.
Yeah, man.
Man, if it was on tomorrow night, I would probably like watch it like at the casino or something. But
Mhm.
tonight we're gonna be here. I'm gonna
That's
be
right.
doing this, so I'm not gonna be able to see it. So hopefully everyone sticks here and not go over to Netflix.
Well, if it was Tyson in his prime, he'd probably kill him in about 30, 45 seconds in the
That's
first
true.
round. So
Did you see Tyson actually hit Jake last night? Well,
yeah, I
slapped
did
him.
I did
Slapped him.
catch that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very
Sorry,
interesting.
so I didn't mean to disrupt whatever you guys were talking about. So
No, now, John, are you a Skid Row fan?
I I liked it. I was like really big into Slave to the Grind, and I
Okay.
liked the first album. I remember getting Subhuman Race, but I
Can't remember anything off
it's
of it.
not it's a little faded in the metal memory. So I don't know how long I stuck with it. And then of course after that, then I guess Sebastian left, and
Mhm.
then Skid Row would go through about 63 singers. So it's.
Yeah, yeah, I
So
Yeah.
agree. Certainly, it's certainly one to check out. Just because, I mean, I don't know. Like, I like to compare it to Pantera, but like, Richie, can you kind of like give like a comparison, like of some other like popular band from that time that
Like,
that kind of
a
sounds like?
a lot of our contemporaries will compare it to grunge, but grunge and alternative for me is a spectrum, right? I think it's closer to sounding something like Collective Soul,
Mm,
um, that kind of angle
interesting.
of it. It
right.
doesn't sound Alice in Chains to me or Nirvana.
Right.
So it's more that way than the other way.
Okay, gotcha. All right,
Yeah.
interesting. So,
Yeah.
Frank here says Poison's Native Tongue also took me a few listens, a total of or a 360 from their first three, which I agree. But I love Poison Tongue or Native Tongue.
Yeah.
Very good. That's probably actually one of my favorite Poison albums. That's the one I visit the most.
Yeah.
I will say anyway.
Actually,
So
you you know the film Bret Michaels done. He did a film after that album. Can't remember what it was
yes, he
called,
cut
but
his
he
hair.
shaved his.
It was
Yeah.
with Charlie Sheen, right? Or Charlie
Yeah.
Sheen produced it, or I forget.
uh,
Charlie Sheen produced it, or he
It
was
was
in the
creepy
movie
as
with him.
fuck, man.
I know, yeah,
That's
Bret Michaels has his
man.
head
I
shaved.
I completely don't remember that. Yeah, that and I should remember, and I should, but no, gosh, I can't even
Really?
remember
Yeah.
that.
I was gonna say, I forget the movie as well, but I seen the soundtrack at, like, a used bookstore a couple years ago, and I thought, "I should just get this just because Bret Michaels is on the front cover with no hair." Like,
Mhm.
you'll never see that again. Whether that's a wig or not, I don't probably is, but nowadays, but, like,
Hmm.
I'm like,
Oh yes, yes, yes. It was yeah, Brett Michaels was playing like a
a
convicted killer or something.
yeah, a
Yeah.
guy in jail. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. I never saw the movie, but I remember seeing a lot of promo pictures and a lot of stuff for that.
Right.
Yes, 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 yes.
There's a
Now I
very
remember.
creepy scene where the guy running the jail takes him in and starts shaving his head. It's weird.
That
What
might have been his
guys?
real hair he was
When
shaving.
do you think the wig thing started for Bret Michaels? What year do you think it began?
Now, define or can you elaborate the question a little bit?
Okay, so when do you think he started to actually put on a wig?
Oh man, without going through like an actual timeline, I would say almost maybe a couple years after that movie. I doubt he regrew his hair since
Hmm.
then because I'm trying to think. Okay, with the album that came out afterward, uh, from '99, because obviously he got in that car wreck.
Yeah.
He got in the car wreck in his Ferrari or whatever, so he was laid up for a while there. That was like mid
Hmm.
1996, and that pushed back that album they were going to release, and it never got an official release with Blue Serencino.
Hmm.
Uh, so it got an official release, I guess, technically in 1999, years after they did it. Oh my
Hmm.
god, it's actually a decent album. What I'm drawing a blank on the album. But
That's what
then
happens when you get older.
I know, and then they did a EP a year or two later with CC DeVille back, and that is Power to the People,
Hmm.
which was okay. I mean, it's just okay. CC does a song that is really
1999,
good.
I think that
Yeah,
came out.
yeah. So I would imagine maybe it would have to be before that time, like after that car accident and movie and car
Yeah,
accident, and then or before the album, or like right after those two albums that came out in the early 2000s. That would be my guess.
like
Not that because obviously here Dr. Rocker says Rock of Love show days. Now that's around what 2006, 2007 because I remember
yeah,
watching that. And that was back when like hair metal was starting to be cool again, like or just traditional metal was starting to be cool again. Crack a smile from Rock and Danger. Thanks for helping me out there,
Yes,
boys.
crack a smile. Yeah.
That's a great. I love that album. I mean, it's totally different. Even more different than Native Tongue, I would say. But really good
if
stuff on there.
if Brett Michaels was to remove the Brett Michaels costume, would we still all love him, or would we want him to put it all back on?
I don't think to me it wouldn't necessarily be a big deal. I would
Okay.
not buy an album because of that. Like
Yeah,
if the music's there, I'll listen to it. I'll buy it.
same.
I don't know, John. What's your thoughts on Poison? I don't remember you talking too much on your channel about Poison.
No, I was never like a really huge Poison fan. I
Hmm.
mean, I like, I had Open Up and Say Ah, I had Flesh and Blood. I don't know if I ever got Native Tongue, to be honest with you.
Okay.
If I did, again, out of out of sight, out of mind, as
Right.
the older you get. But
Never got Flesh and Blood.
I mean, I think no, I got Flesh and Blood because
Okay.
Something to Believe in was
Right.
huge, and of course, I mean, as goofy as Unskinny Bop was, it was catchy as could be. But
Right.
I don't know. To me, that was just I don't really remember much else after that. After those two songs, though,
Hmm.
that's the problem. I remember it being like a pretty long album, but I'm like, there's not a lot of memorable stuff on it for me other than those two songs I mentioned.
Right. I think there's about
Yeah,
13
I would
tracks
agree
on
with that.
that on Flesh
Something
and
like
Blood,
that.
and like a couple, like one or two are just like intro type deals.
Yeah,
And,
maybe.
and it's like, yeah, and I agree. Like the deep cuts on that album don't stand as strong as like say Native Tongue does, or even Open Up and Say Ah. I think the deep tracks on Open Up and Say Ah are really good.
Oh yeah.
I think CC's guitar tone on that album is like superb. Like that's one of those albums where like if no one ever listened to hair metal before,
Hmm.
that is probably one I would hand to him and say, this is kind of what you're gonna get here. Like
Hmm.
this is the fun, this is the party. Like the guitar tone is just saturated with that, like not sleaze, but like just your typical glam hair metal type
Yeah, it's
stuff.
If
that typical stack, Marshall stack, get the cheap Arion pedal, 50, 100, boom, off, and add some delay or something to it, and a wah wah pedal, and you're good to go.
Right.
And see how many BC Riches you can play in a video.
Yeah.
um, are you guys familiar with the Darkness?
Yeah. Yep.
I
If
mean,
you
I mean,
notice in
I
the
am,
I
but
Believe
I've never listened to them. But yeah, I know who they are.
in the I Believe in a Thing Called Love
Hmm.
video, they gave an ode to the Open Up and Say Ah album cover because there's a lady dressed exactly like the one on the cover. I thought that was cool. Just a nugget
Really?
that came in.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
I only
Look out for
seen
that.
that video probably a couple times in my life. I want to
Hmm.
revisit that now. Now I have their first two albums. Their first two
Hmm.
albums are really good. Like
Yeah, man.
I'm a fan of the Darkness. I will say, you know. So very good stuff. Really good ballads too from The Darkness. I'll admit as well.
Yeah.
Like they're that fine line of like 70s just fun rock and roll, and like
Yeah.
there's really no hair metal element to them other than just kind of like dressing up a little bit or whatever. But it's more on the 70s line of things. But cool. I mean, and what did that first album come out? Like 2000, 2001, 1999 ish.
I think it was 2002, 2003.
Okay.
It was when I started learning guitar, so that's kind of how I line it up.
Okay.
And
there's not much better coming out in 2003 than The Darkness, I must admit.
Oh God, no.
So,
Yeah, 2003.
New
was when the
metal
first
was
one came
ruling
out.
the
okay.
kind of roost at that time.
Good deal. Frank here says yes. Cracker Smile is also a total 360 that he I guess ended up not liking at first, then liking as years go by. Oh man, so Serial, is that how you say Serial Kerns, Richie?
Oh God, that's me dad.
Yes,
Hi,
it's so
Dad.
very real, hair real. Yeah, I think is he talking about Bret Michaels? Maybe I don't know, but that's the
think
thing,
so.
man. Like with back to the Bret Michaels thing. I don't. I seen Poison live throughout my life twice, and I don't have no need to go see Poison again because they never change their live set list.
Mhm.
And it's like you're not playing any of the deep cuts off Open Up. Look what the Cat Dry did. Like I do not need to hear those singles ever again off of that album. But like I listen to it still for the deep cuts on there. But man, like, and then even Brett, like when he does solo stuff, the prices are little salty for what I would spend on just a Bret Michaels solo band. And you're still gonna hear the same 3 Poison songs though still. So like, and the solo stuff ain't that great. There's a couple good ballads like throughout his catalog, but for me, it's a no-go as far as that.
How big is Bret Michaels as a country singer over your neck of the woods? Would he
Well,
sell stadiums?
Oh,
no,
God.
I went not stadiums. I mean, when they go on the Motley Crue stadium tour with Motley Crue, Def Leppard, and I guess Pat Benatar was on a certain leg of that tour, and a couple other bands are like the fourth band, and they somewhat have issue selling out the stadium tour, with those 3 bands or 4
Mhm.
bands. And it's just, but now me and John are a little not the right people to ask because we are in Pennsylvania and that's where Bret Michaels' stomping ground. Like Bret Michaels and Poison played, like they grew up literally probably 25 minutes from me. So like they're like a staple around here. Like
Yeah.
people are gonna
that's
go.
cool.
People are gonna go see Bret Michaels every time he comes around here, just because he's a hometown boy, and
Yeah.
stuff like
Yeah.
that. So it's kind of hard to get our true take on that. But John, I don't know if you have anything to say on that.
I mean, here in Alabama where I live now, I mean, you're not going to get that kind of stuff here, unfortunately, unless
Right.
at least in Birmingham. If maybe North Alabama, like in Huntsville, or down toward the coast around Mobile, or towards Hattiesburg, Mississippi, or something like that, or Pensacola, Florida. But yeah, to me, Brett, I think he's got the rock and roll country probably, but he just doesn't have that modern country sound like whoever's big in modern country these days that's supposed to pass for country music, which is just a load of garbage in my opinion. But that's just me.
It's certainly been going that way the last 10 years, I would
Oh.
say. The last 10 years, certainly. Because I can
Yeah.
still listen to like don't crucify me here, guys. I can still listen to country from like 2008 before, anytime like old country up until about 2008. Then after that, then you're starting to get real weird rappy, poppy stuff. Like, not a fan.
Yeah,
I mean, country music has taken the glam metal formula
That's
into
true.
their music, but it's not for me. I think it's music for the infantile mind, if that makes sense. It's for simple people.
Just
who
listen to Taylor
simple
Swift. I mean,
things.
that'll tell you all you need to know.
Yeah.
That's
No,
true.
to me, real country music died when all the outlaw country guys left us. The Johnny Cashes, the Merle Haggards, the Waylon Jenningses, and
Right.
Conway
Twitties,
and people like that. I mean, those to me, that's country music right there. It's just like whatever passes for country music these days. It truly, I think it truly is like what Tom Petty said. It's like a bad garage band with a fiddle player.
I can see that comparison. I can see that. Like, because even like up until this point to where that I can remember, or that I don't even want to add to anything after like 2008 of the collection, is like I stop at like Montgomery Gentry or Big and Rich or like stuff around that time. Like Brooks and Dunn. Like I can even listen to. Like stuff like that. Like is okay. It's still I can listen to it and not hate everybody.
It has enough. It has enough outlaw to it to make it listenable.
Talent.
Yeah.
Exactly. That too. That goes a long way as well. Right. But now let's see here. Andy said something from obviously Smoking Snakes. He says, "What are your thoughts on the band Icon? Do any of you have any thoughts on Icon?"
I've never heard it. I know Butch Jones in the from Sea of Tranquility. I know he's a huge fan, but I've never taken the time to listen to it.
Really? Okay.
No.
Richie, any thought on Icon?
I've never heard of Icon, but what do you think? Should I listen to them?
Well, I was gonna say it's funny that Andy said it because literally last Sunday at the expo, at the Record Expo, I picked up their debut album.
Oh yeah,
it's right here.
There you go.
And then I also have their second album, Crime of the Night in the Night, or I forget what the album is, but it's their second album. I have that on vinyl over there. Very good band. But I would recommend the debut though, because like as they went on, they went a little bit more. I don't know what the right word is. Not as metally. Like this actually kind of, if you look at them here, they actually kind of have a very early Queensryche look to them, and a little bit even of a sound to this album. Like EP Queensryche. And as they move on, they're a little bit getting I don't want to say poppy, but a little bit way more melodic, So that might be the right word. But yeah, definitely shout out to Andy for bringing up Icon. That's totally weird. But definitely. Dr. Rocker says, Poison shows are always fun. Love watching all the drunk middle-aged chicks singing along. That is pretty funny. As long as they stay civil, that's the problem. And when they run out of beer, look the hell out, because they will be stomping kids. They will be getting, and no one's safe when they get in their path. So definitely. But John, I wanted to ask you, how's the Accept series going for you?
It's going decent. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I'm still trying to get some views for some of the shows. But we're little by little we'll get there. But this weekend we're recording for Blood of the Nations, so that we'll be recording an episode.
That's a good album.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's. If you watch the episode on Predator, we didn't have a whole lot of not a lot of great things to say about that one, unfortunately. But
right.
We're in the Mark Tornillo era, so we're going to be winding down as the year finishes up. So
right.
So that should be fun. But I'm looking forward to talking about the Blood of the Nations this week, or recording it, and then we'll every Wednesday night, 8:00 Eastern, 7:00 Central. You can go to my music core and check it out, and do all the like, share, subscribe stuff, and all the usual fun things.
Now, are you on YouTube? Yeah.
Yeah.
You on?
Yep.
Oh yeah, man.
My music corner. That's the name of my my channel. So yeah, Trevor was on. He was on with Objection Overruled.
Yeah.
And that was a fun episode. So I was glad to have him on.
And definitely, I was gonna say, I definitely enjoyed Steve from Rock and Metal Invasion do it with the Eat the Heat. I was like, damn it, I wanted to do that episode so bad. Yeah,
it was so funny.
It
was so funny because he said that was his his point of entry to Accept.
Okay,
which was that's, you don't always hear that. So
right,
but then again, hey, Jake, not from State Farm, his entry to Priest was the Ripper era, so go figure that out.
That's right. I did watch that episode too.
Now you'll be proud of this. I would be very sad for any fans of this band that got in on this as their debut.
WASP.
That's a 1999 album.
Yeah, Eldorado.
Yeah.
Very.
Hey, I found this at my local store.
Oh, wow. Really?
I couldn't believe it. I was just
Is that an original?
Nah, it's a
Okay.
It's a 2014
Okay.
pressing, but it's Madfish, so they have a license for some of their stuff, not all of it.
Gotcha.
I'd love for the rest of their catalog to get an official vinyl release. That would be really sweet. But
yeah. Now I'm gonna totally 100% disagree with you, John. As far as like, now maybe not so much of a starting point for WASP, unless you're a hair metal guy, or
yeah,
like that kind of like Last Command or Inside Electric Circus style WASP fan. Now, if you're a early '90s or late '80s WASP fan, then I would say certainly maybe not a good album for you to get or listen to. But man, I mean, eh, it's Blind in Texas the whole album through, which I can understand why people probably get tired of that. I get it, but man, when I bought that, I was like, for $19.99, this is the best fucking album I think I ever heard of.
Well, I mean, to me, Damnation Angels is the highlight track on this album.
Very good, very good.
As far as I'm concerned, I do like the title track. I don't know, Can't Die Tonight's not bad, but yeah,
not a fan of Dirty Balls.
No. No, there's a lot of stuff that's just like, yeah.
I can get that.
And it's like I think it's like I said on my when I did the WASP Wednesday series, it's like you saw Blackie mature as a songwriter through like Headless Children, then Crimson Idol, and then even Still Not Black Enough.
Yes, yeah.
And then as Dr. Rocker puts it, Rocker puts it with KFD. Yes, there's a high and there's still a high level, but to me it was like taking steps backwards.
I can see that,
and even El Dorado was that way too. But
have you guys seen the Chris Holmes movie?
Yes,
the documentary came out last year? Is that on Amazon or?
I think it's Amazon. Yeah,
okay.
It's 2 years ago now, I think. But what did you guys think of that?
Go ahead, John.
My feeling, I think Chris just needed to grow up. In my opinion, I think his mindset was he always just wanted to be the rock star party guy. He wasn't, the idea of growing up and being a mature individual wasn't always there. Maybe until he finally got clean and sober. I think that was that was a turning point for him. But I think by that point, who was going to really take him seriously? You watch the DVD of the Sting and just watch him play. I really agree with people who think that Chris is the Ace Frehley of WASP.
Mm-hmm.
He just sounded sloppy. God help him, please don't get him on vocals. You definitely don't need to hear him sing.
Right.
God bless him for his battle with the throat cancer. I certainly never wish cancer on anybody.
Yeah.
So I'm thankful that he got through that. And, he certainly was an integral part of the early WASP sound. But after he left, like I said, Blackie was changing and Chris didn't want to go along with the changes. And I don't think anybody else really, maybe Frankie would have if he hadn't gone back to Quiet Riot. Right, but yeah. I don't think Chris wanted to grow with the changes that Blackie was doing. Blackie was just maturing as a songwriter and becoming a lot more adventurous. I mean, goodness, listen to Headless Children. There's some amazing stuff on that album. Yeah. And, Crimson Isle tells an amazing story. And then, yes, I mean, okay, so it becomes the Blackie Lawless solo band from there on. He's had Mike Duda with him since KFD. Mm-hmm. He's basically had Doug Blair pretty much since Crimson Idol, the tour, with a few odds and ends stop outs. The drummer he's got is amazing.
Mm-hmm. I agree to a point because I can totally understand Blackie's. I understand both sides to this story, because like to Richie, your point, the documentary, I liked it, really good. But no, I agree. Like as his own solo stuff, I cannot get into.
No.
And now,
I mean, come on. Let's stop to think about this. Would you rather listen to a song? I'm going to pick something from
Heaven's Hung in Black.
Heaven's Hung in Black versus Shitting Bricks.
Yeah, no, I am with you. I agree with you 100% on that. I agree 100%. But I think now Chris does have a little bit of a say on those early albums. Now,
Sure he does.
What do you think as far as the sound when he came back for KFD and Eldorado? You think the sound was a step back?
No, I think the sound was fine. Blackie wanted to out Marilyn Manson.
Very true.
I don't really know
Snuff rock, wasn't that the title? Snuff rock was like
Snuff
the genre
rock,
he was going for.
Yeah. My feeling was that I don't really know that Chris was that much of an influence on a lot of the music, because really when you listen through that album, there's not a lot of guitar solos.
Certainly KFD. I agree.
KFD does not have that much, and really, Damnation Angels a little bit, but KFD doesn't really have those. It's just there's not enough place for the solos, and if it is, it's just simple atmospheric themes that works with the music.
Yeah,
but it's nothing that it's nothing like Sleeping in the Fire or a Tormentor or a
anything
Wild Child, something
albums.
like that. Exactly.
Or 3 albums even.
Exactly. So
I can see. I understand that point too. I agree with you, because now does Piper have any say in that as well? Then, because obviously he was the guitar player, a second guitar player on the first 2 albums.
It's really hard to really figure out how much Randy really contributed. I mean, he didn't really contribute much songwriting, or at least he's not credited with much of anything. He adds his own little bit to it, but he was gone after Last Command.
Yeah.
So I don't.
Blackie's still running the show, obviously.
He's still running the show.
Yeah.
That's just evident just looking at the Last Command. You go. It's like Blackie says, you go from the first cover, the band's on the cover.
Yeah.
You go to the second album and the third album, and who's on the cover? Just Blackie.
Certainly, yeah. And now, because I agree, like I said, I agree with both sides. Now, for Blackie's point of view, if you're trying to run this business, which basically a band is, he's trying to make money, he's trying to get his way to the top. You don't want people that's not taking it seriously.
Yeah,
and
it's like
I can totally understand 110%.
It's like it's like the Steve Harris thing. Steve Harris has a very strong vision for what he wanted for Iron Maiden.
Right.
And getting those people to be that like-minded with that vision, he had to go through he went through Paul Di'Anno, and then Paul Di'Anno couldn't cut it because of his addictions and his health and everything else. They get Bruce, well, then Bruce takes over. But yeah, to me, Blackie just had that tunnel vision. He knew what he wanted, and it was just a matter of saying, okay, who's willing to get on board and follow the vision, I guess. So, sorry, Richie, you were going to say.
I think Chris Holmes would have been more than willing to follow the vision, but I think it's the financial end of things. He was getting screwed, wasn't he?
Supposedly, it's one of those things where there's Chris's side of the story, there's Blackie's side of the story, and then there's the truth. Yeah. So who knows? Blackie says one thing, but he doesn't go out of his way to trash him. Chris seems to just, any chance he gets to stay relevant, he just trashes him. And it's like, why does he need to keep going on about that? Show us what you can do. Show us what you can do musically, and see what and then get out there and just start playing. See if people take you seriously.
Yeah.
So
yeah, certainly I would say from the solo stuff I heard, can't get behind that, Chris. I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't. But it is what it is. Richie, have you heard any of the solo stuff from Chris?
Oh yeah, I've heard all of the solo stuff.
You like the solo stuff?
Like, for what it is, yeah. I mean,
okay, yeah, all right.
Like, I don't set the bar too high for his lyrics, but I mean, I admire that he still has the WASP sound. there was one video where it looked more like Chris's Fun Day Out than anything else. What was that? Where he's fishing, and then he's getting an ice cream, and then
Yeah.
he's eating a stick of bread, and then all of a sudden it turns into a rock video. But it was a
A
bit
day in the
erratic.
life. Yeah.
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 And then there's another one where he's at a bike dealership. Just his music is okay for a Wasp fan. You'd be like, oh yeah, that's the Wasp sound. Yeah, I can listen to this, but it's not deep. It's not too deep, is it?
Right.
No.
But I like it. I do like it, and I think if he has the right backing and people guiding him in the right direction, sure, he could write something a little more better. But it's him and it's his wife Kathy. That's the team.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Kathy's Kathy's been a godsend for Chris, no doubt about it. I mean, let's be honest. She has been a godsend for him.
100%.
And so I certainly wish him no ill will or anything like that. I want to see Chris succeed just as much as anybody, because he certainly is a great guitar player. But he just needs to get the right pairing with people, and and maybe let go of some of the angst. Get rid of some of the Blackie angst and just say, okay,
move on a
little bit.
Yeah.
Move on a little bit.
Understand.
It's like you don't see. It's like Randy Piper. He turned up at a Wasp gig out in Seattle.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, I saw that, and he was like, yeah, he was hanging out at the Wasp gig in Seattle just recently. People. I guess he made a point to make himself available for folks if they wanted to hang out, take pictures, or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if he actually got to hang out with Blackie or not.
Yeah. Try to somewhat reconcile a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with that. Unfortunately, I don't think you're going to get that with Johnny Rod, because I guess with some of the stuff he's gotten into the last year or so, it's he's probably not going to be. Nobody's going to be wanting to touch him anytime soon.
Right.
Unfortunately, again, it's unfortunate, and I again don't know how much of that is true, but that's just what's out there in the news. But
now, Richie, do you have a Wasp album that you tend to gravitate towards more than any other in the catalog?
How I was introduced to Wasp was the Electric Circus album, but it was The Last Command that solidified me. I thought this one's okay, but this one's great. So Last Command for me.
Yeah,
definitely.
Okay, that's a great album. Even Inside the Electric Circus is like an album that is not like any other from the Wasp. Maybe the closest one might even be Eldorado, to be honest with you. That might be the closest one.
Yeah, maybe.
It's better though. It is certainly.
It gives me a Rocky Horror Picture Show kind of vibe in my head. Like it's a theatrical thing, but like Last Command is serious. I like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and imagine being 15 years old like I was, and plopping that debut in for the first time, not knowing anything about the band, and that starts playing, and then your brain gets like completely blown out of your head, because I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I listening to? And
yeah, man.
That's.
Now, John, do you have a favorite, or that you just visit the most?
Crimson Isle. Crimson Isle will probably always. Yeah, Crimson Isle will always be my go-to, with the debut being a very close second. And then it's really a kind of a hodgepodge. Sometimes that after that could be Golgotha, could be Headless Children, could be Still Not Black Enough, could be Dying for the World, could even be the Neon Gods once in a while. I don't know.
Interesting. Okay.
For me, Last Command and Inside the Electric Circus, while I still love those, and they have very fond memories in my heart, a lot of it hasn't aged very well for me. Like I don't need to listen to Ball Crusher. I don't need to listen to Sex Drive.
Yeah.
I don't need to listen to Shoot from the Hip. Songs.
Yeah.
I'm 55 years old. I don't need to be listening to songs like that anymore. I'm not 16 years old anymore. But yet you go in the Wasp groups, and those are like the songs everybody wants to hear. Everybody, I want to hear Ball Crusher. I want to hear Sex Drive. Give me Shoot. Give me Animals. Like, I don't want to hear those songs.
Mm-hmm.
It's a time capsule. It's what Blackie was at once, but he's not that person anymore. It's just like I'm not that person anymore. I don't need. If I never hear Animal again, I'm good. And I know that ticks off a lot of Wasp fans, but that's just the truth.
You've matured.
I have, yes.
Right.
Mhm.
Now, and that's what a lot of people like gripe about with Iron Maiden. They play the same ones, and fans kind of it's a mixed bag with Maiden as far as like
Oh,
what fans want. You know, because like when they tried to play like stuff from the new albums,
mhm.
like most of the fans got pissed
Oh,
off.
oh,
And
it goes over like crickets.
yes, yes, and like, but no one wants to hear "Run of the Hills" again. You know, like
Well, so here's my take. So for me, if I never hear anything from side 2 of Number of the Beast again, I'm good. Unless it's Total Eclipse.
yes, I agree with that. Total Eclipse is awesome.
And I definitely don't need to hear them live. It's those three, especially the Holy Trinity of Iron Maiden. And I'll give you a good reason why. Nico.
Ooh,
Nico, I feel the band just speeds those songs up too much.
okay.
And Nico playing the Clive stuff, to me, he just doesn't have Clive's feel. You know, so
Oh yeah,
and I just that's why I kind of don't even like Bruce singing Paul songs. I just he sounded okay on like Beast Over Hammersmith, but then after that, it just especially when Nico got in the band, then I'm like,
now I have heard that from other people before, and they they think Nico was a downgrade from Burr.
um, I don't know if he was I mean, if you watch the old history, Iron Maiden history thing, you know, Bruce is like, oh, you could do this. Oh, let's see if we do this. Oh, can you do this? Oh, you could do that. Oh, let's see if you could do this. Oh, dude. Oh, let's see. Oh, he does that. Oh, you know, it's like Nico was a totally different adventurous type of drummer than Clive was.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Clive getting out of the band was, I don't know. It sounded like there was some shady stuff going on there, because it sounded like Clive had no idea it was coming, I guess. But
Mhm.
who knows?
Right.
Did you guys read the Bruce Dickinson book? What's this button do?
I haven't.
I have it. I've meant to, and unfortunately, my stack of books is about as many as my CD collection behind me. And one day my only problem is with me and reading, I'll read about 2 pages and then my eyes bulge out of my head because I can't do it.
Yeah,
So
man. I'm more of an audible book kind of guy, but it's interesting. He doesn't go too personal into his personal life, but some interesting fun facts about the albums and things like that. It's, for me, Maiden has always been a great live act. I've never really thought too much about the set list. I've just really enjoyed the show,
Mhm.
and they're a generational band now. You have young fans, you have people like us as well. So
Right.
oh
you
yeah.
know you're
Yeah,
never
I
going to
mean,
impress everyone 100%, right?
no, I saw the World Slavery Tour. Okay,
Mhm.
I saw that tour, and Accept was the opening band, oddly
Nice.
enough, and they were touring Metal Heart at the time. So, you know, for Maiden fans from my generation, from my era, you know, that Live After Death album, I mean, that's the set list everybody wants to hear all the
Right.
time.
Yeah.
You know, and then, you know, but then comes, you know, Somewhere in Time. I really like that album. I love,
I think I think that's my favorite album. That and Fear the Dark.
Yeah.
Somewhere in
see now,
Time is just it's super chill. I love it.
Fear of the Dark and No Prayer for the Dying, I tried, went back in the day,
Yeah.
nothing. Yeah, I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Couldn't
Really.
do it.
Okay.
I can see why it's but
And
I don't know, for me it was kind of bridging into the hard rock kind of sound too.
Yes. And Richie, I'm with you. I
Yeah.
love Fear of the Dark. Fear of the Dark's the top 3 album for me.
Mhm.
Maiden album. 100%. But New Prayer for the Dying was one even for me that had to grow on me. Like I like it way more than I did now than I did 10 years ago even, you know.
Mhm.
But like always Fear of the Dark though. I always did enjoy Fear of the Dark, the
yeah,
album.
Yeah.
I need to go back to revisit them again, but
Mhm.
I don't know. To me, the missing part of those 2 albums was Adrian. No Adrian.
Mhm. Right.
That was, and speaking of the devil, yeah, he did put a book out about fishing.
Yeah.
Um, but you know, going back to Somewhere in Time though, I mean, Wasted Years is probably my favorite Maiden song right now.
Wait, hold on a minute. He has a book about fishing.
Yeah. Yeah, he actually put a book out about fishing. I don't know how available it is, but yeah, he put a book out about because he that like if you look at his Instagram, that's like a big thing for him. He when he has off time, he would just rather go fishing than anything else. But like some of the B-sides from the Somewhere in Time era, like Wasted Years had the song Reach Out with Adrian on vocals. I love that song. I thought that song was fantastic. That Girl and Juanita. I thought those other songs were great B-sides. I loved those 80s B-sides anyway from Maiden. Those all were classics.
The cover of the book is pretty epic, actually. It's called Monsters of River and Rock.
Yes. That is the name of the book. Yes, you're right.
Now,
get that.
What do you guys think of Bruce's solo stuff? Is there anything that you guys really like to that you like to visit? Sometimes even maybe more than a Maiden album, or just kind of if I get to, I get to. If not, I'm not missing anything.
I haven't bothered. And I know I should, but I didn't. But I like the one song, the Jethro Tull cover.
Not all the young dudes.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Okay.
Oh, that's
right.
that's a Mott the Hoople or David Bowie thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm getting older, man.
Yeah, dude. That's a great.
Well, the Jethro Tull cover they did, that was Cross-Eyed Mary, but that's on the Trooper. That's a long time ago.
Yeah. I will say though, Tattooed Millionaire is one of my favorite Bruce Dickinson albums. It's so good. He talks so much shit on it now, and I don't know why. He always says, "Oh, that's a joke album. I didn't even try it on that album and stuff." And I'm like, I call him bullshit on that. No one's gonna leave.
Son of a Gun was a great opening track.
Yeah.
This title track was okay. All the Young Dudes was
Yeah, that's the track I don't.
It's about. I don't really. That's the only album of his I've ever listened to. I've never listened to anything else by him.
Oh, really? Okay.
So, nah. Okay. No, kind of the same thing. I probably should, and I just never bothered. But
gotcha. I would certainly recommend it. At least a couple of them. Not the mid '90s ones, or like the '94 to or '93 to '97 stuff. Like that's a little different. You probably won't like that, but like anything after that's pretty decent. Like Accident of Birth is like really good.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, I definitely. But the debut is the one I visit the most. It's just fun. It's like Bruce Dickinson having fun, and it even has Yannick Gears on it. Yes. So that's an interesting like tidbit too, because obviously he ends up being in Maiden then. So like I don't know if did Bruce have any say in Yannick coming over to Maiden, or was that kind of like something before that, or like do you know what kind of came first?
I don't remember. I don't really remember the story. That's my guess was because he played with Bruce. Maybe that's on that solo album. That's what after Adrian left to of course do this lovely piece of business, the Silver and Gold album.
Okay, I have never listened to that.
Yeah. A lot of people crap on this because they think they're looking for more of a Maiden sound. I had a buddy of mine, the friend that I went to that Maiden concert. He listened to it and he thought, man, this sounds like Bob Seger. It does have a more AOR melodic rock sound. But if you like the song Reach Out from that B-side to Wasted Years, you probably would really dig this album. And I dig this. I think Silver and Gold is I think it's a very good album. Yeah, maybe it's a little dated sounding now. If you could find it, it's worthwhile.
Really?
What was the Iron Maiden music video where the guy lays an egg? Do you remember that video? So I know it popped into my head like it's one of the stranger ones.
What else is in the music video?
God, remember? Well, there's the band. I think it's off Brave New World.
Oh,
Brave
New World had the Wicker Man as a music video. That was like the only true music video. I think they had like some kind of like live footage music videos as well.
Rock and
But
Rio, Fear in the Dark, I think it was.
okay, yeah.
Mhm.
Now I will say, John, have you listened to the Richie and Adrian Smith solo album that they did together like a couple years ago? What are your thoughts on that? Just okay?
Yeah, it didn't stand out to me.
Mm-hmm.
I listened through it, but it just, I don't know, something about it just didn't drag me back for another listen. Which is
Okay.
a shame because I love Richie Kotzen.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's very talented. But I don't. There was something about it that just didn't. It just didn't grab me. So
Yeah. Okay. That's fair because like I liked it when I first bought it, but to be honest, I don't think I visited much since I bought it.
yeah.
When it came out. So, but you think like a team like that would be like awesome.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
there is awesome stuff on there, don't get me wrong. I'll probably have to put it back in and listen to it tonight. But,
Hmm.
I mean, I didn't hate it, but it certainly wasn't as good as I was expecting,
Yeah.
you know? So,
To answer Dr. Rocker here. Ooh, boy. I, again, a lot of that Paul Diano stuff I probably should go back to check out, and I never did.
mhm.
So the only thing I was really familiar with was the last stuff he did, that Warhorse.
Yeah.
But but after that, I'm not very familiar with most of what Paul did after he left.
Yeah, I listened to Battlezone a couple times. I liked it. I just never found a physical copy of it to have, and it just gets kind of over to the wayside. Just I kind of forget about it. Now I did recently pick up Diano's Nomad, which I think he did in the early 2000s, if that's the one I'm thinking of, on Paris Records, I believe. And I listened to that a couple times since I bought it, and I was super shocked by how good his voice was. Like
Hmm.
it's a little bit of a power metal-y feel to it. I was really impressed with that. Now, don't ask me to tell you what song I like the most on because I only listened to it probably about 5 times, so I don't know one standout song. But I was quite impressed with it, to say the least.
Right. Right.
So, uh, Richie, have you listened to any Paul stuff other than the two debuts
No,
or the
not at all.
two first albums of Maiden?
Not at all.
Okay. Now, are you a
Yeah.
fan of the two Paul Diano Maiden albums?
No, I'd be Bruce
Okay,
onwards,
really?
to be honest
Okay.
with you.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I know he's the originator, but I mean, when I think of Iron Maiden, I think of Bruce Dickinson. I think of the
Mhm.
amazing voice. The first guy is very punk rock, and that's not what Iron Maiden became. It's
Right,
I'm
right.
interested in the prime kind of sound
Okay.
and albums. Nothing
Now,
against it, but it's not for me.
right, right. Now, personally, I will say when I think of Maiden, I think of Blaze Bailey. I know I'm going to get a lot of hate in the chat probably here for that, but I mean, I'm fibbing a little bit, obviously, but no, I love Blaze's work in Maiden. I'm always
Yeah,
in his corner with his stuff, his two albums.
Future Real. Future
Oh,
Real is a good
Future
track.
Real is a great track.
yeah.
Angel and the Gambler needed to be cut back at least 7 minutes.
Well, I was gonna say, John, if they put the video edit or like the radio edit, Angel and the Gambler, on
Mm.
the album instead of the 7 minute or 9 minute version,
I thought it was like 11 minutes, but
yeah, well, it's certainly longer than what 4 minute video version, and
uh,
that would have been so much better. It would have been.
I need to listen to that mix because I don't think I've ever seen that, or
Oh,
I don't
really?
think I've ever heard. No,
Okay. 'Cause
no, I've never gone back to listen to that.
the video is pretty cool. I mean, it's so cheesy because like it's obviously what 1998, and
Yeah.
it's almost all digital at the time. And I
Mm.
remember Blaze like saying behind the scenes stuff. He's like, "Oh yeah, we have so much computer power that it kind of compares to what they used in Jurassic Park." And
Oh
I
God.
and when you see it, it's like, "Oh my god, no, that's a lie, bro." But
Like they
no,
were all
it's
using silicon graphics machines back in the 90s to do that stuff. So
yeah,
maybe, but
Oof.
I mean the end results, no.
yeah.
Blaze is very respected in the UK and Ireland. He often
Oh
plays a
yeah.
lot of the rock bars and stuff. So like nothing against him at all. I think
His
it's cool.
solo
I'd actually
stuff's
like to
really good.
see a live show.
I know that's Blaze Bailey and the Choir Boys are like two of the English bands that I want to see that will probably never come over to America ever again. But
Mhm.
if I ever go to England, I certainly want to see those two bands on my tour of England. So, but no, definitely a Blaze Bailey guy. And as we have here, Dr. Rocker is saying X Factor in my main top 5. 100%. It's in my top 3. 100%. But shout out to Dr. Rocker for that very bold statement.
That is a very bold statement. Let's see how that works out for him.
Well, no, hey, you guys could you guys could give me the shit because it's a top 3 for me. So it's all, dude. Like I said, now I will say there are faults in, like, Lord of the Flies. I think should not have been a single. That is probably the weakest song on. I understand why it was a single because it's quick. It's like one of the shortest songs on the album, and it's up pace where a lot of the other stuff isn't, other than Man on the Edge. So I get why it was, but to me, it's probably one of the weaker tracks. And for all the faults that Virtual XI has, it's still an 8-track album. Still good for what it is. Like, it's not the best Iron Maiden work. I understand, but I can put it on and be happy with it, man. Like, I'm not gonna hate anyone for liking that, So, but as far as the debut and Killers, I used to be like you, Richie. Like, I used to be like, it's just okay. I'm not the biggest fan. But as time moves on, like, I have find myself appreciating Paul way more, and I don't know, maybe Blaze had something to do with that too, because, like, obviously you open your mind up a little bit to, like, other styles of Maiden. And then I just went back and revisit the Paul stuff, and I was like, this is really good. And I understand the punk element to it, which there is, yes. No matter what Steve Harris says, there is a punk element.
Yeah.
But it's not Sex Pistols either. It's a good like mixture of what new wave of British heavy metal was. Well, maybe like slightly punk. Maybe just Diano was the slight punk edge to it,
You know, perhaps through the lens of my older, mature self, maybe I'll go back and take a look and see if I feel differently about it.
Yeah, and that's all you get to give it a listen.
Yeah, I Lord knows I've looked at a lot of things differently as I've getting closer to that AARP age and all that fun stuff. So yeah, I know that. Yeah, you certainly do hear things differently. You see things a lot differently. Yeah. And it's you can still be able to put yourself in that time era when it came out, and be able to see in that era a little clearer. That's kind of how I've looked at a lot of different stuff from those days.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you too, because, like, there's albums that I didn't like when I first bought it when I was 19, but now 5-10 years later, I'm like, why did I not like this when I bought
maybe
it?
That's my selling point for Subhuman Race.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and like I said, every time I visit that album, I'm like, I missed that track the first time or the last time I listened to that. But,
Dr. Rocker, I'm gonna answer you on Book of Souls.
Oh, okay.
I've tried. God knows I've tried to listen to that album, and I just can't. Those Senjutsu, Final Frontier, Book of Souls, I can't. I just can't. It's just too much. No. I can take it in like little bits and pieces, but I can't. To listen to the entire thing. No.
100%. I'm with you. Now, I will say Book of Souls is my least favorite Iron Maiden album of all the whole catalog. When it first came out, I was like, this is not bad. I'm cool with it. But as time goes on, that's an album I am not liking I'm starting to hate it. Like I hardly ever visit it. Whenever it comes on the iPod, I skip almost every song on it. I just don't like it. I don't know if it's the production or what the deal is. And it just drives me crazy that you had 2 CDs for these albums that are coming out here now. And that just tells you how, like, bloated it is.
Yeah.
That's like their most recent album, right?
Senjutsu is actually the most recent one.
And then
that's right.
Book
Yeah.
of Souls, yep.
But Book of Souls still has an 18-minute long song on it, which I'm like, why?
Yeah. And then Empire of the Clouds.
Yeah. And then Senjutsu has like 3 or 4 10-minute songs right back to back to back. I'm like,
yeah.
How does your brain remember all of this stuff. Like when they learn a new song, does an old one get pushed out? Like it's just how do you do it?
And then
I keep wishing they keep pushing "Hallowed Be Thy Name" or "Number of the Beast" or something like that out, but um,
and all their solo
just kidding,
stuff
folks.
yet too. Like that's crazy. It's not just Iron Maiden stuff that they got to learn and have new stuff. It's also their solo stuff. And
Yeah.
different projects that they do. It is amazing. Because like we get lost trying to play one song, let alone 1,000. In front of 1,000 people
Absolutely.
or more. So
And that song that song might only be 3 minutes long.
right. Yeah. Definitely they are good at their craft, no doubt about
Yes.
that. They are professionals. But
Well, so just to completely change the questions because I know you're trying to talk a little bit about hair metal.
right,
So
yeah.
I want to get y'all's opinion. I don't know if this is an album that you guys were familiar with, for Richie back in the day, or Trevor, if this is something, but I was on Grants Rock Warehouse last night,
Okay.
and we talked about this thing, HSAS, Hagar, Sean, Aronson, and Shreve.
Okay. I do not own that.
Okay, Richie, any familiarity with this?
I did not know that existed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'm doing Grants Rock Warehouse a plug here because we did that on this album. So it was after Journey Frontiers,
Mhm.
but before Sammy's VOA album.
Okay.
So it's kind of in that middle area, and Neil just kind of wanted to rock out a little bit, and he teamed up with Sammy and got Kenny Aronson and Shreve. I can't think of his first name, but
Are you more of a Sammy Hagar guy
Michael
or a David Lee Roth guy?
Oh, David Lee Roth, easily.
Mhm.
I mean, I listened to 5150. The album, other than the title track, most of it has not aged very well for me. I do love the title track though.
Mhm.
To me, that's a
Yeah.
wonderful, wonderful track. But I mean, Get Up. The older I've gotten, that is an absolute mess to listen to. I mean,
Best of both worlds
Dreams,
played
Best of
out.
Both Worlds, and yeah, Dreams, and Why Can't This Be Love?
Mhm.
Good enough. Yeah, most of the album just hasn't aged well for me. I was never a big OU812 fan.
Okay.
For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge would probably be my favorite of the Van
Yeah.
Hagar.
Yeah.
Balance is decent. It's not as memorable to me.
Mhm.
But Lawful Carnal Knowledge for me, that would be probably my favorite of the Van Hagar. But no, I'm
Yeah.
by far and away David Lee Roth all the way.
I agree. I agree with that because, like, I would say probably Unlawful Carnal Knowledge is probably my one I would visit the most for Sammy. I don't really visit that era much. I have them all, but I just don't visit it.
Mm-hmm.
But David Lee Roth. Okay, if this makes sense, I like the David Lee Roth era a lot more. But there are certain songs from the Hagar era that I like more than most of David Lee Roth era songs. Like Cabo Wabo or Pound Cake. Like I'll listen to those songs before anything from David era.
Mhm.
So it's weird, but like I like the albums better from David. As
Mm-hmm.
a whole.
Yeah.
So yeah,
They're
it's a little bit
enjoyable.
of a mixed bag for me as far as both of the eras go.
A
Richard?
little ain't enough for me. It's like, David Lee Roth for me, it's like he was in a coma for a couple of years, and then in 1991 he releases an authentically 80s video, just slap bang in the middle of all that change, like nobody told him.
Yeah.
And-
David's such a character.
yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
yeah, that
Still
would be
is.
him. Still is. Yeah,
Uh,
David Lee Roth is like a professional wrestler. You just never know how to really read him.
mhm.
Because you
He's an
never know.
emergency medical technician as well, qualified. Like,
Yeah,
it's quite fascinating.
yeah,
That's
but
amazing.
yeah, it really is. I mean, he worked he did that for a number of years, but
Mhm. I was gonna say, so Dr. Rocker has a question for us. London or Odin? London Play a Doll rock album is so good. And I agree. That's probably my favorite London album. But between the two, you guys have any opinions?
I mean,
Did you ever? Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I'll just be really quick. I never owned anything by either band, so
Okay.
the only thing I know by either band is what was on Decline of the Western Civilization. So, yeah, after that, nah. So go ahead, Richie.
So the guy from Odin, he formed a band called the Lost Boys.
Great album.
Mhm.
Great album.
Mhm.
And that's as much as I know.
Okay. Yeah. One of my favorites off of the Lost Boys, I think that was 1990. Once they either broke up, Odin broke up, and then Randy O from Decline of Western Civilization reformed with either a couple of the guys from Odin or they just renamed the band. I don't know what the deal was with that, but in 1990 they released the Lost Boys album. Really good. My favorite track out there is Right on Track. Oh my, I think it's the second track, and that is one of my favorite songs of the era. Like,
I
such
was
a great
quite
song.
happy to see that he made it, because in the movie he seemed depressed and like he was just kind of teetering like on the
Yeah,
scene, and then to see that he actually got an album out and a music video, no, that made me
yeah.
happy.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, because like in the movie, yeah, obviously, like you said, they're all like, "Yeah, we're gonna make it. We're gonna be as big as Van Halen." Obviously that didn't happen because like Odin released like I think one or two like independent albums. I don't think they might have been on a label. It was a very small label. But then like obviously I don't know what label the Lost Boys is on, but it is a bigger obviously label.
Mhm.
And but no, it's certainly worth checking out if you kind of liked what you heard from Odin on Decline of Western Civilization, but just way better
Oh,
produced.
and then Jeff Duncan would go on to Armored Saint.
That's right. Yeah.
So taking over for Dave Pritchard after he passed away. So
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Guys, I would love to stay and chat, but it's coming up on 2 a.m. here, and
2 a.m. I got you, brother. Hey, man, Richie, thank you so much for coming on, brother. I appreciate
brother.
it, man. All right,
Thanks.
guys.
Good to meet you, man.
You
Yes,
too.
sir.
I've subscribed. Give Anthony my
Cool.
best, and I will try and be on. I'll try stay up longer next time. Yeah.
Yes, no problem, brother. No problem, man.
All right, man.
All right, brother. Thank you, man.
Cool.
Guys, go
Take
check
care,
out Richie from Richie Kerns Production. Great mini documentaries on all things rock and metal. Awesome stuff. But
Thank you.
yes, sir. John, all right, man. So what, like I said, you got the first album with Robert, right? Coming up for your Accept series.
The first, with Mark Tornello.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, we're going to be recording that episode this weekend. So
Yeah, so I wanted to bring up a question about that.
Mhm.
Now, when people hear the Mark stuff, does anyone ever say to you, "Oh, I thought that was Udo singing"? Do you ever hear anyone say that?
I've never really been in those kind of circles because I remember getting it on iTunes when it came out back in 2010, and I tried to listen to it. And Mark, I'll be honest, I'll tell more of this in the episode, but honestly, I didn't care for Mark's voice.
Okay.
It's not that he didn't. It's not because he was trying to sound like Udo. It just he just had a certain sound to it that it was a little hard on my ears, back in 2010, and for whatever reason I just didn't appreciate it.
Okay.
And I probably just never bothered, and I never finished listening to the whole album. So as we've been going through this series on Accept, yes, I'm a big fan of that sweet spot that a lot of Accept fans would be more familiar with. The Mark stuff, I really have to take the time to listen through this now because I'm not as familiar with it.
Okay. You're a late comer to this
pretty much
newer Accept.
Pretty much. Yeah. I mean, I think seeing him with John the Music Nut recently with KK's Priest, that changed. I think that's what made me say, yeah, I'm glad we're doing Accept, because now I really need to take the time and spend some quality time with these albums. And so I think So I believe when y'all get to see the episode for Fear of the Dark, Blood of the Nations next week, then y'all get to hear the whole story of what we're doing with that. So, but yeah, we'll record that one this weekend, and like I said, Wednesday nights is when that one will pop up. So,
Okay.
so
Nice.
yeah,
Sounds good.
looking forward to that. But I know you talked a little bit about this maybe last week, and I apologize for a little a little double dipping, but
Yeah.
I think you guys talked a little bit about Trick or Treat.
Yep, we did. Let's see. I think I put it back in the collection. I don't think I have it here either. But yeah. You want to talk a little bit about that, John?
I would love to,
Yeah,
man.
go ahead.
It was nice to finally get a nice Blu-ray version of this. I
Okay.
don't have a 4K player, so I haven't watched the 4K version, but yeah, there you go. Yeah, Synapse just did a wonderful job of they really just did a great job of putting stuff together. I loved the special features that was on this. I thought it was a really well done. I thought everything about it was well done. I was glad to see it finally happen. So
Did they put a lot of like extras on there, or like behind the
there's
scenes
a
stuff?
there's a nice long documentary about the making of the film. There's a very touching segment on Tony Fields, who plays Sammy Kerr. Yeah, I think there's a lot of neat stuff in here on there. I really, I really appreciated it. It took me back.
Okay.
Maybe not always a good way, because I looked at that movie and I remember seeing it. I think I saw it in the theater. I may have seen it in the theater. I'm not I can't really remember, but yeah, I remember saying, yeah, that kid, the rag man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was me. That was me growing up.
Okay.
That was not far. What I saw in that movie really was my teenage years.
Okay.
Maybe not to the extent of having a weight stuck in my backpack and thrown into the swimming pool.
Right.
Nothing like that. But I certainly had my moments of being bullied and being the metal kid and the one who just kind of wanted, I was maybe the different kid or whatever. So
Right.
yeah,
The outsider kind of
the outsider kind of thing. And, I didn't fit in with that college prep crew. I didn't fit in with the jocks. Heck, I didn't even fit in with the smoking kids and the, and those kind of, I certainly didn't fit in with the metal chicks and stuff like that. So yeah. So it was that was it's a little painful to watch sometimes. And, I certainly have my stories of my mom, seeing some of what I had in my collection back in the day.
Yeah. You don't have to tell those stories.
No.
Yeah, you don't have to tell us those.
No, but I think there's always I tell a famous story of I started doing an A to Z song album track ranking.
Okay.
And so the first, and I'm going to do it alphabetically. So I'm picking bands beginning with A to B to C or whatever. So the first one I did was Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap.
Okay.
Figured, hey, start off with a heavy hitter. Everybody knows the album. Everybody's got stories.
Certainly, yeah, especially with an album like that.
Everybody has stories, and sometimes there's some good stories out there.
Mm-hmm.
I tell the story of I was singing. I had my headphones on, and I'm singing along with Big Balls, and my mom just happened to be passing by the room, and she's like, "What are you singing?" And being the naive, stupid kid that I was, I thought, well, I played Clue a lot back in the day. They have this thing called a ballroom.
Mm-hmm.
Ballroom dancing. I'm like, okay, this guy throws a lot of big balls. Parties, right? That's really that's what I thought it would
simile over here. Yeah.
boy, was I wrong. My balls are always bouncing to the left and to the right. It's my belief that my big balls should be held every night. Yeah, that has nothing to do with ballroom dancing, folks.
Oh, come on. I thought, damn it. I thought it was a good, clean Christian song.
Yeah,
John.
exactly, exactly. But but yeah, so so you have stories like that, but
Mhm.
yeah, I related to Ragman quite a lot in that movie. So
Okay. Now, do you remember now since you revisited it, were you shocked at how little of a part Gene Simmons and Ozzy actually did have? Because on the DVD that I have, they're on the front cover, like they're
yes.
the main stars,
Oh
and
yeah,
obviously
yeah,
they only get like 5 minutes of screen time, if that.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, it was nice to see them in the movie, but I didn't have any high expectations back then. But
That was
it's
around the time, I guess. Was that around the time that Gene was trying to do his acting career?
yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, yeah. I think he had just done Runaway, I think it was called.
Okay.
And so yeah, he had that acting bug, and I mean, let's see, what 85, 86. So yeah, so around Asylum and into Crazy Nights, and that's pretty much when Gene's completely checked out for
Well,
the most
yeah.
part.
I was gonna say, I think the album Animalize is like the album like Gene was like, Paul, you're kind of doing like a lot of this now. Like
Oh,
you're gonna take over a lot.
come on, yeah, just listen to Gene's lyrics. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, on Animalize, this is awful. It's terrible. I
And
mean,
it's a shame because
I was writing better lyrics at that time period than he was.
it's a shame because you had Mark St. John, great player, and he still rips on that album.
Oh, he rips on the album, but
The lyrics don't really match
no,
on some of their songs.
no, it doesn't. It doesn't work. I mean, yeah, it works on like Under the Gun or have had enough Into the Fire.
I must.
I mean, Bruce plays on like Lonely as the Hunter and
Yeah, well,
I
I was
think
gonna
one
say,
other song.
is that Bruce or is that Mark?
No, I think Bruce actually plays on Lonely as a
Really?
Hunter, and
Okay.
there's like one other song I think he plays. He actually
Okay.
plays, so it's not even all Mark St. John. So
Really?
yeah,
But yeah, that's crazy to me because like Lonely the Hunter is one of my favorites off that album. Surprisingly, like
it
I love
is
the bluesy feel to it.
of the Gene songs. It's probably that's probably the best, even though the lyrics are still
Yeah, yeah.
eggs in one bag, sweat flew off my face, and
Yeah, typical Gene stuff. Yeah, yeah. What do
yeah,
you expect from Gene now?
yeah. But anyway, so yeah, that was but yeah, Gene talks a little bit about his segment in the documentary. They have like a some archived interviews with him, and I guess he didn't really think highly about it. I guess he just kind of came in, did his stuff, and that was that. I
Yeah.
only really needed him for like one day. I didn't really need him for much. And then I guess doing everything with Ozzy, that's kind of funny too. But yeah, I mean, Gene and Ozzy weren't the selling points for me with the album or with the movie.
Right.
For
Yeah.
me. So it didn't make a big difference to me.
Okay.
Now the only time I really got upset about a character getting killed off too quick. Let me see if I have it. I still have a copy of it here. Oh yeah, here we go. When Jesse the Body Ventura got killed in Predator.
Okay. It's been years since I seen that movie, but yeah, I Jesse, I forgot he was in that.
I ain't got time to bleed, But
the body, Jesse.
yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I want to answer a couple questions that you guys got here.
Yeah.
Okay, Grego M. Yeah, the first three with Mark are fantastic. They do get a little same. Yeah, I can kind of see that. I mean, I kind of felt that way with even the Priest stuff that Andy was doing. That was starting to feel a little bit of that. To Frank Hilton, to David Reese's version of Accept. Well,
Yeah.
we talked about Eat the Heat. Go check out Up to the Limit, episode 7, I think it is. I forget. That's the one with Steve Deluxe from Rock and Metal Invasion.
Yep.
My feeling here is if it was it kind of, to me, Eat the Heat is like Cold Lake.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
If it was another name, perfect.
Even Motley Crue '94.
Yeah.
You know. Yep.
Yeah, because
I agree.
that sounds nothing like Motley Crue.
Right.
Nothing.
Right. And I think well, we don't have to go down that rabbit hole, but I do want to touch on, yes, go check out John's review of Eat the Heat. And then when you're done with that, check out my interview with David Reese as well.
That's right. That's
he
right.
tells us the story. He told me the story of like how, he got into Accept. Like he got the phone call and like he thought they were joking at first, hung up on him, and like it was like fluky stuff that how he ended up getting in the band. It's just crazy when you think of it. Like something as small as that, we could have never had Eat the Heat, or maybe even Accept for a long period of time. You never know.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it just sounds like there was a lot of turmoil behind the scenes with the guys from the way you hear people talk about it. So,
right.
But
and obviously, when an album doesn't do well, it just adds to the stress and the friction and such like that. So certainly,
and like I said, the album just didn't sound anything like Accept to me. I mean, it does, but it doesn't.
I get that. I get that because I love it. I love that album, but I wish there was more guitar solos and more like
a little bit more beef.
Yes, I that's the only like really gripe I have with it when I do listen to it. I'm like, I just wish there was a great solo here, or even like Generation Clash, great song. It shouldn't have been a single, but great song.
Great song. I still wish. I just keep wishing for more beef. Yeah. It's all atmosphere, and there's just not enough oomph to the song. So
yeah, and obviously David has the voice.
Yeah,
to carry that.
I kind of like his version better than Udo's, although I do too. There's some stuff about Udo's version that I like musically, but lyrically, it's just a completely different direction than what they did with David's version. So, hey, to each their own. Right. Let's see. Good rocker movies. Well, let me see here.
Well, Airheads is a good one.
Airheads isn't bad.
Yeah, it's not my favorite one, but it's one when it's on, I'm like, okay, this is cool. I'll keep it on.
I mean, I think of movies like, oh gosh, I mean, let's stay down the horror route. Black Roses.
Ooh,
Black Roses.
I forgot about that one.
That one's actually not a bad soundtrack. There's some good stuff with that. Metal Blade put that out originally.
Yeah. I think I have that actually.
Yeah. If you really want something cheesy, watch Monster Dog with Alice Cooper.
Oh, okay. I've never seen that.
Oh gosh, that's cheesy. It's been a while since I watched it, but boy, it's something. God, let me think. I saw this earlier today on YouTube, and I got a huge kick out of it. When the pandemic started, you discover an awful lot of YouTube channels. Of course, Sea of Tranquility was one of them, but then you start seeing a lot of people doing these like reaction videos, and and one of the channels that I discovered that was this sweet, nice little opera singer, the charismatic voice. Oh my gosh, how the music community has just completely, they have just turned they've made that sweet innocent woman to what they've turned her into is just is hilarious. She was doing like a vocal reaction to Spinal Tap.
Okay.
Big Bottom.
I can see where this is going.
Enough said. She's done. She did that one. She did also Big Balls too.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh boy, it's just trying to watch her actually talk about vocal enunciation, vocal techniques, and all these different things with a song that is just. I mean, when you get a song, I've already talked about Big Balls, but you get a song like Big Bottom. My Girl Fits Me like a pink tuck, or like a skin. My baby fits me like a skin tuxedo. I want to sink her with my pink torpedo. I mean, come
Yeah.
on.
More
I mean,
cushion to push in
more
and stuff.
cushion for my baby's got mud flaps and
Yeah.
my girl's got them. Talk about mud flaps, my girl. Oh God. I mean, it's just watching her just be just completely I
Taking it
was
seriously.
trying to actually take it seriously and trying to pull something, for her serious music fans out there that aren't there for, oh God, let's see what we can do to this poor girl now. Yeah, it was hilarious. But yeah, so Spinal Tap is good for that kind of stuff.
I will say I don't like the album, like their first album. Like I had it and I got rid. I sold it. I was like, there is nothing I really care for on it. Now, yes, it is a little early '80s
Oh
feel to
gosh.
it. You know what I mean? Like that style of rock and metal. But I was like, man, I don't know if I will ever really be able to grow into this album. So I kind of got rid of it. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just, it was standard 80s stuff back then. So let me think, other rocker movies. Gosh.
Wayne's World 1 is a classic for me.
Yeah.
I don't like number 2. Number 2 is
Yeah, I wasn't crazy
very,
about 2.
yeah, not much of a story to that one. Detroit Rock City?
Almost, I actually never saw that.
Really? Okay.
No. Almost Famous. I've always enjoyed Almost Famous.
Okay, I never saw that one.
Yeah, I like it for what it is. Even Rockstar.
I
Again,
don't have an issue with it.
for what it is, it's actually not all that bad.
Yeah. I think
Um,
Marky does a pretty good job.
yeah,
Like, I mean,
yeah,
like on
absolutely.
paper, you're like, oh, that's gonna be a shitty movie,
Yeah,
Like, but I thought he did okay, and I kind of like John Cena in The Peacemaker, like I
yeah.
wasn't expecting that to be good, but
Hmm.
I listened to it for the soundtrack, and I was totally wrong. I like John Cena in that show.
Yeah,
I like the show,
yeah,
so yeah, always surprised.
yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any other like rocker movie things like that I've watched.
I remember. Do you remember a movie? I don't know. This might have been like a somewhat of an independent movie. The Stoned Age,
Mm-mm.
like late '90s, early
Mm-mm.
'90s. Okay, it's
No.
it's very. It's like these two hippies or like '80s guys, and they're just going around trying to party all night, basically. And like Blue Oyster Cult is
Right.
like their band, So like there's a pretty decent soundtrack then
Hmm.
as far as that goes. But like it's pretty cool. There's is it Christina Applegate? She might be in that. Some famous actress.
Hmm.
That was like one of her first movies,
Hmm.
and she went out and obviously did better after that. But
Yeah.
that was like her first movie, and I'm trying to remember who that is here now.
Yeah, I can't think. Yeah. I mean, Singles would probably fall in that category for all the
Okay.
grungers. I think Pearl Jam's in the movie and whatever, but
Yeah.
very young Pearl Jam. But oh gosh,
Frank here says, "Love the Bangalore Choir, all 3 albums." Yeah, you're right. All 3
I
albums
need to
are
go
good.
check those. I do need to check those out. I don't. I've never heard those.
You never heard the first one?
I'm not familiar with them. No,
Oh
I mean, I
man,
know of them, but
yeah.
I never got into those.
John,
Yeah,
you gotta
no.
listen to the first one at least. At
Well,
least first.
again, when I got way too much stuff I gotta
I
listen to.
understand. But man,
Uh,
it's for 1992. I
yeah.
will say On Target, the debut, is a top 50 hair metal album for me. Like
Hmm,
I rank it that high, and like David Reese's vocals are great on that, and it's
right.
not too much like how he sounds in Accept. It's more of a cleaner
Hmm.
vocal
Right.
feel to him, and really good stuff.
Right.
But let's
Let's
see
see
here.
if
Andy
you,
says, if you could resume hair metal one single album, which album would it be and why? Resume. I don't know. Andy, can you kind of like uh give us a little bit more detail on the question, or like I don't know what you mean by resume one single album. I don't know what you mean by that. But if you can elaborate a little bit,
yeah, maybe,
more than
yeah, a
happy
little
to
more
answer that.
elaboration on that one.
Yeah. But no, definitely I will say though, Bangalore Court a lot like I always say this. 1990 and 1993 even with the Accept episode that we did, Objection
Mhm.
Overruled. So much good metal, so much good hair metal, so everything was just so getting pushed out the door and just not getting the promotion, obviously, because with MTV and radio going to something new like grunge, there so much good stuff. A lot of bands were coming into their own, maturing, putting out the best stuff of their catalog, in my opinion.
Mhm.
It just gets forgotten and overlooked, and I don't know if you want to touch on that at all
You know,
about any band.
I'm just thinking in the 90s what was out that I would have still been listening to. I mean, I was in a circle of friends that was getting more into the Pearl Jams, the Soundgardens,
The new thing coming
and the
around.
Alice in Chains and all that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
So a lot of the stuff other than Wasp was probably the one band that I stuck with.
Okay.
Kiss. I mean, I liked Revenge. I thought
Mhm.
Revenge was heavy, and I liked Carnival of Souls. Every Mother's Nightmare from
Yes.
Dr. Rocker. That was I loved Every Mother's Nightmare. That was a great band.
You prefer the first album or the second album?
I probably have a lot more memories of the first album,
Okay.
more so than the second. But I mean, the second was good.
It was.
It was a strong album.
Mhm.
Heaven's Edge, I liked.
Yeah.
I really liked Heaven's Edge. Spread Eagle.
Oh yeah. Spread Eagle. There you
Spread
go.
Eagle, I thought was great. Like Through These Eyes and Broken City and Dead of
Switchblade
Winter,
Serenade.
Switchblade Serenade, Scratch Like a Cat,
Broken City.
Broken City. I mean, there's
Yeah.
that's the debut is a great album. I got the second one, but it didn't stick with me quite like that first one did.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
And it's been forever since I listened to it. Sleaze Bees.
Okay. Yeah.
Saigon Kick, I think, was kind of in that time
Ooh,
period.
that's a tough one for me. Like the Lizards,
Um,
I could dig the Lizard, but I don't like their debut. I listened to that the
yeah,
other week, and I'm like, I
yeah,
can't get into it for some
yeah.
reason.
Obviously, I was listening to Pantera. That was
Okay.
a given.
Are you in the hair metal camp of Pantera, or more of the change of look and sound? Pantera?
More Cowboys from Hell forward.
Okay.
I've listened.
That's a decent album.
I've listened to those early ones, but it was they're okay for what they are, but it's not
Right.
something I would go back to.
Now, I guess technically the first singer then before Phil, he went on to do Lord Tracy, correct? I'm 99% sure on that.
Yeah.
That's him.
Yeah.
Now that album, I have it. It's fine. Not gonna make a top 50 or 100
right.
hair metal list or whatever. It's fine. I'll play it once in a while, but it's not one of, hey, John, you gotta go listen to that.
Yeah.
Dr. Rocker says Love Hate. Were you a fan of Love Hate?
I think I heard them, but again, it wasn't something that stuck to me.
Certainly, I would say I like them, but more along the lines of a punkier feel. Very edgy. Which is fine. They certainly fit in that sleaze rock or that sleaze category, but even punkier yet. They certainly take it to the extreme with that punk vibe to it.
Right. I mean, I was still carrying, gosh, into the mid '90s. I mean, I was still listening to things like, L.A. Guns' Cocked and Loaded, Slip of the Tongue. Even like to 95, 97, I was still listening to a lot of that earlier stuff. I didn't quite. Yeah, of course, the Karabi Crew album, obviously, that was a good one.
What did you think of L.A. Guns' Hollywood Vampires '91? Did you?
I remember getting it, and
can't remember much of it?
I just don't remember much of it back then.
Okay.
Again, it wasn't part of the community I was a part of, the friend community I was with, and plus the job that I was working kind of kept me busy, and the social life I had kind of kept me busy. So I wasn't I can't say I was really listening to music 24/7,
Okay.
I certainly would in the car, but but it would just be the stuff I was, again, and it was all the stuff that I was already liking, and just kept
No one was letting you
replaying.
borrow Hollywood Vampires tape. Like these kind of bands.
No,
Be like, hey, check this out.
no,
Okay.
no.
All right.
I was into like the band Malaya Rage.
Okay.
Late 80s, they were a big they were a thrash band, but then after their second album, Solitary Solitude, they were dropped off Epic CBS, and then they got signed to some smaller labels. They came out with an album called Death Valley Dream, I think it was, and
Okay.
it was good, but it was nothing like the first two albums. And then you never heard from them again, or if you did, you weren't in a market that had those kind of pockets for bands like that.
Correct.
Raven,
Yeah.
I talk about Raven same way.
Yeah. Yeah.
After Nothing Exceeds Like Success, especially in the 90s, what happened? Did you ever, for me, I never saw Architect of Fear in a record
No.
store.
I
Never
can't.
saw Glow. I never saw any of those 90s albums in stores, because
I was gonna say.
they were on smaller, overseas labels that
Mhm.
just didn't get the distribution in the States.
Right. Yeah.
And those albums are like completely overlooked and forgotten about by, generic Raven fans are going to know Wiped Out, the first, Rock Until You Drop, all for one.
Mhm.
Um, Thank You, Grego. Yep. Malaya
Yep.
Rage, Boston metal band. But then everybody hears like The Pack Is Back, and they're like, what in the world?
Right.
Which
Yeah.
I kind of like Pack Is Back, though.
Yeah. Okay.
I like it.
I was gonna say, I certainly, in my time of collecting the past 20 years, I've only seen Raven albums, used or new, up until Excess, and before. Nothing
Mhm.
after. So like, to your point,
Yeah,
just
they're
not
just,
mass produced.
well, but you also have to understand, by about 2001, Mark suffered an injury when a retaining wall.
Okay.
Something happened with a retaining wall and fell on top of him and crushed his legs. So he was out of action for a good 7 or 8 years or so. So there was a lot of time there where they didn't release anything.
Okay.
But
All right. So I think Andy kind of gave us a little bit of elaboration here.
Okay.
If you were abducted by aliens and they
Ugh.
asked you what is hair metal all about in one album, which would be your answer? That's a tough one. It's like, I'll go first, John, if
Yeah,
you want to think
because
on
I'm thinking.
it. I want to throw a couple out at you. All right. Like I said earlier, Open Up and Say Ah is not a bad choice. Certainly would be in the top 5 choice to be like, hey, this is probably what it covers a lot of ground, I will say. But I personally, probably like Long Cold Winter, maybe from Cinderella, I would throw at them. Now, if you're talking sleaze, like sleazier, harder stuff, you can't go wrong with the Spread Eagle debut, like we just mentioned. That's a great sleaze metal album. You do have some stuff that is very close. Like I'm kind of thinking of it as kind of like if I would go to a desert island, or like a forbidden island. I'm there all by myself for the rest of my life. What, like, 20 albums would you take? Certainly the ones I mentioned are probably ones I would take. Oh God, yeah. Like, I don't know, man. It's so hard because it's so different taste for everybody.
Yeah.
No one hears everything the same, but generally speaking, I would throw those out there at them. I would be like, hey, let's get a couple copies of this, get a couple copies of that. And I would, the Spread Eagle one, man, I find a hard one. Like, I wouldn't give him anything Bon Jovi. I wouldn't give him even Guns N' Roses. I would not give. You could probably maybe talk me into maybe giving him Appetite, but I mean, as time goes on, I'm finding other albums that are just as good, if not better, than that album. It's just the right time, right spot, right sound, for that album to really blow up.
Yeah.
John, you have any you want to throw in?
Truth be told, when I remember when Appetite for Destruction came out, And I picked it up because I thought, oh, well, that's a cool looking cover. And I listened to it and I thought, it's just a heavier, sleazier Aerosmith. Been there, done that.
Right.
On the pile it went. And then the album just blew up. And then I went back and I listened to it again. I'm like, okay, I get this album now. But at first it didn't do anything for me. I would put out for me a Back for the Attack.
Ooh, okay. All right. I like that choice. I like it.
I love Back for the Attack. I thought that was a great album. Boy,
now
what else?
Frank here says Taiketo, excellent band from Jersey.
Yeah,
100%. That debut album is awesome.
Yeah,
but I don't know if that would be one that I would give to somebody first, though.
No, no, probably not.
But I 100% think it's awesome.
Yeah.
And speaking of Taiketo, I did just recently pick this up here, Wasted.
Oh yeah,
which was Danny was in before, obviously, Taiketo.
Right.
And Johnny D, actually, from Britney Fox, he was on that album, too, surprisingly enough.
Now, that's not the Pete Way-led Wasted, right?
Now, I know, because I was getting confused with some of this stuff here, because that's the UFO, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yes. I don't know. I can look that up here. Did you say Pete Way?
Pete Way, yeah.
Yeah, he's on here.
He is. Okay.
Yeah, bass.
Okay, right, okay.
Because I know...
I just didn't know that album. I know the one with the Nosferatu character.
Correct. That's the first album.
Yeah,
right?
The first album. Right.
Now this is 87.
Okay.
Okay. Save Your Prayers.
Right.
So it's fine for what it is, but I certainly take the Taiketo album over this album here from Wasted. So
speaking of that, I would even give Aliens the Trick or Treat soundtrack.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I love that album.
It is a good album.
And I mean, the first album is really good too, but I like All Fired Up just as much too.
I have that. I haven't listened to it though for a couple of years. I do want to revisit that.
Oh, certain songs like Misunderstood. I love that one. Hot Shot, Nonstop Love. All Fired Up. There's a lot of good stuff on there. I don't know. I guess I just like Dave King's vocals, but
yeah, it's a great album. Don't get me wrong. Now they do another version of Heft on there, correct?
Yes, Heft is. I think it's just taken from the album, but yeah, it does appear on it. Yes.
Okay. All right. Because I always wondered about that. I'm like, okay, that's on the debut. Is there anything different? Because I never really compared the two.
I don't think so. No.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it just says taken from. It doesn't say anything about being re-recorded.
Gotcha.
If you really want to screw up the Aliens, give them Law of Devil's Land from Loudness.
Interesting. Okay. I don't have that one.
Because it's in Japanese. It's so they'd never be able to understand it.
Yeah.
I mean, most of it's in Japanese, not all of it.
But then again, we're talking about a very smart race here, John. Yeah. They'll know exactly.
They're going to be a lot smarter than we'll ever be, I'm sure.
What about this, John? Dog Eat Dog. Would that
Dog
be
Eat Dog? Yes, I would go. I would probably go to that more than I would Cherry Pie or Scoundrels. I was never a big Warrant guy, but I do like Dog Eat Dog though. Yeah, that's a great album. Machine Gun, great track. Yeah, there's a lot of good
Andy
stuff
Warhol
on that.
Was right. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's great about that album though is there's some fun stuff
with
a serious tone, but then there's also very serious, darker stuff on here too. It's a good mixture of stuff.
Yeah,
I think
it's just a shame when it came out.
Correct. Yeah,
a little too late, unfortunately,
and not enough promotion either. Even if it was promoted half decently, it would have done more than gold. Yeah, it did go gold, but
here, Reed Little made a really good point on the Predator. No, not Predator. What's that? Not Objection Overruled. The one in the middle.
Yeah.
Death Row. He made a really good point though on that. Metallica's Black Album sold very, very well compared to the original grunge albums. Pantera sold considerably well.
Yeah.
There were certain bands that still outsold a lot of those.
100%.
Maybe hair metal is what was killed, but because I mean, think about this. By the time grunge came out, the thing about the hair metal bands is everybody was starting to sound alike. You couldn't tell one band from the other after a while, and it just got to be so glutted, and it just was you were just looking for something original to come out of all of that.
Right.
And I'll be honest, I didn't even care for the Black Album when it came out.
Yeah,
it's still not one I go back to.
Right. It's certainly one I've grown to respect over time. I didn't like it much when I was a kid, but I agree with your assessment on the hair metal a little bit as far as like the mainstream stuff.
Yeah,
there was a lot of stuff that was, I feel like, very different. Like obviously all the sleaze bands that we just mentioned, bands like Spread Eagle, like the sleaze was starting to go its own direction. You started to have like bands like even like Baton Rouge kind of going a little bluesy. You had a band called The Graveyard Train, if I can find it here, and even like Lynch Mob too, like doing like kind of bluesy stuff too, right?
Child's Play would be another one.
Yes, Child's Play, another good one. Kicks, but they had some fame beforehand. But yeah, no, I agree to an extent. Like the mainstream stuff was kind of just getting oversaturated, but because you even had like Mr. Big, Firehouse, bands like that, even Nelson going platinum and stuff like so. Like this was still selling in 1991, 1992.
Enough's Enough wasn't bad. They were pretty good. I actually saw them open for Nelson.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
I like the debut Nelson album, dude.
I like some of the stuff. Yeah, Fly High Michelle, I thought was a good track, and there was a couple of other really good tracks.
Now on the debut Enough's Enough, that's one I don't visit. Like I don't care for Enough's Enough. I like them. I got their first 3. Yeah. They're good, but that debut album, though, I will say, is like you look at them and stuff, and you're like, oh, this is gonna be cheesy and stuff. There's a couple dark songs on that album which blew me away, and I was like, holy fuck! It's like Finger on the Trigger. Yeah, that's a dark ass song. Like, and I'm like, is this Enough's Enough, or am I listening to like a sleazy band here? You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, since we're on the topic, let's not forget about Dangerous Toys.
Yeah.
Exactly. I all 4 of those albums I'm a huge fan of. Even though the last one, they went mid-90s, totally different sound than the rest of the other.
Formerly known as Dangerous. Yeah.
But still, I mean, the self-titled is a fantastic album. Hellacious Acres is great. Pissed is a great album. Yeah. And for what it is, I even like the artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys. There's a lot of stuff I actually like on that album, but it's just,
I bought that album a year ago, and I was like, I listened to it like once or twice, and I'm like, okay, I got to give this another couple years, because like it is very different, even from Pissed. Like you could tell that's the direction they were going in.
Well, I think the original bass player left, so McMaster takes over on bass.
Yeah,
and they just totally changed the sound to what was happening in the time.
Right, and even the original guitar player left after the second album. After Hellacious Acres, and that's when Paul Idell from Dirty Looks came in.
Right. Danny Aaron actually wasn't. He appears on the cover of the first album, but he didn't play on it.
Okay.
And then he was on the second album. He left by the time Pissed came out, I think, because you still had the other guy whose name is escaping me, Geary. Anthony Geary, I think his name is.
Yeah.
And so he was like the main guy on the first album, and then he and Danny Aaron would do stuff on the second. But it was just a totally different sound.
Yeah, 100. Yeah,
totally different sound.
But not totally like out of left field. If any band could do that, it would be Dangerous Toys.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. What about this, John? What about this? Is an album that would be in the thought process of Given to the Aliens here, the debut of Babylon AD.
Oh, I forgot about that one. Oh yeah, that's a good one.
I haven't
heard that in years.
That one gets better over time. I always loved it, even when I first bought it in high school.
Yeah, I need to go
But
back.
it gets better even over time for
I
me.
need to go back and check that one out again because golly, I remember liking that album.
Yeah.
What was the big song on that? I'm trying to
Bang Goes the
remember.
Bells.
Yes.
Hammer
Yes.
swings down, caught up in the process.
Yes.
And the ballad should have been huge.
Yeah.
Desperate.
Yes.
And then Baton Rouge actually remade it on their second album. Because I think it was like some kind of Jack Pawnee connection there.
Probably.
So
Well, and then you talk about Desperate, then then you have the girl band Vixen.
Yeah.
They had a song on their first album called Desperate, which I thought was a great track. Vivian Campbell supposedly plays on it.
Really? Okay. All
supposedly. Right. Saw them open for Ozzy. It was Ozzy, White Lion, and and Vixen. Yeah, that was a good show. It's the first time I ever saw Ozzy in concert. It was No Rest for the Wicked tour.
Really? That seems like an odd bill, kind of.
Well, given No Rest for the Wicked, it wasn't a surprise.
That's true. Yeah.
But Big Game had just been released for White Lion.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Vixen was still touring the first album. But the cool thing for that tour I was hoping for is I was really hoping for Janet Gardner to come out and sing "Close My Eyes Forever" with Ozzy. Ooh. I thought that would have been great, but
yeah, you would think they would do that.
That would have been awesome, but I don't think that was going to happen. No, Grego, I never listened. I'm familiar with Broken Teeth, but I've not taken the time to listen to it.
Yes,
I need to go check it out.
I was going to say
I need to listen to more of McMaster's stuff.
Well, I was going to say I have listened to that. It came out probably 10 years, maybe like 5 years or at least now. It's been at least 5 years out now. 4 on the Floor, I think it's called. Mm-hmm. The album. Really good stuff. I can't remember the song off of it, but it is good stuff on there. I do like that album.
Yeah.
But Dr. Rocker says, have the aliens watch Decline of Western Civilization 2 and have them watch Randy Yo and his assless chaps. Understand. They certainly will understand after watching that whole movie. No doubt. Now, yep. I got to say, I wish I could find some Seduce physical stuff. Like from Detroit. I looked up, ever since I started watching that movie, I've been looking for Seduce stuff. Yeah. You will not find it for a half decent price, and I don't think it ever really got reissued either.
Yeah, and good luck with that. Good luck with that.
That's the shame of all this. Like when you go back and you look at all this stuff and find this music that just wasn't really even on a big label.
Yeah.
But just independent stuff or just stuff that just never got promoted or just kind of brushed under the carpet. It's you can never find it.
Well, I want to go back to my whole glut thing. Mm-hmm. So the reason I say there was so much of a glut coming out with all kinds of, not only, it wasn't just in the hair metal stuff, it was in the traditional metal, it was in the power metal and the thrash metals and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, your shred metals and all these kind of things. So, I love picking, I hate saying I'm picking on this band, but I love to show this band off because the cover gets a lot of flack, but come on, folks, just find this album for God's sakes. Predator, Easy Prey, for crying out loud.
Okay. I remember, I never listened to that. I'd seen that cover before, but I never listened to it.
You can listen to it on YouTube. That's the only way it's the guitar player vocalist is kind of, it's kind of power thrashy. Jeff Prentice is a kind of a shredder guy, kind of a screamy vocal, typical of that early thrash kind of stuff. It's really not a bad album. It's just a shame that the cover gets so much crap. Brian Slagles goes on record saying this is the worst cover in Metal Blade history.
Really? Is it? I don't.
Oh,
when I'm looking at it doesn't look that bad.
Well, the idea here. Look at this. So you get this great look. You get a nice looking girl there, and then here's the guy with the pantyhose over his head.
Well, okay.
Really? And then and then there's the back cover. Yeah. He's conquered the prey kind of thing.
Yeah. So you're watching a crime being committed.
Yeah. 2024, that stuff like that's not going to fly.
You're right. Yeah,
You
you're
know,
right.
but there was a lot worse. I mean, look at what the stuff Cannibal Corpse was putting out.
Oh yeah.
I mean, look at like Impaler's Rise of the Mutants. There's a great cover for you. You know, there's a lot of pretty gross stuff out there, but
Oh yeah.
nothing. I mean, the sexist stuff came usually with some of the early rap stuff, like the Two Life Crew and you know, a lot of that kind of stuff. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, the album Predator, this Metal Blade has never reissued it on CD.
Okay.
You can only find it on vinyl and cassette, and you have to go to Discogs or eBay to find it.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not something you're going to find because it's just, they didn't. One, I think they only press maybe, I think back in the day, I think I read that maybe you might get 5,000 copies.
Ooh.
That you might have only pressed, and that would have been about it.
Yeah.
You know,
and
it's
if
not
it
like,
didn't sell well,
again,
they're not
because Metal Blade's not that, you know, they
Yeah.
weren't a large label. So, you know, yeah, they had all these bands. I mean, gosh, I mean, let's think about this. They had, you know, Fate's Warning, yet Omen, Tyrant, Trouble, Thrust, Sentinel Beast, Detente, the first Flotsam and Jetsam album.
Yeah.
You know, they had Anvil on there for a few albums. They had Hallows Eve. You know, that you had a lot of classic metal coming out back in those days, but because it was on a small label, they never, Lizzie Borden,
Yeah, that's right.
They didn't get out there. Dr. Rocker and Casey Tom here both saying Heavy Bones.
Yes. That's an amazing
We want to
album.
acknowledge you guys.
Yes, yeah. That's an amazing album. Oh my god, definitely. That is a top 50 hair metal album for me.
Yeah.
Frankie's great on it. Joel Ellis is great on. Everyone's great. Gary or Hoey. You know, yeah,
yeah,
awesome on there.
Yeah,
like oh my, that's a great album. I prefer that over Cats and Boots, Joe Ellis's previous band. Cats and Boots is awesome too, but yeah, I lean Heavy Bones, and that reminds me actually of McQueen Street. If you're familiar with McQueen Street, John, 1991, great sleazy type of feel, but decent ballad though too. I mean, but it's not like your typical mainstream. It's a little bit more in depth, a little bit more thoughtful lyric as far as the ballad and the slower stuff goes. But there's also some like party women songs, you know, shit like that. But definitely one to check out too. That's one that I would certainly be okay with the aliens given to the aliens. The Queen Street.
How about
the Heavy Bones one too?
How about Easy O's debut?
Yes, that's right. When you I should have pulled that out because I said the last time you come on, or the next time that you come on, I was gonna pull it out for you. But Easy O is very good. I like Easy O.
Love the debut. Fire is a different album, but I still have a lot of love for that.
I only have the debut, so I can't speak anymore.
I got so lucky finding Fire at a local store here, and I think I only paid $10 for it on vinyl. Okay. So, because finding CD copies of those are very difficult. Okay. I've been looking because Mike Lodano has been looking for them from Grab a Stack of Rock, and yeah, to find those on CD is. You're going to be paying a lot of yen.
Well, I was going to say I can't say I ever came across it. I actually came across the vinyl, original vinyl at a great used record store around here. Awesome stuff. He always has great stuff, but you could tell he had it there for a while because the price was under $10.
Yeah,
and I was like, "Yep, this band sounds familiar," because like I wasn't too sure what song or whatever, but I'm like, this band like the name sounds familiar, so I'm just gonna pick it up. You know?
Flashback, Heart Attack. House of a Thousand Pleasures.
Ooh,
Desiree. Oh gosh.
Now they were always marketed as like the Japanese Kiss, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
but they were way better than Kiss, though.
Yeah, because I mean, they tried, and it was Gene Simmons' way of trying to ride on the Loudness coattails.
Right.
Yeah, because Loudness was trying to break through.
Yeah.
I mean, they just wanted to get another Japanese metal band out there. Right. You know, you didn't get a lot of Japanese metal. Unfortunately, I think Easy O and Loudness was pretty much it. I mean, you might have another band here and there, But for the
Yeah,
most part, you just didn't get the glut of that like you got a glut of thrash bands, a glut of hair bands, a glut of sleaze bands, a glut of this band, that band, or whatever.
okay, yeah. I got there's another band I'm thinking of that was Japanese. I'm trying to think. It wasn't it's not Symphony X. Damn.
It is something X.
Yes, you know who I'm talking about.
I know who you're talking about because it has the guy Yoshiki.
Yeah, okay.
And Yoshiki was the guy that does the Black Diamond on the Kiss tribute album.
Oh, really?
When they did the Kiss My Ass Kiss Regrooved album.
Yeah, okay.
So Yoshiki closes the album. Well, most versions there's some versions that has like a German version of Unholy after it, but for the album proper closes with a symphonic version of Black Diamond.
Really?
Oh,
I never heard that.
Oh God, it brings tears to my eyes because Black Diamond is probably my favorite Kiss song of all time. Okay. And to hear that version, it makes me weep. It's just so beautiful.
Okay. Now, is the band X Japan? Is that who?
I think that's who it is. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
We found we got we did the X File. We tried to look it up. We did some detective work, and I think that's what.
There you go. Yes.
But yeah, I listened to a few of their songs too. Mm-hmm. Really good. Yeah. Really good stuff. Like I don't know.
I'll tell you, again, you're better to find it on Spotify.
Yes, but that's where I actually had to hear some of the songs.
But if you can find the pre-EZO stuff, when they were called Flatbacker.
I remember you talking about that. Yeah,
that's some intense stuff right there.
Okay,
I actually managed to find one of them on vinyl, and so I actually have one of the albums, and it really is good. The other one is super good too. I don't remember which one it is I have, but yeah,
certainly sounds like it would have been a pretty penny.
Yeah, it probably would have been. It probably was. It probably was. I don't remember what I did, but Black Eyed Susan.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, now Frank, I know who you're talking about because Black Eyed Susan, John, is if you remember Brittany Fox.
Yes. That was Dizzy Dean's band after. Yes.
The album.
Never heard it, but yes, I remember it.
Yeah. Okay, because the album, I remember when I first bought that, I'm like, I'm not digging this. Like, even like the single off of that, Nothing Else, or not Nothing Else Matters. Hell, the single that they had for that, it's just okay.
Yeah,
it's not like, man, you left Brittany Fox for this. You know, I mean, that's what I was thinking. But we would have never got the great Bite Down Hard album in Tommy Paris.
True.
If Dizzy didn't leave, but I will say, as time is going on, I give it a couple more chances. There is stuff that I do tend to like, you know, and it's good. I can listen to it now the whole way through and like not hate it and stuff like that. It's a fine album for what it is.
Right.
But yeah, man, that was. I know they got in a fight and everything, like a lot of bands do. But man, if they could have held that out, if they could have released at least one more album, Poison Heat would have went gold or platinum. The first album would have went platinum then, because they didn't even do a full tour for Poison Heat because they broke up.
Yeah,
and they were supposed to get the Kiss gig tour, so that would have helped a big deal. But Slaughter,
you mean for the reunion tour or
no for the Poison Heat? So that would have been like Hot in the Shade.
Oh, okay, right.
So now Kiss isn't the biggest band when Hot in the Shade's going around.
Not that. Not even for Revenge.
Yeah, you're not gonna turn that down though either as a band.
No,
So
no. I mean, the sad thing of it is when I saw the Revenge tour, I mean, I felt bad for Trickster and Faster Pussycat because nobody was behind the soundboard. I mean, Tricksters. I mean, it was up at Stable Arena, not too far from where you are, a couple hours up, and up in Bethlehem. And Trickster sounded muddy. Faster Pussycat was screeching and feedbacking constantly.
Okay.
And then Kiss got on and they sounded okay, but Faster Pussycat's another example. I'm like, I say I've suffered through those guys 3 times in concert, and after properly listening to the first album with no live, no nothing, just listening to the first album, just listen to it and really intense. I'm like, I've given this band a lot of crap over the years. And because I always had to suffer through them live 3 times.
Right.
And every time I thought back, it's like, it wasn't the band's fault that that the show was bad. It was either nobody at the soundboard, faulty equipment, or some, bad sound or whatever.
Yeah.
I can't fault the band. So I finally could listen to Faster Pussycat with a different set of ears and appreciate them a lot more than what I could back in the day when I say I had to suffer through them live.
Right.
But
now, did you visit the first 3 then albums?
I haven't gone back to the second and third. No.
Okay.
Not yet. Not yet. I just the first one.
Okay.
Baby steps.
Yeah, I got you. Certainly the third album, Whip, is definitely a mature album. Like it doesn't sound really anything like the first 2, but it's still rock, but it just sounds like 1992-ish, but not like going out in total left field though either, it's good for what it is, but there is a couple fun songs on there still, tongue-in-cheek stuff, but there's a lot of seriousness to it as well. But yeah, worth checking out though. Eventually, once you get another couple steps in,
Once I start whittling my piles down of what I need to be listening to when I get there, that's the big part of it. But because like I said, there's like so many bands I really want to take the time to really just dive into.
Oh yeah,
but it just takes time, and you got to have the mental drive to even pursue it sometimes. And sometimes you get to be my age, and sometimes that just gets to be a little hard.
Yeah.
Sometimes instead of wanting to listen to Blood of the Nations, I want to go back and dig out my Anders Segovia box set and just put that on and just nice classical guitar.
Yeah. Clean your palate.
Yes, exactly.
Nothing wrong with that.
No. It makes me look at my fingers and say, yeah, you could play this, right?
Yeah. So, guys, we have our special guest for tonight coming on here.
Okay.
We got Pat from Sick Vicki. What is going on, my man? Can you hear us?
Hear me?
Yeah.
You guys got me?
We got you.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Going good, man.
So, guys, if you're not aware of Sick Vicki here, Pat and Sick Vicki, this is their debut album from 1993, Kiss Me in French. Recommend it to anybody. Great album for 1993. Your typical hair metal stuff, and just awesome. So, Pat, my man, how's your day been going, man?
My day's been great, man. It just kind of it's been a Friday. We like Fridays because it leads into the weekend. Got a little, got the gear out. Got a little bit of work to do this weekend. Got a show next Friday at the Puck Live in Doylestown. Got a couple other things brewing pretty big for next year. So the band's doing well. Everybody's kicking back, and happy
Good
Friday.
Deal. Yes. Cheers. Yeah, definitely.
So another Pennsylvania boy here, huh?
Yep, Philly. Right?
Another Philly boy. I just saw you had some people talking about Black Eyed Susan and
Heaven's
Boys
Edge
and Cinderella, and we in Heaven's Edge. Yeah, we played with those guys way back in the day. We're blessed to be still able to play with Heaven's Edge these days as well. We did a show at Hardy's last summer with them, which was great.
Yeah.
Looking forward to doing some more stuff with them in the future.
Yeah. I'm a Lehigh Valley boy originally. I live in Alabama now, but yeah, I'm a Lehigh Valley boy originally. So yeah. Unfortunately, I never got to. What was that?
DJ Bananas.
Yeah, DJ. Yeah. Unfortunately, I moved to Maryland about '86, so I missed out on like the Croc Rock, Airport City, the Airport Music Hall, and stuff like. Those were like some of the venues that DJ Bananas would be another one. But I missed out on all those shows, and then I go down to the Eastern Shore of Maryland where there's like nothing.
Well, and now Maryland's one of the happening places with a really good scene still. Baltimore. If you go up to like Baltimore,
the western side of Maryland where
Yeah.
I was like 30 miles from the ocean. So, going over to Baltimore, that was like a totally different state. It was like that was like a completely different state. We didn't acknowledge those people quite so much. But
it stinks that you missed the music hall though. The music hall was a great venue. I think
what I've heard.
I heard they're possibly reopening a music hall up in that area again. So I'm gonna reach out to Pat and see what they're up to. But I used to DJ up at the music hall back in the day.
Oh yeah.
So my friend Dave and I did a lot of shows up there, and we would play like metal music between all the bands and stuff. And here's a story for you. The one night this band kind of rolled in, did a really kicking show, and never heard of them before or anything. And we ended up hanging out and partying with those guys all night long. Good bunch of dudes. And this album called Appetite for Destruction was released like 2 weeks later. And they just blew up.
Wow.
Now, Pat, that kind of leads me to a question. What was some of the bands that you played with that kind of like made success? Like obviously you mentioned Brittany Fox and stuff. Like, were there any other bands that kind of like made it that you guys were kind of like looking up to as far as like Sick Vicki, like looking up to like your peers, local peers that were like, man, they made it. Like, we're gonna be next.
So the one band that I really liked Heaven's Edge. They put on a great show. You know what I mean? The choreography that those guys did was phenomenal. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we opened for Cinderella. Those guys, what more can you ask for? But the band that I got to talk about that really I thought was going to be huge, and they never even released their first record, was Street Talk. And if you've never heard of those guys, I could probably find some stuff and I'll send it to you, Kev. But
okay.
Really, really strong songs, very talented bands. They had Kevin Raposo, who ended up singing for Dandelion on fronting in the 90s. And Matt Bradley was, after Kevin left, they had Matt Bradley singing for them as well. So both like absolutely phenomenal frontmen and writers, and the songs were so powerful. They just, there's a song called Riverside that they did for a tribute to Matt after he died, which the song is just it's larger than life, honestly.
Really? Okay. Interesting. All right. So, and that kind of leads me to another question. Like, obviously Philly is somewhat close to Baltimore. So like with it, I would say probably 3 hours, give or take or so. And now did you guys ever play with like Child's Play or Kicks, the Baltimore boys? Like how close were you guys like, was the Philly scene and the Baltimore scene kind of close with each other, or was it kind of like, like two different territories,
There was some crossover, but it was pretty much territories at that point. We played down there with Kicks a couple of times. Hi, nice to see you too. This is Loki. Loki is my Great Pyrenees. He's about 160 pounds. And he loves to make sure he gets on camera with me.
So you got a wolf.
I got a wolf. Yes, he's a good dog. So, but yeah, we played down in Hammerjacks with Kicks before. We only played down there a couple of times. We pretty much were playing up like north of, like in Jersey, the Pennsylvania area, northern Pennsylvania, New York State. There was a really cool story. There was this little town called Middletown, New York. And it's like kind of out in like Nowheresville, New York. You know what I mean? And we went up there. We played a show once, and we opened up for their like main headliner. Mm-hmm. And get out of my beer. And see, the dog likes beer, I guess. So we went up there and we did a show and opened up for these guys, and we were on. This is like '92, and the band was totally on. And we went the next time we went up there. Like, there's probably a couple hundred people there. The next time we went up there, it was like a month and a half later, and we headlined. They brought us up to headline.
Really? Okay.
Word of mouth. The place held about probably 700 to 1,000 people, and you couldn't get in the place.
Really?
Show that. It was absolutely phenomenal. It was one of them. Holy moly! Here we are.
Yeah. Now that's kind of another question I have. As far as like at least the East Coast over here, what did like 1992 and 1993 look like for a band like you guys?
we were playing between 4 and 7 nights a week half the time. You know what I mean? We were doing shows every night. There was lots of live venues looking for music. Usually, Mondays or Tuesdays you got off. Thank you. And but sometimes we didn't, and we played all through the weekends. A lot of underage shows happened Sundays, so we would play those. On this side of the fence, you had like the Empire Rock Room and Bonnie's and the Cell Block, and Dobbs for a little more of the more alternative stuff that was happening in the early '90s. And then you had places like Studio One up in Newark. You had Swizzles out in New York.
Yes, yeah.
We played. I used to, if I had nothing else to do, I would go to Swizzles just because it was like a different scene. There was different bands out there.
Yes. Yeah.
And
correct me if I'm wrong. Easy Mickey was a band around here.
I think I liked Arthur's Museum.
Oh, okay. That's crazy that you say that because I have some stuff over here from Arthur's Museum that I picked up from Richie's dad. I got it from his dad. Came out. Okay. So his dad came into the record store the other day and gave the owner like all this like Arthur's Museum stuff that was just like his dad doesn't want it no more, and it's just so I ended up picking up some of the extras that he gave to the owner.
Twist my arm, right?
yeah. No, I did. He had to tell me one time, and that was it. So I went right down and got it. So, but yeah, dude, like I didn't even know that was a thing for Richie. Definitely. I can't say I've listened or I ever owned anything from Arthur's Museum, which they didn't really last too long. But like,
they were solid though. They were a good band.
Okay. Can you kind of give like people that aren't aware of Arthur's Museum what they kind of sounded like, and as a comparison, like to another band?
I'm trying to think because they kind of fit that whole, not necessarily Dream Theater, but that kind of sound. Like the vocals were a little more harsh, but they definitely they had the musicianship in the band. You know what I mean?
Right.
They were pretty good. They were a good solid band.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm always interested now. Like I'm like, okay, now I gotta for this stuff that I got. I just don't have the album now, so I gotta change that at some point. Like I'm not going to YouTube all the time and listen to it.
And there's, I've been listening lately too. There's a bunch of. Will you stop, buddy? I love you. There's a bunch of the newer bands that are coming out now too. You have like Reckless Love and Crazy Licks and stuff like that, and those guys. And I was actually privileged to get on the stage with the guys in Aldenova last year down at the Reckless Shepherd for the M3 pre-party.
Okay, yeah, that's right. You did go down to the M3.
Yeah. I did both pre-parties last year. I went to the Cantina and I went to the Shepherd. I didn't do M3 because I just went to all the pre-parties because that's where you get to have fun with everybody. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
And so I spent the day and I ended up hanging out with Denny Grace, who's his band Thrill Ride is up and coming, and they sound really good.
Okay.
Like again, they're sticking with the older sound. Check them out if you get a chance. I'm sure there's some stuff on YouTube, but Denny's a really cool dude too. So will you stop?
Okay. John, did you want to jump in with any question or like anything that you wanted to chat about?
Well, a dog. I'm right there with you with that whole territorial thing, because I always heard the stories of Kix and Wrathchild saying, they played pretty much every dump place you could that would book them, whether in the Baltimore, West Virginia, Western Maryland, all of the Western Pennsylvania and all that area, and whether it was 10 people or the most dingiest, dirtiest, nastiest looking places, that's if they booked you and you played. I mean, that was just how you cut your teeth, and that's just how you
you're right. That's kind of like how it was zoned, because you did Jersey, Delaware, because they were Union Station in Delaware, another great spot. But you did Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey, and New York, or you did Maryland, Western Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, that kind of it all kind of really stayed separate. You know what I mean? Depending on how far you wanted to travel.
Right.
And, like I said, occasionally it would cross over. When we were prepping to sign the deals and our management started booking us outside, we would like I said, we would go to upstate New York or like I said, Hammerjacks, we started playing the places down there, and we're just trying to expand out. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Expand the fan base back then.
Well, it's like you talked about that show in Middletown where you were, 700 to 1,000 people, and you couldn't get more people in there if you had a shoehorn.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the kind of stories that made Twisted Sister where they were.
Yeah.
How long were they just destroying all the clubs in the tri-state area, and they're selling out all these big venues, these 2,000 seat venues or whatever. Yep. But no label would talk to them. How often did you hear that with Twisted Sister? Heck, you probably heard the same thing with Van Halen, even Quiet Riot back in the days.
Well, that's the thing. You know what I mean? Even if the labels talk to you, once you looked at the deals, a lot of times the deals weren't that good. Yeah. You know what I mean? You had to hold out, and you had to keep building it up to the point where they actually wanted to pay you for your product. You know what I mean? Otherwise you ended up, like you said, being still continually shoehorned into every little club. Mm-hmm. And Kicks, as far as I'm concerned, for their showmanship and the quality of their music, they should have been just as big as Skid Row or bigger. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Those guys were phenomenal musicians. They were good people. Steve, obviously, he just retired last year, but to that day, he put on the same show, same energy, same thing. Came out with the umbrella, did Cold Shower. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Absolutely phenomenal band.
Yeah.
The only thing that I wish that I would have got to see at one of the last shows is if Donnie Purnell could have got up and played bass with them.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It's like, because at the same time, I've probably seen Kicks like at least 4 or 5 times live throughout my life, and I was so bummed when, like, the last time or the second to last time Steve was like, "Hey guys, I'm not gonna do yeah no more." I don't know if it was just because he couldn't do it anymore or what the deal was, but I was like, "Oh, it was so good live."
It was. He probably just got sick of that whole spiel the entire time. He did that spiel for 30 years.
I mean, every time I watch him, I get out of breath. Watching him sing.
It's like him and people like him and Mick Jagger, and who else can I think of that has that kind of energy?
I guess early David Lee Roth, maybe.
Yeah, early David Lee Roth, but I mean, Mick Jagger to this day is still pretty energetic. You know what I mean? Steven Tyler, another one. You know what I mean? I understand Aerosmith is retired now, but to the end of times, that guy was like flipping around on stage like he was 25 years old. You know what I mean? He just kept going.
Yeah.
Age is just a number, right, Pat?
Amen to that.
Yeah, just keep on listening to the metal, and you'll be young forever. You'll be young forever.
Or you keep playing it. I think
you can keep playing it and keep listening to it, but don't hang out in those mosh pits. My near 55-year-old body realizes, no, you don't need to be in a mosh pit. No.
I guess there are some, governors and limits that we have to have here, guys, but other than that, though,
what's crazy though, is like some of the, so we played with Lynch Mob last year. And
yeah.
Great. It was a great show. And, and I never realized that George was that old. I always thought he was, my age and stuff like that. And he still plays like a monster. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Him and Jaron are a great combo up there with Gabriel on vocals. It's a really good, and Paul's like the monster on the drums. That guy he'll probably go through heads if you didn't give him like the double fix.
I didn't know. Phenomenal. George Lynch just turned 69, right?
Something like that. It's 69 or 70.
Yeah. When I seen that like a week or two ago, I was like, "Are you kidding me?" I mean, I knew he was up there, but not that and he still looks good and plays good. I'm super impressed.
Like I said, I thought he was maybe a little older than me, but I figured he was my age. You know what I mean? But then you find out, most of them guys, when I was playing, were telling everybody that they were in their mid 20s, and they're actually in their early to mid 30s at least. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because they've been slagging it on the scene for so long.
Yeah, well, they slagged it through the 70s. You know what I mean? I started playing in 80. I bought my first bass in 80 and started playing through then. And I played in a band. My first band here was a cover band. We ended up winning the Battle of the Bands in this little town called Lansdale, Pennsylvania, which gave us the opportunity to open up for Tease, if you remember Tease.
Yeah, Rough House.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we got to open up for them at a roller skating rink.
Okay.
That was back in the day. It was like everybody, even Rush played like any community center they could find, you know what I mean, and bring people in.
Well, what do you think of the Rough House once they got the bigger record label and have the Rough House debut? What'd you think of it?
No, those guys are great, man. I've still talked to Dave, the bass player thing. You know what I mean?
Understandable.
Dave and I still talk. We've talked for years, and he's actually opening up for us at the Puck next week.
Nice.
So,
okay.
With his original project, he's got a project called Weekly. Music's good. I like the songs, and it's different, which is what I really like. You know what I mean? It's not like anything I've heard before. Right. So if you get a chance, check Weekly out. California is a great song. Straight Jacket is cool. He's got a bunch of stuff up there.
Very cool. Okay. Now, another band that I thought of as far as the Philly connection is Tangier. You know any of the guys from Tangier?
Oh, back in the day, we played with them, I believe, at the Chestnut Cabaret. I think that was before they kind of changed the lineups around, but Uncle Bill always on vocals.
Yeah. Yep.
Bill Madsen,
great vocalist.
He is a great vocalist. Yeah, Mike LeCompte did a great job with Tangier as well, but Tangier to me was Bill.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, because like the '91 album, it's good. I think it's a little too overproduced for my liking, I would say. But there's good stuff on there. I still visit some of the stuff on there. Stranded is just really good. Yeah.
It was a good. That was one of their more poppy songs, you know what I mean? But that was a good song.
Yeah, Back in the Limelight as well. I enjoy that deep cut off there. But no, you can't fuck with Four Winds though. That's just a great album.
I agree. It's been a while since I've heard that one, but yes, that's I remember that album too. Yeah, that was good. I forgot about that's another band I forgot about.
Yeah, and I love because they had that bluesy sound, but it wasn't like a Great White sound though. You know what I mean? It was like
Bill's vocal tenor is totally different than anything Jack Russell would have done.
Right. Yeah. It just had a little bit, not like a sleazy edge to it. It just had a little bit more just of just real edgy. It was a little edgier, I guess. I don't know what the word I'm looking for.
I think that the word is edgy. Yeah. I think that they had a little bit more of an edge to them. It was a clean edge, but it was edge.
Yes. That's a good, there you go. I agree with that. But that's man, every time I get a chance to put on that album, it's kind of one that it's right on the cusp of a top 50 hair metal album for me. You know, like right on the cusp, because like sometimes I kind of forget about it, but then when I play it, I'm like, holy hell, this is awesome. Like I just love it. But I don't know.
Well, we keep getting the Forgotten Gem Award type thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, at least you get remembered. You know what I mean? Like some people are just kind of lost to time because they just didn't have a mass produced album or a reissue or what have you, or just even a deal at all. Like, and that's what sucks. Is there anything that you want to like touch on as far as like that? Because like I always say, the early 2000s, there was like a renaissance in like hair metal and like traditional metal and stuff. Like, but like a lot of those bands only released 1 or 2 albums because of lack of funds and
they were trying to fit in with that 1990s 2000 genre of things, and it really didn't work out for them. I mean, it's in your soul, the way that you play and how you want to present yourself is in here. It's not something that you just recreate. You know what I mean? And you don't get me wrong, some of the guys did, but the way you are and the way you play and the way you write is part of your soul, and that's why we do music. You know what I mean?
Of course, yeah.
I think for me, I don't know what your your thoughts on this would be record labels in the 80s versus record labels in the 2000s. Not even the same thing anymore.
No, they were looking in the 80s. They were looking for the next Bon Jovi. In 2000, they're looking for another Chevelle. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
Or
yeah.
if a label really even
cared.
Yeah. I mean, a label was just that. It was just a label. It wasn't the powerhouse kind of thing that you thought of. Yeah, and then it's like pretty much the only way you're going to get noticed is if how many streams you get on Spotify or YouTube or something like that. But nobody's going to pay attention to your stuff because you have to have something that's going to stick out to people, and sometimes
so I guess
it's a lot of work. I mean, comparatively speaking, like even back in the day, okay, I was one of those musicians that had a full-time job. I went to rehearsal. I recorded all night long. I slept for 2 or 3 hours and then went back to work and rinse and repeat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't want to live in poverty, or I could have been a starter musician, but and I made sure that I had the time and I did the tours and I did everything I had to do.
Sure.
But it was rough. I was putting in 16 to 20 hour days minimally just with that.
Okay.
Between those two, it was 2 full-time jobs.
Yeah. I could.
It's a grind. Yeah, it's a grind.
You didn't have social media back then either, so every flyer that got hung up was done physically. We're running around handing things out, having one of the guys run up to like New York and give them flyers. You know what I mean? Or it's not like you can email a flyer like you can today, or have a digital background stuff. Like the flyer I did for the Puck. A friend of mine does it. We set it all up. We change a couple of things on it. We put it up online. Everybody looks at it. Maybe you print a couple of them out for the club. You know what I mean? Yeah. Or you print a couple more out because people want us to sign it or something.
Right. Yeah. Certainly, I would say, as far as like the record, I guess, or the label, as far as it's concerned, like recently, you don't even really need a label anymore, do you, Pat? Like what are the perks really? I guess.
So the perks are the promotion piece. Okay, they're gonna have radio stations, guys like you in their pockets a little bit. You know what I mean? That are you're gonna do promotional work with those people. But it's more the promotion stuff. It's like they're going to market you in places that you're not necessarily normally going to get marketed. They're going to have subsidiaries throughout the world, or partners throughout the world that they can then market you through as well. That's how you get global. You know what I mean? Right. You can do national versus global. National is a little bit easier, not much, but and the ideology around how you release something has changed entirely now too. It's like you release a bunch of singles now, see how they do, and then put a record out.
Yeah,
because not enough people are buying the physical media.
They're not buying physical, correct?
Yeah, and the other thing too that I thought with labels, back in the 80s and so earlier, they were the ones that were helping foot some of the money to get you out on the road, and the tours, and now you have to literally find a decent promoter to promote your gigs in, whether it's in Doylestown, whether it's in San Antonio or Germany or West South Wales in Australia or whatever it is. You need to have some decent promoters, and they're not easy to come by. I mean, like I said, I'm in
Birmingham ones out there.
I'm in Birmingham, Alabama, and I'm lucky to get anything good around here.
Yeah, no, there's some good ones out there, and there's some slimy ones out there. I've been
absolutely
blessed to work with some of the good ones. I found a couple of the slimy ones, and I just kind of like walk away. I leave it alone. You know what I mean? But for the most part, I do a lot of self promotion. I take care of a lot of the booking for us right now. I do what I got to do. You know what I mean? Just to get, and we when we first came back, we were doing like a show a month just to get the band back rolling again and get people to know us. But we've cut down to, we haven't done a show in a couple of months now. We're doing this one in November. We have one coming up I can't announce yet in January, and one probably a few months after that I can't announce yet either, because it's not the whole thing has to be. It's a thing.
So are you coming down this way anytime soon? Can you at least?
I'd like to, but I mean, the problem is when you have 6 guys, and like I said, Rich and I are the original members. We try and pay the guys that work with us. You know what I mean? And if I'm only coming out there to play and they're paying us $100, I hate to say it, I can't take all the money out of pocket for everything that we have to bring and do. You know what I mean?
That's understandable.
So I'm trying to work with like a promoter. I'm looking for promoters and stuff to do like the Harrisburg Music Hall stuff, or I want to talk to Love Drafts.
Yeah,
maybe the Racehorse. Mickey's would be phenomenal for us, I think, but we have to get on the right show.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Certainly, like Racehorse, they've been bringing around some like rock and metal stuff this past year, so that's pretty good. Definitely, like you said, HMAC is good. Love Drafts has been doing like ever since they opened back up, like the past like year or two, or it might even be longer. But it's been a very heavy metal place.
Yeah,
punk too, like a lot of stuff, underground stuff now.
Yeah, my friends in Silver Tongue play there. Carbon plays there. They're all friends of mine. You know what I mean? Corey, I went and saw Corey's first show when they did Soundstage in Baltimore, when Carbon Stone first started doing their stuff again. And we talk online probably a couple times a week. Mm-hmm. We ended up being friends, which is really cool. And we've run into some people that we've had. Did this happen to you too? He goes, yeah, okay.
The music biz side of things.
Yeah. We talk business sometimes. Weird friends, crazy stuff that happens.
Now
they're doing that whole vampire vibe, industrial vampire vibe thing.
Right, cool. Yeah. Now I was gonna say, as far as regionality, do you think it's more important now to be? As far as, do you think it's more important that you were more regional, like a big regional act back in your day, like in the 80s, early 90s, or is it more important now, or is it kind of the same, or just social media took over?
Absolutely, totally different now. The regionality back in the day allowed you to play, like I said, we were playing 6, 7, between 4 and 6 nights a week, probably.
Yeah.
There's not as many live venues now, so you have to stem out.
Right.
So the lines in the sand are no longer there.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Yeah, because I always thought that was as far as like a question, like because most people know I never born in '92, so I never seen the golden era.
Yeah.
So like, and it's so different now than. I can't even fathom what it was like back then, So it's like, oh God, yeah. But I don't know. It's such a shame. But
the Empire Rock Room was a place to be.
Okay.
That was right on the boulevard in Philadelphia, Northeast Philly. Everybody who got signed in Philly played there. We opened up for Cinderella there a couple of times. You could find John Bon Jovi hanging out in the crowd sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It was that was the place to be, kind of like the Birch Hill up in North Jersey. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Another place, Stone Pony, all them places, man. There was all these great venues back then.
Okay.
We were basically, this area was like we Hollywood had nothing on us, honestly.
Yeah.
And, you know what I mean?
I can believe that.
Oh yeah, that Philly tri-state scene was completely different than what was on the LA scene. Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of them had their own vibe and sounds to it. But Pat, I got a band. Now this is probably going to be really an obscure band, but it is from the Pennsylvania area. I believe these guys were in the Lehigh Valley. I don't know. Again, I don't know if you can see this. The band is called Leviathan, spelled THEN at the end. I don't know if that is a name that rings any bells from like the late 80s into the 90s.
No, I'd never heard of those guys. I'll have to check them out.
Let's see, on this album, Joe Stumer, Jay Bybee, and Jimmy Vacca was I guess was on.
Jimmy sounds familiar.
Okay. Yeah, it sounded like these guys were kind of like Lehigh Valley. I think these guys were like mostly I guess more thrashy kind of stuff, not so much a hair metal band, but I think these guys were a little bit more a lot heavier stuff. But the only reason I knew about these guys was Dive Bomb Records.
Okay.
Dive Bomb Records seems to be a great place for these no one knows bands. And then they get their demos and whatever, and they give them a nice little CD release. You know, there's a couple different albums by them, and stuff like that. And
gotcha.
So I don't know. It was just I've discovered a lot of a many band that nobody's ever heard of, and I'm like, that's not too bad.
Yeah, I'll have to check out Dive Bomb. Yeah, FNA is another one that does stuff like that too.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have a release called The Early Years.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically lost demos.
Okay.
Well, the quality of some of the recordings is not great, but the songs are there. You know what I mean? For fans that really liked us back when we were a little heavier.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite song that we ever played, "What Is Love," is on there, which is it's not the greatest quality recording, but you get the gist of the song.
Right. Yeah.
"Tears Like Rain" was another one that I think should have been our 18 in Life. With proper arrangement and production.
I could see that. Yeah.
It was that song. We had violins in there. I mean, we were all over the place with that one. It was crazy. But it was a great ballad.
Yeah, I've written a couple of songs where I have music too, and I have all kinds of grandiose ideas. Whether or not I'll ever actually get them in a studio and actually get them accomplished is another story.
There's hope, because I've been listening to. So I've gotten into the European rock scene, metal scene, and excuse me, there's something that just popped up on my screen in front of my nose. And will you stop, dog? I love you. Stop.
He's like, let me in.
I know. I want to be part of this. And but I've been getting into the symphonic metal stuff, like bands like Ad Infinitum, In Temptation. I think Ad Infinitum has phenomenal songwriting. Coburg is another one. She does a song called Rise, which is very, lots of strings, piano, and then metal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
I agree with you. I've been starting to gravitate towards symphonic because that is the most popular genre, the past couple years or so.
Yeah.
Because I'm a big fan of power metal, but symphonic metal was the natural evolution the past 20 years.
Okay,
of power metal.
I'm going to say something controversial here.
Okay.
You know what I think helped boost the sound of the symphonic metal sound?
Metallica at the orchestra?
Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Also, Metallica, I think Metallica with the Philharmonic did a big thing too, which was
cool. I think the S&M probably helped it too. But I think when Sabotage transformed into Trans-Siberian Orchestra,
that's a good point.
I think that's where you got that sweet spot of, hey, wow, we can do symphonic metal and type of thing, and it's where it can really sound. Now let's see what kind of limits we can really push with it.
Yeah.
That's when other bands started really pushing the.
Yeah, then you got your Lacuna Coils, your Night Wishes, and your things like that started coming out.
Exactly.
And now you've got the people that are starting to perfect it. You know what I mean? Which is Within Temptation,
right?
Ad Infinitum. They have a song called Afterlife with Niels from Amaranth, which
okay.
If you haven't heard it, it's called Afterlife by Ad Infinitum.
Nice.
Give it a listen. It's solid.
I have to say that debut of Trans-Siberian Orchestra, absolutely amazing, man. That's a staple for December, all month of December for me, and the whole trilogy. To be honest,
I used to go every year.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They came to Philly,
Okay.
Yeah. I've only been twice, and I know I could go more, but I'm just like, what
the price
how much more of an epileptic fit can they give me? I mean, with the light show and stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it's really, you're going to get mostly the same set, for the most part.
Well, honestly,
you get some other odds.
It's really not a concert at that point. It's a production.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. It looks like here we got our other guest coming in. We got Anthony from Hair Metal Guru channel. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up? What's up?
So
What's going on?
I'm late. Had
Yeah.
some shit going on.
All good, all
And
good. So
now I'm
Anthony,
here.
this is John from My Music Corner channel. And
doing,
What's up,
brother?
man?
obviously, you're familiar with Sick Vicki,
I'm
Anthony.
familiar
sure.
with Sick Vicki.
And this is Pat from Sick Vicki.
Pat, how you doing, man?
I'm doing awesome, man. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great.
It's Friday night. It's beverage time.
Right?
I'm hanging out with you guys. What more could I want?
I'm
sir.
having a coffee. That's how I party these days.
Good
Coffee
deal, man.
black.
Hey, as long as we're having fun, that's all about. We're kicking off the weekend. That's all that
Amen.
matters.
I keep it in Pennsylvania with the Yingling.
There you go.
Oh,
So-
yeah, okay.
There
Yeah,
you
that's
go.
Nothing wrong with
Speaking
that.
of
Nothing wrong.
Speaking of Pennsylvania, I just framed this yesterday. I don't know. Hopefully, you can see it.
Ooh, dirty looks.
Dirty
Let's go.
looks.
Very
Dirty
cool.
looks.
It's from the Turn of the Screw album.
Yep.
Very
Anyway.
nice.
That's awesome.
So big fan, and got that. I don't know. I got the poster on YouTube on eBay, probably I don't know a while back. So finally got it framed, and
Good
Yeah, those
deal.
guys were like northern Pennsylvania.
Yes, Erie.
Good
Yeah.
bunch of dudes. Yeah, Erie.
And
yeah.
Northwestern, yeah.
Northwestern, yeah.
yeah.
Definitely.
So I never saw them. They never played. I'm in Fargo, North Dakota, so probably the closest they ever came was Minneapolis.
Okay.
And, I probably didn't discover them until around 91, 92.
Yeah.
And so
5 Easy Pieces album, probably.
what's that?
Is that the
Yeah.
5 Easy
Yeah.
Pieces?
Well, I went to basic training in Fort Leonard Wood in 93. And my battle buddy there was a rocker. And he's like, dude, you got to check out this Dirty Looks band. So I guess 93.
Okay.
So then when I got home, I picked up Cool from the Wire and started,
Going down that
venturing
rabbit hole.
into Dirty Looks land.
Good deal.
Yeah.
So, Anthony, do you have any questions for Pat, like as far as like Sick Vicki stuff or anything like that, off the top of your head?
Geez, way to put me on the spot. Not right offhand. I don't know what you guys have been talking about. I've only interviewed one person. I interviewed Mike Matejevich from Steelheart on my channel. On Sunday, I'm supposed to interview Steve Blaze.
Okay.
But like from Lillian X, the questions that I'm always interested in is like I love hearing about the financial stuff. Like back in the day, were people actually making money, or was it literally, was it pay to play? I don't know if you've covered that, and I don't want you to rehash.
No, we
But,
really
that's
haven't.
stuff that I like.
We talked a little bit
hearing
about record labels and stuff, but yeah.
I heard you talking about record labels. Yep. So, but yeah. So anyway, I don't know. How long have you guys been doing this?
Well, I've been doing it for the last 3 hours, but Pat came on about what?
Sure.
30 minutes ago.
Yeah, about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah,
I've been
John,
on for a while, so.
Yes.
In
Yeah,
fact,
you're staying a while.
In fact, I think I'm gonna go ahead and let you three have at it. And I'm figuring everybody's sick of looking at me for a while. So, Pat, I'm gonna go look for some Sick Vicki stuff. I'm gonna go pick some of that up.
Yes.
So I'll go
Great,
check
thank
it
you.
out.
Enjoy.
So you
Good
three
deal,
have
bro.
some good conversations. Go
Just-
catch Tyson and Paul later on. Or
I have it
something.
on right now. I'm watching it over top of you
Are
guys.
you?
Are they on yet, or who's
No, they're
who's
not
up
on
yet?
yet. You're good.
Okay, I'm
But
still good.
there-
Okay.
we are working on some new material, just so you know.
Okay.
It will be coming up. We just released a video last year called "Let Me Down Easy." Check it out. It's on
Yep.
YouTube.
Mhm.
And enjoy. Let me know if you have any questions afterwards or
what-
whatever. Reach out.
What's is there like a Bandcamp or a website or anything like that to look for? Or?
Yeah, there's sickvicky.com. It's got a bunch of pictures and footage on it. You can
Okay.
find Sick Vicki on YouTube, Spotify, Apple, all the digital platforms.
Physical copies. I saw some people
Yeah.
selling them on Discogs and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So
I'll
Yeah.
send you some stuff here, John. Then.
All
So.
right. Yeah,
All
and then my channel's called My Music Corner. So I've been doing a little odds, and I had Trevor on for the Accept. I'm doing a series on Accept, and I had him on a couple of weeks or so ago, and so we're just
cool,
I'm
man.
still trying to get built up a little bit. So one of these, when I grow up, I'll be like Trevor. So
And then when I grow up, I'll be like hair metal guru. You know?
there you go.
Yeah.
Everybody's
It
growing
actually
up.
reminded me
That's
how old
right.
I am. Real cool.
I hear you guys. Hey, have a great rest of the chat, and I'll
Yes,
catch
sir.
the rest of
Nice
this
to meet
later.
you, man.
Good.
Yep.
Good to meet
Thanks,
you guys.
John.
Take it easy.
You
Good
got it,
chatting
brother.
with you.
Take
Thanks.
care.
All right, brother. All right.
So-
Yeah. So, Pat,
go-
if you
go.
wanted to answer anything, like as far as like what Anthony was saying, like was it a grind? You did kind of talk about that a little bit, but like as far as like, was there like different tiers, like different tier bands, like were the headliners making money, or was the opening bands just like getting free drinks, or like
a lot of times the opening bands had to sell like 30 tickets if it was a ticket show. And if they sold 30 tickets at $10 a crack or $5 a crack or whatever it was back then, it was all good. Were we making money? Not tons in the early times, you know what I mean? But when we were headlining, we made enough to like pay for everything. We started building the business up. We bought t-shirts. We started building merchandise. And sickvicki.com if you want Sick Vicki merch. I just figured I'd throw that in there for a plug.
Shirt right here.
Yeah, you got yours. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I wear it like almost every week, man. It's a good shirt. It's a good quality shirt.
Oh yeah, we tried to, we spent a little extra. We didn't get the $2 shirt. We got the $3 shirt.
I can tell. Sometimes
I need to get some $3 shirts on my channel here pretty quick. So I'm working on that.
Oh shit. So Anthony, my man, what have you have anything coming out the last couple days or the next couple days that you want to talk about?
Well, this might be from around your area. I just put out, was it last night or the night before, a Kicks roundtable. We had, I think, 6 of us on. Bryan from the Hairband Basement, who will be on here shortly, I know, probably in about 20 minutes.
Okay.
Ryan was back. Jay from Iowa. Anyway, we did our top 10 Kicks songs. The most recent video I did before that was my Sebastian Bach "Fuck America" video,
right?
Which just went over 6,000. Which
really, I saw it was gaining traction.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, that was cool. Otherwise, I got a couple in the can that I got to edit. We did a Poison 15 song set list. What we think it should be for the 2026 tour, if that happens. Ryan and I did our top 10 Bon Scott songs from AC/DC, so that's got to be edited and put out. So I usually record twice a week, and so I always get behind because editing takes the longest.
Oh yeah,
Put together your opening stuff, but anyway, it's great. I see people saying hi in the comments, so hey, everybody, Dr. Rocker. And who else was on there?
King Shane the First.
King Shane the First. So hey guys, and man, it's awesome to be here. So hey Pat, here's a question. Like what was your biggest year? And I don't just mean financially, but the year you played the most shows, and maybe the year that you were like, man, it's gonna happen. Like we're getting attention. We're building excitement. What was that year for you? And maybe, like what was going on? What were you thinking? Like, shit, we're this close, if you could go into that maybe.
So our whole first record, which was Kiss Me in French, was kind of surreal.
Yep.
We did we were definitely we pulled the rock star thing, and we went to LA and went to Burbank.
Yep.
And we recorded Kiss Me in French in late 92 for release in early 93. And we were there during the Rodney King riots.
All right. Right.
And my guitar player and my drummer had finished their tracks, and they were out checking out LA. And that infamous scene where the guy was getting pulled out of the truck and they were at the other corner of the intersection going, what the fuck's going on?
Wow.
They had to get the heck out of Dodge. You know what I mean? They had no idea what was going on. They didn't know. They were just out there driving, probably same with that truck guy. He didn't know what was going on.
Yep.
So we recorded then. and we kind of had that feeling because we're hanging out with people like Billy Michelle. He actually owned our catalog at the time. You got one too, huh? I got one sitting next to me.
This is Charlie. Charlie's kind of famous on YouTube herself. She thinks she's a big shot.
This is Lucky.
Oh, there we go.
He decided that I'm in his spot and he wanted to sit here.
Right.
But anyways, so that we were playing almost every night after that. I mean,
Sure.
and if we weren't playing, we were prepping to go on tour. We toured Europe and Asia, and we ended up running into the whole grunge thing, and they pretty much pulled the plug on us just because we weren't making a sweater, I guess. I don't know.
Wear a flannel.
Wearing a sweater, yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. I was gonna kind of ask that. Like, do you remember where you were like when you're like, oh shit, this is over now for us?
I don't think I ever thought it was really over, but when we got back and we're doing shows back here, we're trying to do stuff, and they commissioned us for another record, and they wanted us to do like a Gin Blossomsy record, and I was like, I'm not doing that.
Right.
At that point, I was done. You know what I mean?
That is what Sick Vicky's second record is basically kind of like.
It's kind of like that, yeah.
Yeah.
And Joe did a great job playing bass on it, and I've learned some of the songs. So there's a couple of songs that are pretty good, and we've changed their vibe around a little bit, and we play like That Was Now and This Is Then live, and Let Me Down Easy was one of our newer ones. That's not on that record. That was I don't remember where that one came from. We just did it. We have a couple new ones that we're working on.
Let My Heart Do the Talking was one of the ones I really remember off that record.
Did you like that one?
Well, I only liked a couple songs.
Yeah.
And that was one of them. Like it's certainly, I respect it for what it is, but it's not one I visit. Like I listen to Kiss Me in French 100 times to one compared to,
Understood. Yeah.
So.
The production was different. The people that we worked with were different. Plunkett was still involved with that one at the time, but the money was, they weren't pushing money into that style anymore. They wanted to see what you could do, and they were just, I don't know. It's record companies are record companies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're either Soundgarden at that point,
or you're out on the street,
or you're not.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
The amount of big bands that in 92, 93 started making videos for songs that, and the record company they just realized and pulled the plug halfway through the video.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're not spending money on this.
That happened to Kix on the Hotwire album. It happened to band, like the album previous goes platinum. So yes, we're going to get this big, huge album, and halfway through the cycle, the label's like, pull all the money because it's done.
Heaven's Edge got stuck in that same rut with us. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it's
So we got Splatterpunk here saying, I noticed on Spotify that the first album, Kiss Me in French, doesn't have lyrics available, and there's no lyrics on your website. Are there lyrics on physical copies?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because I couldn't remember if...
the lyrics are all on the physical copies.
Okay.
And maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do snapshots of it and drop it up on the website or something if that's something people want.
Yeah, and guys, I will put the link to Sick Vicki in the chat here, and I will star it, so it'll be up on the top. So yeah, go check out Sick Vicki's website as well. So there you go. Because I don't ever use Spotify, so I don't know I don't know that there isn't lyrics. I didn't even know that they had lyrics for songs. It's Spotify's like the devil to me a little bit. Yeah. It's a double-edged sword because it's great for bands. Just technology in general is great for bands, but it's kind of like at the same time you ain't getting paid for it. And
you get like 0.004 cents per play. I did an experiment with a friend of mine, and my friend Danny Danzy is a great artist, and he did a song called "Do Me a Favor" and just put it up, and it got a couple thousand views immediately. You know what I mean? He got like $50.
Really?
You know what I mean? It was pathetic.
I was going to say, in a year you could have a cup of coffee or something.
If inflation doesn't get bad, Well,
maybe you can buy a pound of coffee and make your own.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of sounds like YouTube too. Like it's the same type of deal, you know. So yeah, it's certainly strange. I would say. So,
Trevor, have you monetized yet?
I have.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
I got through all the protocols, or
Right.
resume and all that stuff.
Right.
So yeah, we're good on that front.
Yeah.
We just need that viral video, guys. We just need that
Sure.
viral video.
I mean, and I'll just so I've been going for a year and 3 or 4 months. I have 3,000 subscribers. I've been monetized for a while.
Mhm.
I have I think 10 people who paid. I have paid subscribers too.
Right. Okay.
And I have like 10 of them, which I mean, the fact that even one person is like, fuck, I'll pay this guy a couple bucks a month,
Yeah.
to maybe get, so anyway, so I
Very cool.
probably make about between $170 and $200 a month
Okay.
Nice.
on YouTube, which I'm not complaining about. I'm not complaining about, but just, when
It's better than my $2.76 I get from Facebook.
right. So, and hope, I mean, hopefully it gets more. Like I said, I'm not complaining, but just when you think of the amount of hours that I put into doing this, and then editing and the recording, I don't make shit. But again, I do this for fun. I do because I love the music. I never thought about making money at it, but
Exactly.
would I like to make money? Would I like to live off YouTube and all that shit? Of course I would,
I agree. Like when we do this live stream tonight, I'll probably make $1. Like it's not. I'm not here for the money, guys. We gotta. I'm here for the music. Just like Hair Metal Guru said, we're here to have fun. It's Friday.
You know who does a pretty good job, and I think he's monetized it pretty well, is the local band Smokeout guy.
Ooh.
Have you checked him out?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I know him.
Look him up. I think he has a Twitch feed, and I've seen him on YouTube and stuff too. But local band Smokeout.
Okay.
He does a lot of the heavier bands.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, he'll play anything, and then he'll criticize it or talk about the song. Not necessarily criticize it, but just say, "Hey, this is what I like about it. This is what I don't like about it." Blah 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 blah.
Kind of like a reaction type deal.
Yeah, he does He does a lot of the reaction videos, and he's pretty good at it too. It's worth taking a look. I like it.
Okay.
You're talking about a YouTube channel?
I believe it's called Local Band Smokeout.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll check.
I think he's smoking pot the entire time too, which is why I just smoke.
Well, that makes sense with the name then. Yeah. Okay.
I don't smoke pot before my shows, but I do sniff glue in the parking lot, so that helps.
Yeah, there's a happy medium there,
So hey, you were talking about Lillian Axe earlier, and you had an interview with them.
Yeah.
So I met them guys probably mid to late 80s. They played the Empire Rock Room in Philadelphia. See if Steve remembers.
Okay.
And I was one of the guys that got to hang out with them on the bus, and we just were talking shit all night long. It was pretty cool.
That's badass.
Yeah. So I have never seen Lillian live. I know they've been in Minneapolis, but I'm a major fan. And
Ghost in Winter is probably one of my favorite songs.
Oh, amazing song. I've done a couple different videos on them, and they've been mentioned in many episodes. So Steve actually, saw one, and he messaged me on after the video, and he's like, "Hey, let's try to plan something, and I'll tell you the history." Because we did Bryan from the Hairband Basement, we did the top 10 Lillian Axe songs.
Oh, nice.
So now we've been working through email to try to come up with the time. So anyway.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah, no, I'm pumped.
But yeah, I don't know if Steve will remember because we were all a mess back then. But
right,
sure. Empire Rock Room, Philadelphia, in mid '90s,
right,
mid '80s.
Empire Rock Room. Okay,
good deal. Now, Steve or
Steve,
Pat. Yeah, now Steve. Ooh. Pat. Yeah. Do you have a favorite Lillian Axe album that you like to visit?
Love and War.
Okay.
Love and War is probably the one I like the best.
Okay.
I think it's a good, mature record. It had enough of a unique sound. I like the vocals. They did a good job with it. And that's when I met them too. And that was a lineup that I met, and those guys were really cool.
Okay.
For me, it's not just the music when it comes to bands like that. It's the way they portray themselves. You know what I mean? And they had a really good image, and I like the way that they pushed their material. I like the way that they treated their audience and their fans. You know what I mean? They did a good job.
That's a big
And
plus.
if you follow Lillian Axe and you see like even now they put out tour videos and stuff, Steve Blaze just seems, never met him, seems like a good guy.
Yeah.
And you hear that all the time when in interviews. He never seems like, yeah, you know, we should have been so huge. You know, he's like just seems down to earth. I mean, you know, could it be an act? I guess, but in all the stuff I've seen, the dude just seems nice. And you root for guys like that, you know?
Exactly. And like I said, when I met them back in the day, they were all really cool. They were very nice. We had a great time just kind of hanging out and drinking, partying, and shooting the breeze. You know what I mean?
Okay, so Pat, and sorry to interrupt. There's another question. Sorry if I'm taking this shit over, but I'm a recovering alcoholic, and my booze, and I don't mind people drinking shit. I can be around it. I've been sober for 20 years, but I'm always interested because so many bands split up because the booze, the drugs, or something. So what was that ever an issue? And maybe you can't talk about it, which is perfectly fine. Or did you see bands where you're like, holy fuck, those guys are out of control and it's going to ruin that band?
A lot of it was unknown. You know what I mean? With my guys, you know, it was the 80s. Everybody smoked a little bit here and there. Yeah. There was more than enough cocaine flying around 90% of the time, a little bit of crank, you know, all this stuff was out there, you know what I mean? Sure. And I chose not to personally. Mm-hmm. If I smoked, I passed out, and I'd rather enjoy what was going on around me rather than passing out, because that's just the effect it had on me. So I never really got into it, never did it. Yeah. A couple of the other guys enjoyed it, and more power to them. And that's some of our more creative stuff actually came out from that too. You know what I mean? So, you know, and you look at bands like Zeppelin, you know, they were smoking the ganja till, you know, and whatever else happened to pop up. And they got some of the most, what's the word I'm looking for? Iconic music.
Sure.
Created, you know.
But then you hear the bands where it went beyond the booze, a little bit of booze and a little bit of pot, to, you know, the harder drugs or the alcohol. You know, when you hear Alice Cooper, you know, talk, and I was a guy who at the end I couldn't have. If I had one drink, I was having 21 drinks.
Yeah.
You know, and I wasn't going to bed until I was blackout drunk. Gotcha. You know, I couldn't stop at 3, 4, 5 and have a nice buzz. So
yeah. So me personally, I had a few moments where I like passed out on a bar and stuff like that, and you know, from drinking too much. But for the most part, I had learned what my limits were.
Yeah.
And what I could do, because I drove everywhere. So I did the best I could, and to this day, you know, I never had to go through any kind of formal recovery. Recovery. I never had to go through any kind of formal recovery. I was able to moderate myself, which I know a lot of people can't. I'm a bass player, okay? we are bass.
Now, I was gonna say, because bands like the first band that comes to my mind that got like totally destroyed by drugs is Sea Hags. If you're familiar with them, you know, like they couldn't even put together one album. They did, but you could tell it was like so PC. But like there was good stuff there to where if they could at least like balanced it, they would have had some kind of future. You know, like is there any bands that you've seen kind of like just totally went to the wayside that didn't even get off the ground because of that stuff? Or
I have, and I don't want to mention names,
right? Yeah, okay.
I did see some, like you said, so there was some heroin, and you know, I was at parties and I would say, dude, you can't do that shit, and they would, like,
just felt uncomfortable being around it. Yeah,
it is. It really is. And I tried my best, but you know what I mean? You can't save everybody if they don't want to be saved.
Yeah,
I remember
100%.
somebody saying about sea hags, you're never going to go anywhere with three junkies and an alcoholic.
Yeah, yeah.
It's true.
That's 100% what CX was. Yeah.
Oh, and you look at some of the bands that were successful too, and they again, I'm not going to mention any names, and you can probably think about local bands that had problems, but we lost Jeff LaBar due to substance abuse a little while ago.
Yep.
We lost we haven't lost anybody, but a couple of guys in Kicks have been through.
Brian Forsyth has been in and out.
Yeah.
And Ronnie.
I love them guys, man, and don't I've always loved them guys. Every time I see them play, they're phenomenal.
Yeah.
But I just feel bad that they had to go through that.
Mm-hmm.
But like Tommy Lee once said, after every concert, everyone expects you to be loaded.
Yeah.
Now, when I was drinking, I never went to a concert thinking I'm gonna stay. It was like I thought I had to drink like a rock star. Well, if you are the rock star and that's what everybody expects, and then you come out, and Tommy Lee once said, when we got sober, if I come out with a glass of milk, everybody's like, what? You're fucking Tommy Lee, here, have a drink. And eventually you're gonna break under that pressure. I mean, maybe not everybody, but to be around
I see where you're coming from, yeah.
That type of atmosphere. When I got sober, I had to stay away from bars and concerts for a year before I could feel comfortable.
Yeah.
If I went to a concert, I just started getting like, fuck, man. Like this used to be my life, was to drink and go to concerts and be like raging.
Yeah.
So
because you can't associate one without the other, kind of. Yeah.
About 6 months after I got sober, I went and saw Metallica, and my buddy was like, "Woo!" And I was just, I felt different, and it was like,
yeah.
Anyway, I don't want this to be all big downer, but I mean, I'm just interested.
Well, no, it's a great point. You know what I mean? What you're bringing up, and it's something that gets neglected a lot because people really don't talk about it. And it.
Sure.
I think that you having the cojones to bring it up and talk about it, especially after you've gone through it, is huge. And I have to give you 2 thumbs up.
Yep.
Thank you.
100%.
For me, like I said, I kind of always I figured my limits out, and I could do a shot with my friends every once in a while, but I didn't do 12 shots in a row. I could have a couple of beers and I would drink them over the course of an evening. I'm not slamming them and shotgunning them and stuff like that.
Not trying to prove anything to anybody, basically.
You know what I mean? I didn't feel like I had to. And if you felt like I had to, then I didn't need to be hanging around with you. You know what I mean?
Good point.
That was just me.
Yep. Good stuff. And that's cool that we bring it up though, because you never know who's out there struggling too. There's
always people struggling, man. And there's I don't know. I don't have it with me, but I talk to anybody if they have a problem, they want to talk to it, about it. I really do. Suicide prevention is another big thing that I've especially for veterans. I've posted a number on my site a couple of times now, and I'll keep doing it. I would love to find a good recovery site for alcoholism and for drugs and stuff like that too. That you can call a number up, and.
Hey, I don't know if you probably don't know. I'm an Iraq vet, Iraq and Kosovo, actually. Okay. I did 22 years in the military. So anyway, I just appreciate you saying that and that you're concerned about that. So,
nope. Yeah. Veterans are close to my heart, my friend. Definitely.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah. Good. Awesome. Good deal. Yeah. So, King Shane the First says that's my problem too, separating the drinking and music because it just goes together.
Oh shit. even now, and this will sound weird, like I can't do my I have to, now I'm addicted to caffeine, which is a much better addiction. Right. But now if I want to get up and be able to be like, yeah, all right, fuck shit, blah blah blah, how I get in my videos.
Yeah.
Then I got it. Whereas I used to have booze to do that. Now but yeah, it's difficult to separate because they're so closely. Yeah. And part of the reason I brought it up is look what's going on with Sebastian Bach right now. And I don't want to bash on the guy. He's obviously having a hard time. But I know he's struggled with alcohol. I mean, he said like that he's gone years where he drinks every day. He just had a bunch of problems with his wife, and I'm again not trying to, but it's obvious that there's a problem there, and you want to think that, hey, the guy's gonna realize it, and maybe and I don't know how much the guy drinks, but anyway, it's out there kind of in the open, and he's talked about it. In fact, he wrote a song called Battle with the Bottle, a number of years ago. So anyway, it's difficult.
Did you ever come across Skid Row or Sebastian Bach while playing, Pat?
Not while playing, but we worked at the Warehouse in Philadelphia. The Warehouse was where there was a bunch of iconic records that came out. Bon Jovi was done there. We ended up working with Obie O'Brien and Lance Quinn for a while on some of our earlier stuff when we were first getting demos together, and we ended up hanging out with them guys, and the Bloody Stools, of course. We did piles of shows with those guys, but was maybe Sabo in there the one night with Richie Sambora, and we were having beverages and kicking back and talking shit. Yeah.
Cool. That's cool. Yeah, definitely. Badass. So, and King Shane the First says Blackout in the Red Room life, though. And that's you don't, you don't want to be in that spot, although great song, but you don't want to live that life.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is those songs are about living that life, and a lot of times they've lived through that, and that's why they're writing about it.
Yeah, I would certainly.
Kick-ass album though.
Yeah.
I was gonna say certainly like the sleaze side of things certainly really exploit that in their lyrics. Like really portray that. Now, Pat, was there like a distinction? Now, yes, back in the day, in the golden age, no one labeled it hair metal or thrash metal or power metal. There wasn't all this like the sub genres named like that back then. Now, but
thrash was named. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thrash was definitely named, but like metal and glam ended up being named glam. Metal was metal, and thrash was thrash. That's pretty much it. Metallica was considered thrash. Cinderella was glam.
Iron Maiden, just metal.
Iron Maiden was metal. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then but could you kind of tell like there was something different going on in 1990, 91, 92 within the glam hair metal movement, like when sleaze started to really start to take hold, like bands like Spread Eagle, Salty Dog, even like Rocks Gang, or you could even argue Guns N' Roses, the prototypical.
I don't call Spread Eagle sleaze.
Okay.
I kind of go with what they call New York street metal. They call it.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it too. That's totally New York City right there.
No, we played with those guys last year. Good bunch of dudes. Really enjoyed their show. Rob did a great job on bass. The vocals were phenomenal. He still got the vocals, man. It's great. So I waited all night, and they actually played Switchblade Serenade for me at the end, which was cool.
Oh shit! Okay.
Because that's their anthem, man. That's a great song.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. There's not too much that Spread Eagle can do.
Yeah.
They're a great band. Totally underrated. But we have another guest coming in here. Pat, you might know this guy actually, and that is AJ. What's going on, man? Can you hear us?
Brother?
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
How you guys doing?
What's going on, man?
AJ.
Can you hear me? What's
Shit,
up,
look at
lady?
that.
You got blue.
Good
Can
night.
you guys hear me at all?
Yeah,
we hear you
now we
fine.
can. Now we can. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, okay. All right, yeah, cool. If you can't, just leave and come back in then. If you can't. So, all right. So, AJ, I know you. What was the last time you seen Pat and Sick Vicki? Have a little bit of issue. Come back in, AJ. Come back in. All right, we'll get him. We'll get him again.
Give me 2 seconds. I gotta do something. Give me 2
Of
seconds.
course, yeah, you got it. Guru, what's going on, man? It's just us two now.
Just us. Just us. So what's new with you, man?
Dude, been crazy. Trying to get some episodes out, just like you.
Just wanted to say thank you for making my logo really small on the thumb while everyone else got really big pictures of
well, you gotta if you want to send me a picture of you, like I'll get you in the group too. I'll get you.
But I was like, the logo could have been a little bit bigger.
I'll work on that. Look
at me with that diva rock star total attitude. Like, you could have put our name bigger on the spotlight or on the thing.
I did a Sebastian Bach on you, huh?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, shit. He blocked me on X. You're screwing me over on the thumb. Like, does everybody hate me or what?
Nah, all love, brother, all love. But yeah, dude, the editing process, though, I will say, is the bitch.
Of course.
Oh God,
look, you got all this cool shit going on. Like, and I see people like guys who just started their channel. They got these kick-ass backgrounds. I still just got my chair and my shit. I know how to clip things. I know how to add, music in, but sometimes I'm like, fuck, I got to start getting better at this shit to keep up with everybody else,
Yeah, dude.
I'm just hoping that my looks will get me by until that happens. But,
Hey, never say never, brother.
Right.
But dude, seriously, it takes me to make a video, to actually make the video and then go edit it and actually post it on YouTube. It takes about 4 hours for like a 30-minute video.
Of course.
It's crazy how much time it takes, but at the end it is worth it though. It is worth it.
And then when you got like guys like, I wish Bryan was on here. When you got guys like Bryan on, and you got to edit out the dumb shit people say, that takes me fucking ever.
And you're like, okay, that was only an hour long. Meanwhile, it was actually a 3-hour conversation.
Yeah, I started with a 3-hour conversation and whittled it down to an hour and a half.
Exactly.
These guys are like, fuck, saying stupid shit. Then I'm saying stupid shit.
Yep.
And then Ryan's always masturbating in the intro. So
that's what I heard. A little birdie told me that one.
Yep. So here's what I've been getting into lately. For some reason, I'm just such a collector, but I've started buying cassettes again, and I'm not going to play them. But
I know.
I look on eBay for like deals. Oh, somebody has 10 cassettes for $12 or something.
You can't beat that though.
So I just bought these. Here's a Sammy Hagar. That cover sucks because it doesn't have his name on it.
Okay.
But there is some cool. This one, the Rat EP.
Yes, I had that as well
on cassette.
Right here, brother.
There you go.
Yeah, it's such a good EP.
Hell yes. Invasion of Your Privacy.
Okay.
Another Sammy VOA. Sammy Hagar.
Okay.
And then a couple from Brittany Fox.
Ooh.
Self-titled.
There you go.
And Boys in Heat. Shitty album cover. Shitty album title. Great album.
Yes, I agree on the last part. The cover's awesome for an 8-year-old kid.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, they got that, and then when you go back to the debut, it's like not only could this band rock, they could also sign the Declaration of Independence.
You got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Oh,
good.
He's got a kick-ass background too.
Yeah, I don't know how he did that. Yeah.
Bullshit.
Is that all the cassettes then you got?
You need to get some stupider people for me to be on with, so I look cooler.
Hey man, you got the proof of work, man. You got the biggest following out of all of us. We can't complain. Yes. AJ, what's going on, brother?
Nothing. What's going on with you guys? I see my favorite bass player is on.
How you doing, buddy?
When was the last time you seen Sick Vicki, AJ?
It's been a while. Because Pat plays like 3 and 4 hours away from me all the time.
which we try not to. We'll be down closer to you in May. That's all I can say right now.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Very cool. Looking forward to that. I don't know where it's at, but looking forward to it. We'll have to make the trip.
You probably
AJ,
will.
were you ever in bands, or were you ever a musician?
The only
AJ.
thing I really did is I was a roadie for Vanilla Ice during the new metal stage for a while.
No shit.
And
Okay.
yeah, and that's then I did the band thing for a little bit, but it's I don't know. I just feel like it's not me. So I'd rather be outside. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's probably the coolest stories I have is like being a roadie for Vanilla Ice back in like the new metal stages.
Sure,
Yeah.
I remember that. Yep.
So I got a great story for you. Before Sick Vicki was like doing more stuff, I ended up roadieing for Aerosmith and Dawkins up the East Coast. It was probably permanent vacation or something like that. Before, so I'm walking down the hall, and back then, it's the big hair. I had the giant hair, and I walked by Steven Tyler. He goes, "Nice dude." And then the next record came out, "Dude Looks Like a Lady." I'm like,
Yeah.
no.
So Pat, was your hair bigger than this right here?
Yeah, it was much bigger than that.
Look at young Pat right there.
There you go.
That's 1993, circa 1993, Pat.
If you do a search for Sick Vicki picture, you'll see me with the teased, the Sebastian Bach teased hair,
Oh,
whatever you call it. Yeah.
I'm gonna go on a lookout for this right now.
Hey, and you still got your hair, so man, things are going well.
I feel very blessed. Actually, I cut it off for a while, so I kind of stopped playing for a while and just kind of went corporate. And
Sure.
when I started playing again, it's like I let it grow back out. I'm like, oh, it still grows good. Thank you.
Yeah, don't ruin a good thing, right? There
Exactly.
you go.
Now, Trevor, I thought I had good hair for a long, long time, even in my early 30s. And technically, I shaved it. I could
No,
still
you
grow it all
didn't,
out, but it was
liar.
thinning. It was definitely thinning. Hey, here's Bryan from the Hairband Basement. Now I get
How
to
you
get
doing, all?
shit.
Yeah,
Get shit for the rest of the time.
Bryan, we got the special guest on here, the surprise, Pat from Sick Vicki, brother. I know you're excited.
Cool.
What's
Yes,
up, man?
sir.
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm excellent.
Wait, let
Other
me
than the
get.
fact that I
Wait,
got a
let me-
160-pound dog sitting on my arm.
Okay.
This guy is like permanently attached to me.
Gee, what? It looks like your hand's up its ass. What the fuck? That's just the angle.
Look
I'm
like
hoping
it,
it's just the angle.
or
I'm on his tail. See?
Oh, okay. But let me guess. Let me guess what you play, because you seem pretty laid back. Seem like a cool guy. I'm gonna go with bass.
Yeah,
Full,
That's
good
it,
shot,
that's it.
right over the top.
But Bryan, you play bass, and how come you're not those things?
We're not all the same. Don't judge us bass players and stereotype us all. Plus,
Yes,
I was
sir.
listening earlier. That's how I knew. I heard.
Cheating, huh? Cheating.
Yeah. Hey, you didn't know.
So Bryan, tell us what you played today on your show.
Oh, let me see. Let me see my list here.
Any Sick Vicki tonight?
No, actually, I played him last week. I did play him last week.
That's right, you did. Yeah.
Let's see here. No Better Roses by Lynch Mob.
Okay.
Middleman from Living Colors Vivid, one of my all-time favorite albums.
Yeah, it's a great record.
Had to play some Kicks because we just did the Kicks roundtable. Ring Around Rosie. Ring by Bells by Salty Dog. Fistful of Diamonds by Wasp. I'm all over the place tonight with this. For Now by Enough's Enough.
Okay.
Bar Time by Rhino Bucket.
Oh, shut your mouth. I love that album.
It's a great album. And in honor, Metal Mike had his last podcast I listened a couple days ago. So I texted him and said, hey, you want to want to play something? You want Farewell to You by White Lion. So I closed the show out with that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And we got some shit going on.
Yeah, he did 200 episodes, and then he decided to pop smoke. So
That's crazy. Yeah, just hung it up.
I'm hoping you and I are gonna reap the benefits.
Hopefully.
Of all his viewers going, fuck, I need to get my my
Hair metal fix.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you guys are now, taking over the crown, or pretenders to the throne. Whatever way you want to fucking go.
Gonna shoot for the stars.
Mm.
Now, AJ, I want to get back on the Vanilla Ice kick here. Now,
Lord.
I'm a fan of the
What did I walk
debut.
into? What?
I'm a fan of the debut,
Yep.
but I never listened to any of the new metal stuff that he has. Can you kind of compare it to something for me?
It's hard to swallow. We probably compared to maybe like Fear Factory, maybe like Korn mixed in with that.
Okay.
Probably between like Fear Factory and Korn, I would say. So I mean, it was good. I loved it. I'm still rocking here and there. Yeah,
now,
but and then he got away from it because his band kind of quit on him, and then he started getting back into the hip hop stuff. And then he put like maybe 2 metal songs on his albums, the next 3, and then he just did away with all that shit. He don't do any metal anymore. But
yeah, he does. You said he doesn't even want to talk about it. Yeah.
Huh?
Now,
yeah,
Bryan, we're breaking this up because AJ was a roadie for Vanilla Ice in his new metal days. So
God, yeah. What was I couldn't name one song from that thing. You
I
mean
listened to
Vanilla
it.
Ice, the rip-off Queen fucking guy, right? Am I off
Yeah.
with that? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Ice Baby. That's a good debut album. I don't care what anybody says. I can listen to that.
I couldn't.
I only know one
song.
I only know Ice Baby.
Yeah.
And the only new metal song I knew was he did the new metal cover of Ice Baby. And it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
Oh,
well, he bought the rights to that song so he wouldn't get shit for, basically taking the riff and using it ad nauseum in that song. But he ended up buying the rights to it.
I will say the ballad on that debut album is very cheesy. Baby, I love you, or something like that. Something.
Original. Really going on. Really, how edgy of him with that title.
Yeah.
Now, guys, I saved a couple pictures here because I wanted to bring this up when all of you were here. Now, we got a couple battles that I want to do here, album battles. And if you guys can see the screen, we have Motley Crue, Theater of Pain versus WASP, The Last Command, Accept, Metal Heart, and Dokken, Under Lock and Key. Let's go around the table here and tell me which one your favorite is. Hair metal, we'll start with you.
Hair metal?
Anthony, you both of your hair metal.
I was about to say last week you kept skipping him. Now you're getting his fucking name wrong. There you go. Why does he keep showing up? I don't understand.
And I don't care if you call me Anthony, but Bryan calls me Guru.
Okay, good.
I can't call you anything else because I got when your number comes up, stupid Apple wants to put your real name on there.
That's just what people call me. So
I'm like, it's Guru. Shut up.
I'm going with Under Lock and Key. That's my favorite Dokken album. I do not like Theater of Pain. I liked Home Sweet Home, but the rock stuff was just, and the cover of Smoking in the Boys' Room is shit. I do really like The Last Command, so I would put that second. And I'm not the most knowledgeable Accept person. I love Balls to the Wall. I love Son of a Bitch. I like the songs that I know. But I've never been one to sit and listen to full Accept albums. So I'm gonna plead the fifth on Metal Heart and say Under Lock and Key.
Okay. All right, Pat, you want to go?
I'm gonna take the opposite stance. I'm gonna go with WASP, then Dokken.
Okay.
WASP was always one of my favorites. When they came out with the first record, I followed them ever since. I know. I got to see him a couple times. I think they opened for Metallica, which was interesting.
Yeah.
But I saw them. No, it was Ozzy. They opened up for Ozzy, and I saw them. I saw Ozzy probably a dozen times in the '80s, and they opened up at least once or twice. They were great. I always liked WASP. Dokken is Dokken. What's to say? They were great. They did great commercial music. They had hits, you know what I mean? Don was a great writer. They did a lot of stuff together. I'm going to agree with him on the Motley Crue entirely, and I do like Accept. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Wasp, Dokken, except Crew.
Ooh, okay. Interesting. All right. AJ, what about you?
Of course, Dawkins first. Wasp would probably be second, and Motley Crue. Like that album, I like it except for Home Sweet Home and Smoking in the Boys Room.
Yeah.
And that's an album. The Midnight Mover song is probably the only track I like on that album, so that would be number
Ooh,
4.
really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Bryan, go ahead.
I'm gonna go Dokken 1 because a great album. Cover sucks. It's so 80s that it stinks.
I like that.
The Dokken 1. Oh
Cover's
god,
awesome.
it's so 80s. No. So Dokken 1. I'm gonna say Wasp at 2. That's a really good album. Crew at 3. If the production was better, it might be higher up. But you're right. Home Sweet Home, Sick of, and Smoking in the Boys Room that you guys say it stinks. I can't. And I really don't go that deep with Accept, so I'm gonna put that at the end. If I listen to it a few times, maybe I'll change my mind. But
Look how he just copied me as usual.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
He's like, hold on, what did the guru
exactly what it
say?
was?
Okay, yeah,
let me wait till hair metal goes, and then I'll make my decision.
Hair metal. Hey, but I'll say this about Wasp. I always resented the fact that they went from the first album where everybody's on the cover and it looked like a band, and then and I'm sure Blackie did the majority of the songwriting and stuff, but I mean like Chris Holmes was a huge part of that band, so I feel like they should have. So I like that cover, but the band should be on it. It's my opinion.
Yeah.
I think that's a badass cover.
I do like the cover. I just
like the
feel
cover.
the band should be in there.
I
Well, I
played
believe
Fistful
that
of
was after
Diamonds
Randy
tonight. That's a
Piper,
great
right?
tune.
And they brought in Johnny Rod to play bass.
Piper's still on this album.
He's done that one? Okay.
Yeah, because Blackie put down the bass after this album.
Yeah, okay.
Because that's when
it was close to that.
Yeah. Inside the Electric Circus is when he switched the guitar.
Ah, gotcha. Yep.
Yeah, which is a good album too. But I guess for me, this is so hard because I really like. This is probably one of my favorite Accept albums of their catalog. The Dokken album, I would say probably isn't going to be first. I'll probably be second because In My Dreams, great. Like some of the deep cuts aren't there. Like Unchained Night's an absolutely great deep track. But
Lightning Strikes Again is a great deep track.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
so-
it's
it's
That is a
about
good song.
But what is it?
Yeah.
Jaded Heart? I don't really care for that. Some of the Slipping Away is good. I do like Slipping Away. But oh god, I don't know. Motley Crue probably would be close to number 1 here for me. If it wasn't for Home Sweet Home and Smoking in the Boys Room on that album. I cannot listen to those two songs again. But everything else, like City Boy Blues, Louder Than Hell,
Yeah, there are good tunes on
Use It or Lose It. Like, there's good stuff on there that, like you guys said, if the production's a little better, then it probably would be a little higher for me. All right, so let's do.
Yeah, move those pictures so we can see if Brian's masturbating or not.
Yeah, I know that's what you want to see. You know you got to pay for that.
Okay, all right, I'm just gonna go here.
It's on his OnlyFans.
Yeah,
That's why you
Hey,
got a YouTube
Hey, it's
channel.
only
You have a
$9.90 a month. I
Fortnite
found it's a pretty good price for the quality.
No, you got ripped off, my friend.
let's do Wasp, Dokken, Accept Motley Crue. I guess that'll be my pick.
Oh, so you're going to copy me.
Yeah, there you go. I'll go
Wow.
save as Pat.
Such
Bass players,
originality
baby.
in this crew. All right, next.
All right, so all
Next
right, I
topic
got.
we all can copy each other from.
Well, there are 5 choices here, so we're all going to copy each other probably on this one. But on this next one, we got Rat Detonator or Skid Row Debut. Anthony, go ahead.
Why do I always got to go first?
Oh, now you're complaining about
It's not
going
your
first,
show,
huh?
asshole. Answer the question.
Okay. Hey,
Damn.
I really do like Detonator, but I have to go with Skid Row. That album was so important to me when I was a kid. I wore out that cassette for a period of time. I would have said that Skid Row was my favorite band of all time during that 89 to 90 period. And even I don't know that I think if that the album has aged that well. I still do really like it, but definitely in this one it's Skid Row.
Okay. All right, Pat, go ahead.
You're kind of like putting apples and oranges together for me. You know what I mean?
No
Because
way.
they're both. I love them both. You know what I mean?
Okay.
They're both phenomenal records. Skid Row, I was kind of Rat. You're killing me here. You picked up two freaking great It's really hard to choose.
It's not a big deal. It's not like the world's on the line.
Yes, it is, Brian.
Yes,
Damn it.
Okay. So
yes, it is. No, I'm gonna have to go. Like, I enjoy Rat, but I'm gonna have to go with Skid Row because that debut record was it was off the hook.
Yeah.
But Rat, like I said, there's a totally different feel genre type of metal compared to Skid Row. You know what I mean? And I like both of their styles. It's like I'll go with Skid Row first. Rat's a very, very, very minusculely close second, but like I said, they were both phenomenal records.
Okay, all right, I respect it. AJ, go ahead.
Rat over Skid Row.
Okay, all right. Any particular reason?
I'm not a real fan of the first Skid Row album. I mean, I can appreciate it, but every song on there was like a hit, and you get tired of hearing it over and over and over again. It's not really one of my favorite Skid Row albums. Not really one of my favorite Skid Row albums.
Yep, I got you. I'm with you. Bryan, go ahead, brother.
I really like the Rat album, but in '89 to about '93, I really identified with Skid Row, and I'm saying exactly what you were saying.
I was like, there we go. That shit again.
I'll probably give the Detonator might be my favorite Rat album. I really like that album, but I'm going to give the very slight edge to Skid Row's debut.
Okay, all right. Really?
But it's
now,
very close.
me and AJ are on an island. I'm going Rat Detonator, and it's not even close for me personally.
Wow.
In my opinion.
I mean, I can respect the choice. It's a great album.
To me, that's my Rat album that I visit all the time.
You also said that you liked the Vanilla Ice ballad.
No, I know. I said I like the debut album. Get it straight, Anthony. I don't like the
way
ballad.
worse than what you said there, Guru.
All right.
I don't like the ballad. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. We're getting some mixed bag here on this one. So I got a couple more here for you guys. Now I'm not familiar with a couple of these, so maybe Pat, maybe Airmail Guru, somebody can help us out here.
So why are you putting in albums that you're not?
Well, no, people post these.
Oh.
And I just grab them just for shit to talk about.
Oh,
like what we're doing right now.
I thought you were okay. I got you.
Yeah.
These all I can't see what we got here.
Okay, let me clear it here. All right, so we have Femme Fatale, the debut. We got Lord Tracy, the debut. Princess
Pang.
Yeah. Princess Pang, Leather Wolf. Let me blow it up here.
Leather Wolf.
Yeah, that's okay. But the
Mama's Boys, and then
Man, who made this guy the host?
Yeah.
this did not look like this earlier. I wasn't expecting to have like 6 people here with me on this.
I didn't expect 6 people on or listening or watching at the same time either. I added up.
All right, Demos, the second album. Hawk, I don't know what album that is. Treat, Mama's Boys, as
Treat, okay.
Said. And Stars, it looks like.
No, it's like Jack Star, or I can't remember his first name, but it's a dude's name.
Oh, I can't even see the ones at the bottom. It got cut off. Yeah, Treat, Demalls.
Yeah,
I don't know what the fuck that is.
I got you here, Brian. Hang on.
This is poor.
There
quality.
There we go.
Low budget shit. What am I on?
Yeah, I didn't pay the extra $5.99 to get
exactly.
Hey, and he didn't get my rider right either. There were fucking brown M&Ms in there.
All right, Guru. What do you got going here? From the ones that you do know.
Okay, and I'll be honest. I don't know all of these. The 2 that I really know are Lord Tracy and Demalls. I do know the Femme Fatale one. I'm not really huge on it. I know a little bit of the Leather Wolf. I've listened to Hawk and Treat, but I really do like the Lord Tracy album. If you don't know, their singer, and now I can't remember his name, but he was the singer in Pantera.
Yes, the glam era Pantera.
Yes, the glam era Pantera, and the Lord Tracy album.
You guys rhyming?
It's really they do a lot of funny shit. They do some joke shit, like a song called Piranha. They do some, and it's really straight ahead rock. There's a couple cool ballads on there.
The one song's like she's licking on, or she's eating my mayonnaise or something.
Yeah,
very sexual about it, you know.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
with a title like that, the hell you say?
And I think I might like
shit.
Jack Jamal's album better than the debut.
Really?
So, yeah.
Okay. Pat, any thoughts?
I'm gonna say Lord Tracy is my number one, but I don't know about the other one.
All right.
Lee Aaron should
Terry
be
Glaze. Terry Glaze, King Shane. Yes, Terry Glaze is the singer's name.
You're looking for mildly obscure. You throw in some Lee Aaron, maybe.
Yeah. This is a very obscure one, I will admit.
It is. So I'm familiar with Femme Fatale and Lord Tracy and DeMalls. Have I listened to them to any extent in the past 20 years? No.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm being straight up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Leatherwolf I've heard of. Hawk I've never heard of. I'm gonna have to go with the Lord Tracy as well. But I think that was a pretty good. It was a pretty good fun record.
Okay. All right. That's fair. Yeah, because like I don't know some of these. I thought maybe like someone would, but a couple people in the chat do actually. But yeah, I'm not. AJ, go ahead, brother. What do you got here for us?
Okay, the Princess Pang album I absolutely love. It's really good.
Okay.
Femme Fatale, of course, that album's good too. The Lord Tracy, I know a few other stuff. I have a live album actually of theirs. Wasn't a big fan. I mean, I can appreciate them. I listen to them, but I mean, they're good, but it's not my type. Not my cup of tea. Yeah. Mama's Boys is pretty good. That's just an album you got to get into. It's not necessary. You'll probably hear like the first song, be like, "What the fuck is this?" But it's good. The Miles is awesome. That album's good as well. Hulk, that album, I think I heard like maybe one or two songs off of it. I'm not real familiar with it. And the Treat album is, it's pretty decent. And of course, Leatherwolf. That album's pretty decent as well. But Princess Pang has my money on this round.
Okay. Interesting.
Hey, if you remember the Hawk, that he was like a guitar virtuoso, and he used to have ads in every metal magazine in the mid 80s advertising his guitar method video. And then he had the band Hawk. So anyway, that's how you might.
Interesting. See, Bryan, that's why I chose that, because AJ just showed off his knowledge that any of us could really show off. So there you go, Bryan. Shut the hell up.
For Trevor, that's Hawk versus Hawk, right?
Wait. Are you referring to Guru or AJ?
AJ.
Oh, okay. Because Guru was just talking, giving out information.
I know, but he cut me off.
I thought you were
Anthony cut me off, man.
I was starting to feel pretty good, but no, I guess not. Real cool.
Oh my. So yes, definitely, Bryan. Go ahead, brother. What's your pick here, Alex?
Put them up there again. I forgot what the fuck was. The Lord Tracy album's good.
Hey, Bryan, do you want me to tell you
put those blurry ass pictures up there so we can't make out what the fuck they are. But oh shit, we got it. Demal's album's really good. I liked Treat, but I liked Organized Crime. That was my favorite album by them. Who was the singer for Femme Fatale? Lorraine
Lewis.
Yes.
She has a great voice, raspiness, but there's some duds on that album. I'm going to go with Princess Pang as well. That's a great album. No one really talks about it. It's underrated. It's like a sleaze metal band fronted by a woman, and it's good stuff on that album.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to go with.
Interesting. Good deal. For me, out of all these, because I do have the Leatherwolf, I have the DeMolls, I have Lord Tracy, and I have Femme. But I don't have any of the other ones. But the one that I visit the most, so I'm going to go with Femme Fatale. That's the one I visit the most.
Okay. So you're waiting for the big one. Got it.
Yes. Yep. And there's something to that record, though, too, when Lorraine's singing it, it kind of feels like on a lot of those songs she's like flirting with you. I don't know if that's just my imagination or
He
what's
does
going
that
on
now. What are you talking about? He still does that shit.
That's true. She's very good at that. You know, like even when like she's just talking on her lives or like she's very intimate with the fans and stuff, which is really cool.
I just saw her as the singer for Vixen last summer.
Yeah.
Right before they announced that she was going to be gone.
Yeah.
And she was very good. She was a good performer. She sang good. So
oh yeah, she's still kicking ass. You know, it
still looks good for
yeah, and AJ, we saw her right at the fair, right? Were you there? Okay, yeah. She was good. Vixen was good, but I don't think anyone knows why she's out of Vixen though. Like there was never any clarity on that or anything. Like I never heard anything. So I don't know if anyone else did.
And she seemed to be disappointed. So it seemed like she had wanted to stay, and they decided to go somewhere else. So
right. Okay. All right. So this one should be a little bit easier, guys, to see. So I got another one here for you. All right.
That's not easy. That's a tough call right there. Holy
I said
shit.
easy to see.
But at least I know all these.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
All right. Anthony, you got it again. Go first.
Okay, Bryan.
Go ahead, hair metal.
I'm about to give you your list. So I might surprise some people here. I love that Every Mother's Nightmare album. And I think I'm gonna Love Can Make You Blind is a fantastic ballad. Shit. What's it? Walls? Is it Walls Come Down?
When the Walls Come Down, yeah.
Walls Come Down was
That's
great.
a ballsy tune.
I love their cover, of Long Haired Country Boy.
Yeah, damn good. Yeah.
And so I'll tell you what, my last I'm not huge on that Dangerous Toys album.
What the fuck?
Orton a Woody, I get embarrassed when I listen to that.
Yeah, that's what's making you embarrassed. Okay.
Yeah. That embarrasses me. So then I think I've really kind of gotten into a Tora kick lately. And I do really like Spread Eagle, but I think I'm going to go Every Mother's Nightmare, Tora, Spread Eagle, Dangerous Toys.
Okay. All right. Good deal. Pat, go ahead.
All great records. I'm going to probably almost mirror Guru here on this one, except I'm going to go Spread Eagle, Every Mother's Nightmare, Tora, Dangerous Toys.
Okay. All right.
Switchblade Serenade, man. I can't.
No.
That was my mantra.
Yeah.
Back on the Bitch is a great song off that.
Oh,
album.
yeah.
That is
Hot Sex. Oh, my God.
My mantra was everybody Wang Chung tonight. Am I in the wrong fucking live stream?
Yeah, you might be. That's on the dark web there, Anthony. All right, AJ, brother.
I'm pissing right now.
Spread Eagle, Dangerous Toys, Tora, Every Mother's Nightmare.
Ooh.
Wait, what was that list? Say that again.
Spread Eagle, Dangerous Toys, Tora,
Nice.
then Every Mother's Nightmare.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Bryan, what do you got?
I'm not going to take Guru's list because he was fucking wrong. But oh shit, this one isn't easy though. I'm gonna go Tora first. That's a fucking great album.
Ooh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I love that album. I'm not too crazy about the ballads on it, but all the rockin' tunes are fucking killer.
Okay. Guilty.
I'm gonna say Dangerous Toys. Love that album. I did since '89. Spread Eagle is great, but I didn't really get into it until I didn't even have the album when it came out. So I just don't have that much connection to it. And I guess this Every Mother's Nightmare to round it out. It's just like all four of these are so good that I don't think any order matters at this point.
Okay. All right. For me, clear cut number one is Spread Eagle. That's the one I visit the most. Next would probably be Every Mother's Nightmare. The next one is probably Tora. But I'm with you, Bryan. I don't like the ballads on there. Phantom Rider. I don't.
And
It
Being
goes
There
nowhere.
was the other
It
one.
goes nowhere for me.
Yeah,
But,
it doesn't. I don't know. It just
You like
doesn't
Phantom
click.
Rider?
No, I don't.
It's
don't.
better than Love Bites. If we're gonna go there, okay, it's better
Yeah,
than
Love Bites.
Let's
Oh,
put that
Christ.
out there.
But no, yeah, like Guilty, the single Guilty. Very
was
good.
great.
Very good song.
28
and then-
Days is great. I mean, so many good
Yeah.
songs on an album.
Dangerous Toys will be my fourth because I don't care. I'm kind of with Guru. I kind of don't care for that. How it's good, but like I don't visit Scared. I think that's not a very good single in my opinion. I even when I first heard that song, it was just okay. It never grew on me, never got worse on me. But I don't know. Hellacious Acres where it's at for Dangerous Toys in my opinion.
That's
so,
a great album. Yeah.
So Spread Eagle, Every Mother's Nightmare, Tour, and Dangerous Toys for me. So. All right. I got a couple more. If you guys want to do a couple more, this is kind of a fun exercise.
Not us.
All right. As long as you can see it, right, Brian? Okay. All right. The better 1-2 punch for songs from these two bands.
This is not even close for me.
Vane, Who's Watching You, and Beat the Bullet off the debut, and then you got Pretty Boy Floyd with I Want to Be With You and Wild Angels, which is strange that someone would choose two ballads and then two ballads or not two ballads from the other band. But either way, Anthony, go ahead.
Well, everybody knows I love pussy ballads. Ain't that right, Brian?
You sure do, pussy. Go ahead.
Yep. So I love both of these Pretty Boy Floyd songs, but that fucking Vane album and those two Vane songs, it's an easy pick for me. It's Vane. I love those two songs and I love that album.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Pat.
Not overly familiar with either, to be honest with you.
Ooh, really? Okay.
Yeah. About this time in my musical walk, I was kind of going down that industrial metal type.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, like when Ministry came out with, and there was Front 242, and there was a bunch of other stuff that I was kind of like when Vicki kind of like went by the wayside a little bit. I kind of went industrial for a little while before I came back around. So these guys were like in that later genre when I was kind of moving away for a little bit, just for something new. I like to try and be diverse. So I was trying to be more diverse. I wanted to hear what it was out there, where everything was going. You know what I mean?
Right.
And if I had to go with any, I'm going to go with Pretty Boy Floyd. I know them guys. They wanted to buy my cool bass, and
you good? Okay, good deal.
Hey,
all right,
Trevor.
Yo,
when people are talking, can you take the picture down? Because, like, for me, it's easier if I can see their face.
Okay, yeah.
He misses me.
Brian's not masturbating.
All right, AJ.
Wow,
what you got, bro?
get a good girl.
I love that Vane album. Beat the Bullet, though, is not one of my favorite tracks, but I love that album.
Ooh.
But you know me, man. Pretty Boy Floyd all the way.
I knew what your answer was, man. I knew what your answer was. All right, as expected. But Brian, what you got?
Easily Vane, easily, especially with those songs. I mean, Beat the Bullet was a song that got me to buy the album. Who's Watching You is a killer song. Yeah. It is such a damn good song.
There's not a dud on that album.
What's that?
There's not a dud on that album.
No, I was going to say the whole album is great. I always say this about that album, no respect, that it's full of attitude and swagger. There was just something about that album where it's like, yeah, we're not fucking around. I like Pretty Boy Floyd's debut, don't get me wrong, but that Vane album is just amazing.
Yeah, that's a top 10 hair metal album probably in my book. The Vane. So I'm obviously gonna go Vane. Because Vane's just badass. So I'm going there. That to me, I mean, so we got what do we have? We had 2 Pretty Boy Floyds and 3 Vanes, I think. Right? All right. That's pretty even. Having fun.
They're both good records. They really are.
No,
they are.
That's the thing. Like,
I agree.
Pat, before we go to the next clip, I want to kind of get your take on. Now, back in the day, there to me, when I look back at it, like as a whole, to me, there wasn't really a bad band in the genre. Like, can you kind of like, did you kind of feel the same way, or are you guys all kind of like at each other's throats, like, oh no, these guys suck, Like,
no, you know what? That's kind of like the mantra or the way that it felt back then. You know what I mean? It's like there was so much competition late 80s or early 90s to try and get those record deals. That a lot of the guys, we were pretty good. I mean, we didn't really beat anybody up too bad, but a lot of guys, those guys suck. They're never going to do anything, never going to go any, and they would push that, and they'd tell everybody that. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It was pretty crazy.
Okay.
I always tried to support as much as I could. I to this day, the local music scene, I try and get out whether it's my friends that are playing covers or there's original shows going on. I try and get to as many as I can. Can't do them all, obviously, but I do what I can.
All right. Good
If
deal.
you watch the decline of Western civilization part 2, the metal years, I mean, I feel like that gives you the best idea of the competition, because they're talking about going out at 3 o'clock in the morning and putting up flyers, and somebody coming 30 minutes later and stapling over their flyers. And it's just a battle. And I wasn't there, but a battle. And I'm assuming like, I hope your channel sucks, so everybody wants to watch mine.
Right. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
But I can see, you think you're like, there's only so many record deals to go around, and you're going to do whatever it takes so you're going to be the one to get it,
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Pat, I heard this theory last Sunday at the expo. As far as like bands getting signed, like early 90s, late 80s, every band was getting signed on the Sunset Strip to the record labels and stuff like that. Now, was some of that for tax reasons for the record companies? Like, I heard that was a thing, like especially near the end, like when you could see this hair metal dying.
They could definitely write that off. You know what I mean? So they would.
Okay.
This is not an expense. We lost money on it. This is a write-off. You know what I mean? They would do that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. So Bryan, when we were talking last week, that was a theory that we kind of looked over. Like, I never thought of that before, like as to why, it kind of died out, and like there was no promotion for a lot of these bands, and people like even the record companies charged the bands that were signed to them, like that were their bands. They charged them for like promotional pieces and stuff like that. Like, all of that
was written into the record deal, though. So basically a record deal is a loan. We're going to give you $150,000 to cut a record.
Mhm.
Go to the studio, give us your best deal. Then they're going to market it. Then they're going to push it. They're going to do whatever they can do to get it out there. And if it fails, like I know plenty of bands that had to go into bankruptcy,
right?
Because they couldn't afford to pay these guys back because it was a loan.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And bands wouldn't see any money until the record label got paid back.
Yeah.
So you had to sell like a few 100,000 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
A few 100,000 copies. And then finally you're like, okay, now we paid back. We recouped is what they call it. We recoup. And then now we can actually start making some money.
Yeah. Because, it figures what it was a CD back then, like $12.
15-ish.
Yeah,
$12, $15. You know what I mean?
Ridiculous.
Okay.
But also, I mean, there's like, it kind of, with that theory, makes sense where you have bands that record albums and the album gets shelved. Like movie studios do that now. They'll make a movie, they think it's gonna bomb, they don't release it, and they claim it's a tax write-off now. I can see a lot of those albums being the same thing. Like, hey, let's not bother releasing this. We save money on any kind of promotion and production of copies of this fucking thing. And then just, hey, it's a tax write-off. We lost money on it. I can easily see companies doing that.
A lot of bands like Electric Angels, McQueen Street, some of these bands that I love, they started recording their follow-ups, and then the record label was like, oh, fuck, here it is, 1992.
Yeah, Salty Dog, Kick Tracy. There was a lot of bands that had one album and didn't.
So one way or another, maybe they got the rights to what they recorded years later, because some of these albums came out in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
And they never finished recording.
Strangely enough, Vane and Pretty Boy Floyd's the follow-up album got shelved, and they got cut from their labels. So,
in that time frame too, we were 93, 94, we were touring Europe, and they just kind of pulled the plug on that and brought us home.
Yep.
Same ideology.
Wow.
Okay, yeah. Damn, I can only imagine. So now, this is a little bit of a different exercise here. This is a song. So 1989.
Here you go, pussy. Right up your alley there, pussy
Best
boy.
ballad. So we have Tesla Love Song. We have Warrant Heaven. House of Pain by Faster Pussycat. Wild Angels by Pretty Boy Floyd. I Remember You, Skid Row. Phantom Rider, Tora Tora, which no one's going to pick that probably. But
Not
Desperate,
me.
Babylon AD. Without You, Motley Crue.
Oh, I
Without
hate
you
that song.
sucks. Without you sucks.
The
Get that off the
Angels
list.
Song, Great White. Ballad of Jane, LA Guns. Without You, Vain. Anthony, go ahead, brother.
Buck, okay, you're killing me here.
Yeah, his
Without
lap's
You
getting
is
moist
horrible.
looking at this list.
Motley Crue's ballad is horrible, and geez, I love House of Pain. I love Heaven. I love Love Song. I love I Remember You, and I think the Ballad of Jane. I'll just right now my number one right now would be the Ballad of Jane. That would be the first one that I would play out of this list, and then it would probably be House of Pain, Heaven, Tesla, Love Song, I Remember You, and then probably Without You, Vain, but Desperate's good.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Good deal.
I'm a
Pat, do you need me to keep the list up for you guys?
I'll probably forget, but
Yeah, I'll keep it up for this one. Okay.
No, put it back. Put it back when. I'm not going to speak for everyone else, but you can put it back up. But I'm looking at it. I'm going to
Okay.
So
Back.
the
Here's
two,
your
that
show, dude.
stand,
Do what the
the
fuck
two
you
that
want.
stand out for me is Love Song and I Remember You. I thought that they were both probably a couple of the strongest songs. When Tesla first came out and Modern Day Cowboy was the thing, before they went all acoustic, it was a I thought that they were the next huge thing, and they rode the wave well, but when they did the acoustic thing, it wasn't for me. I wanted more Modern Day Cowboy.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
More bust the nut type deal,
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good deal. AJ, let me put it back up here for you.
Probably the Vain song, Without You. I really like that song.
That's a good one.
And, and Desperate, Babylon AD. I love that song as well. And that Wild Angels song, Pretty Boy Floyd, I like it, but it's, I can't, it's not my favorite, but that's about it on there.
Okay. All right. Bryan.
This one's not fucking easy. I'm going to say.
And you don't even like ballads.
No, I do. I'm not saying I don't.
Oh, okay.
But like Phantom Rider, Gone, Without You sucks ass. Ballad of Jane, I heard a billion times, but most of these songs I heard a billion times. But I think the top ones for me, Tesla's Love Song, it's a great song. I like the version on a 5-man acoustical jam when they kick into the electric for the solo at the end. The way it's arranged and set up, it's just killer. I Remember You, I think pound for pound, probably the best ballad out of all these bands. It's got the sappy lyrics, and what really sets it apart is, even though he's a dick, Sebastian Bach's vocals are unbelievable on that song. But I think right now, maybe my favorite is Desperate by Babylon AD, and it boggles my mind how that song was not a massive hit.
Yep.
It ranks right up there with these other songs easily.
Oh my gosh,
easily.
Yeah. Even the Baton Rouge version ranks up there.
I like the Babylon AD version better.
I do too.
I remember getting that album '89 because of I think Bango the Bells and When the Hammer Swings Down were the two singles.
And RoboCop.
That was later, but that was later.
Yeah.
And listening to Desperate, I'm sitting there going, this album is going to be huge. There's no way this ballad is not going to be all over the charts. And I don't think they even released it as a single.
Yeah.
Maybe a little damage is done by Sick Vicki in there, right?
Yeah, I know. That's or Crying, definitely. I will say here for me, I will say Babylon AD is number one, clear cut for me. Babylon AD.
You're copying my list.
Yes. Hey, that's what I get for going last. So, Tesla Love Song, good song, but overplayed. Like, I still love the chorus. I still get down with the chorus every time that comes on. But I mean, everything else is kind of like Faster Pussycat, House of Pain. When it comes on, I'm cool with it. I had no problems. Motley Crue, no. Motley Crue never did a good ballad in the '80s. I think, to be honest with you.
I thought Time for Change wasn't that bad.
It was okay.
Yeah,
It's
it wasn't.
okay,
Yeah, it wasn't
but
great, but it was way better than Without You.
I thought you were all
Without
I Need was okay.
oh yeah, I can't. I just cannot get in. The only hell, I don't know. I mean, would you consider Misunderstood 94 a ballad?
Kind of, yeah.
Mm.
Okay, all
I
right.
do.
All right, or Drift Away. That's Motley
Drift Away
Crue's
is
best
good.
ballad. Yeah, Drift Away probably for me. Angel Song, Great White does do good ballads throughout their whole discography, but the Angel Song is probably the weakest one in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Ballad of Jane, for all of the most mainstream ones on this list, Ballad of Jane would be my mainstream pick on this list. And Without You, Vane's great. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't blame anyone for picking Vane on that for a number one.
But does anyone know why they changed the spelling of Jane on the album cover or the album sleeve?
Oh, really?
If you look, the spelling you have up there, they changed it to, but it used to be Jane, Jane.
Oh, okay.
For some reason, they threw in a Y on later versions of the album.
Really? Okay,
No
I never
clue.
saw that. All right.
Yeah. If I knew what the hell my copy was, I could show you. But yeah, I
Hey,
think cassette.
Can I interrupt? Is the fight going on?
Sure, you go ahead and talk.
No, it's just the girls right now. Next one is Tyson.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm watching it too.
Oh yeah. Oh, me and Bryan we're sole survivors here. We're here to talk metal now.
Why do I gotta see a 60-year-old man get punched in the face by a fucking 30-year-old guy? I don't get it. Well, we got there.
You are older than me, so
I'll get over yourself.
Is that the Kiss Me in French
I got more
bass?
hair, so deal.
That's the Kiss Me in French bass.
Oh, there
very
you go.
cool.
What kind of bass is that?
It's an Ibanez PL 5050.
I got 3 Ibanez's myself. Nice.
This was
nice.
they only made these ones in 86 and 87.
Yeah.
So this is the 87 version.
So that's the one that was played on the album then, huh?
That's the one that was played on the record, yeah, and went on tour.
Very cool.
It got plenty of dings to prove it.
Okay.
I just had it. I just brought it to my luthier and had it all reworked. The fretboard was coming up and stuff, so it's as good as new. I'm gonna start playing it live again.
Nice. Does that have a certain sound compared to like any of your other basses? Is that your baby? Is that your favorite one?
Is that your go-to? Bass?
I've been playing 5-string a lot lately, just because of a lot of the songs we kind of like changed key on them a little bit. Just all of our vocals are not quite as shrill as they used to be, for lack of a better term. So I haven't really done this. A lot of the newer stuff are playing in E standard again, so I'm going to bring this guy back out.
Okay.
No. Like how Guru's just like, duh.
This guy
all I hear is wah, wah, wah.
These basses were like the staple of the 90s, though, that whole 90s sound. The PL 5050 was one of the most sought after Ibanez's through the early 90s.
Yeah.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah, I got 3. The lightweight, the neck is thin for faster playing. It just I love the way they feel, and the sound is great too.
Nice. All right, dude. So, Bryan, do you want to move on to one of the what if topics we have?
Oh yeah, sure. Why not?
Did you bring one today, or?
Yeah, I said I had a couple, but the first one was, what if Poison actually hired Slash as their guitarist?
Ooh.
Because he did try out for Poison. They were like, nah. What if they said, yeah, why not? We'll bring this guy. I can't see how that would fit, but
Yeah, that seems strange. My take on that would be, obviously, we wouldn't get the sound of the first album or even the second album.
Yeah.
Which I think, I'm not the biggest CC guy. Like, I like CC's playing on everything. I like him. But he's not a top 10 for me guitarist. But I will say his tone and just solos and everything on the Open Up and Say Ah album is like quintessential, like hair metal sounding to me, Like if you give someone that never listened to hair metal before and you give them Open Up and Say Ah, that's a pretty good explanation of what hair metal sounds like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Any thoughts?
Hey, Trevor, can you spell quintessential?
I could give it a good try. I was pretty good in English.
Really?
But yeah, depending how many I had to drink, then we might be going up shit creek. But eh, now, Pat, did you since Poison was a part of the PA scene?
Yep.
Did you run in with them at all?
In the early times we did. They ended up we were kind of on the docket with those guys in the early days.
When they were Paris?
What's that?
When they were Paris? Named
Yes.
Paris?
Yes.
Okay.
And they played Philly and whatnot. Now we were kind of presented with the same opportunity as them. They said, go to Los Angeles and see how you do there and push your band there and do what you want. And the guys decided, no, we're not moving. And those guys said, yeah, we are moving. And maybe we should have. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess when you look back on it, maybe it didn't really make much of a difference. You know, if you stayed. I mean, what time? Well, around what time was that then? When they?
This was early. This was probably 85.
Oh, okay. All right. So well before the debut album then.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Interesting. So maybe that's another what if, Bryan. What if Sick Vicki went out to California in 85?
Yeah.
Oh, man. So how much of that album was written in the early days like that? What was any of the Kiss Me in French like written when you guys were recording it?
No, we were working with Steve Plunkett for about a year, refining everything. You know what I mean? The Kiss Me in French that was Richie and Steve, I believe. The one song, like Her Body Complements the Beat, which was one of our own. That was pretty much written by our keyboard player and our singer. And that's just a really cool jam song. It's just got that cool laid back kind of vibe, you know?
Yeah. Any woman can dance to that song while you're playing it live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that, like, we do a song called She Wants Me live, it's on the early years. We have another song called Comeback, which is brand new that we're going to do. It's got that same kind of, like, I call it the shake your ass groove. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's a lot of that on Kiss Me in French.
Yeah.
Like when we played that up at the meet and greet up here at the record show, like everyone that doesn't even like metal or like hair metal and stuff, I could see them like nodding their head and like kind of moving around a little bit. Like,
it's a damn good fucking album. What do you expect?
It is. It is.
Exactly.
Thank you, AJ. I appreciate that.
Yeah, dude. I was like, holy shit, what am I missing from my life? Because I was like, give me a copy of everything you had, Pat.
Yeah. We took pretty good care of you that day.
Yeah, sir. I got this badass shirt, Sick Vicki shirt. You know,
Nice.
Definitely. Yeah, no, and you guys did pretty well that day too, didn't you? You sold a decent amount.
We sold a bunch of stuff, and signed a bunch of stuff, and we made some contacts. We're still. They wanted that. What's the kid's name?
Teddy.
Teddy. That's. I was going to say Trevor, but it's Teddy.
Yeah.
We're talking about maybe having him come up and do a song with us sometime when we get out that way.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, because Michael Kelly Smith, he goes to those expos.
Yeah.
And he is teaching Teddy now.
Yeah.
He's taking lessons with him and stuff.
That's cool.
It's a small world, man. You know.
Michael Kelly's a good dude. I went and hung out with him at the expo in Oaks, Pennsylvania last year.
Oh, okay.
And,
when were you there? Friday or Saturday?
I was there Saturday.
Okay. All right.
But Rich Fuchsia was there with his book and stuff.
Yes.
And I talked to him, and I was also talking to the metal guru there. He's talking about doing his second book, which we're going to be part of. He's going beyond the Galaxy years and going into the 90s now. So he was more, I think he ended that first one with like more of the Cinderella type stuff.
Right. Yeah,
Holy
because
shit. Sorry, I just turned on this fight. This chick's eye is just
it's
open. Holy
it's split.
fuck.
She split that pretty bad.
Damn.
Boom.
now.
Headbutt.
Not bad looking if you clean the shit off of her.
Yeah, it was a headbutt.
Damn.
I was gonna say with the expo. Oh, Michael Kelly. Yeah, the Vanilla Fudge guy was there, and Richie from Stars was there last year.
Oh, cool.
Right? They did like a little guitar thing, like back and forth. Like it was pretty cool. You know, they did like a meet and greet shit. Yeah, you were there, but
And the bass player from Tangier was there too, Mike Koss.
Oh, and Bill, right? Or the singer. Bill was
Mason?
there from
I didn't
Tangier.
see Bill.
Okay.
I didn't see Bill. I just saw Mike.
Okay. Yeah, because when I got there kind of late, I guess, like around lunchtime or maybe a little later, and he signed my Tangier album. I was like, fuck yeah, my Four Winds album. Oh, that
Nice.
made it perfect. Then a great album just made it even better.
I was there
So
late. I didn't get there like 2 or 3.
yeah. Now what, Brian? One of my what ifs here. We talked slightly about it. And AJ, I know you're going to want to talk about this because you're going to disagree wholeheartedly with this. And that is, what if Guns N' Roses is just overrated? What are we talking about here, AJ? Like, what are we talking about?
Why is this
When I
even a
look at this,
AJ.
yes, it is certainly a topic. It's certainly a topic because we got one album. Okay. Now I'm a fan of Chinese Democracy. Me and you, I listened to that album again today and I said, this album's really good. Okay. But wrong time. Now, Use Your Illusion 1, I bought it like 8 years ago. I listened to it one time. I never went back to it. Use Your Illusion 2 is fine. I like Use Your Illusion 2. The Spaghetti Incident's all covers, ain't it? Like,
Yeah.
why is the best band in the world of hair metal? Why are they doing a covers album at the height of their career? Now, yes, they are fighting and stuff. I get that. They
I
want to
was
be in
gonna
the
say
studio
that.
together.
Yeah.
And GNR Lies is half live and a couple studio tracks. So, like, but Appetite for Destruction, yes, that's a great album. But Perfect Timing, Perfect Look, I guess decent sequencing of singles because they didn't kick off right away. Like Welcome to the Jungle wasn't that big of a song when it first came out. Now, talk to me. Roxgang's debut, I think, is almost just as good as Appetite. Like, I don't like LA Guns. Like, there's definitely albums out there that are better than Appetite for Destruction that deserve a little bit more credit. I just think Guns N' Roses is a little bit over. Not saying that they're bad. Just saying that they're a little overrated.
You cannot compare Roxgang to Guns N' Roses. Like
I just did. I just did.
It's a my dog.
I just did. Now I will say. Well, I will say. Can you compare the Spread Eagle debut to Appetite for Destruction? Because I'll go there if you want to go there.
You can compare Spread Eagle to Roxgang if you want.
No.
I mean, I'll go with that.
I mean, both are great.
Yeah, I'm going to side with AJ on this one. That first record, when that broke, man, that was like mind numbing. It kind of affected the scene entirely. You know, it was a great. The production on it was great. The styling on it was great. The band was unique. Slash was playing some kick and blues. You know, when you were comparing Slash versus CC earlier, it would have been night and day. I don't think he would have fit at all in Poison. CC had that shred type style that just kind of worked, whereas Slash is a phenomenal blues metal player. You know what I mean? I don't think there's any comparison. The rest of the records, and you may disagree with me on this, I think that they suck by comparison. You know, there was maybe a song or two here and there, but Appetite was as an initial release was probably one of the strongest records that was ever released.
Okay, yeah. Now I can agree with that as far as like because Appetite was game changing, like with the look, because I kind of would say it's prototypical sleaze look.
I say with the music too. The music was game changing. It was just something like it just came out of nowhere, and it was around for a little bit for made it big, but it was just a bombshell on the music industry, and none of those other bands you mentioned did that.
No, yeah,
I mean, it
they
wasn't
didn't
like
that doesn't make the album worse though than Appetite.
No, but when you're once again when you're putting mangoes and oranges out there, you're going to take, you know what I mean? That's the difference. You know, we're not even apples and oranges now. We're talking coconuts or something at this point. You know,
and oranges.
You can't deny that the Appetite for Destruction is one of the most iconic and I'll say best rock albums of all time. However, I do feel like after that, Guns N' Roses is a big letdown.
Yes.
There is parts of the Illusions that are
Yeah.
great, but I've made the point that they should have made the Use Your Illusion, sorry AJ, into one album, and it would have maybe been as iconic as Appetite. But after that, I did a video and I said, is Guns N' Roses Legends or a disappointment? Because to me, after Appetite, it's a disappointment. Lies is a money grab. Okay. I liked the song Patience, but 4 studio acoustic songs and 4 live songs. Okay. That was put out just because Appetite was blowing up and Guns N' Roses could fart in a paper bag at that time and it was going to go platinum. Then, now the fucking fights are skipping because too many people are on it. And the Illusions, some very good songs, but in my opinion, out of the 30 songs, there's a lot of filler. And they have 2 fucking copies of Civil War or of Don't Cry on it. Like, why did you need to do that? But I think the record label was thinking, look, these guys might die on this tour. Let's just put it all out.
Oh, just on a Tuesday.
Release 2 albums. We'll make all the money. And if they break up or die, then we've made all the money. Well, they did live the Spaghetti Incident. Now, I didn't know those songs. So I loved that album because to me, those were a bunch of songs that I'd never heard before. So I really, but it's a covers album. Then we wait 15 years to get Chinese Democracy, and I know some people like it. I tried, I just cannot get into it, and that's it.
Yeah.
So in the grand scheme, no, I mean they're comparable. Like a lot of bands have only put out 4 albums, you know. So I get that, but you cannot put them anywhere close to bands like Metallica or AC/DC or what have you. To me, they are basically a major 1 album wonder with some really shining moments on the Illusions after that.
But that debut, I mean, so many bands would give their left testicle to make an album like that. It's just an unbelievable album.
The fucking thing is still the #1 debut album of all time.
But I also think part of it is that people like it's an overplayed album. It's gotten all this praise over the years, and now it's almost cool to bash on it. But if you weren't there when that thing blew up, it was a massive album. Guns N' Roses was everywhere. And then when the Use Your Illusion albums came out, people were waiting online to go to record stores to pick up those fucking things.
Well, and Trevor, that's like we talked about earlier, and not to interrupt, but they played. I was a DJ at the Airport Music Hall. You guys weren't here for this, and they played there. I didn't know who the hell they were, but they put on a hell of a show. We partied with them guys all freaking night, had a good time. They were really cool and everything else. 2 weeks later, this drops, and they're like playing stadiums. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
It was almost like overnight. It
really was.
Thing. Of course. I remember seeing Welcome to the Jungle, 2 a.m. on Headbangers Ball, going, "That's cool. I'm gonna get that album." And then it was a few months later, it just exploded, and everyone was getting that fucking album. With the Use Your Illusions album, see, I like the first one better. There is filler on it, but if you look at Use Your Illusion 2, half that album was stuff like You Could Be Mine was released already for Terminator 2. Civil War was previously released before that. There's another version of Don't Cry.
The better version
of Knocking on Heaven's Door, because the live version was way better. And then
Get
My World at the end. What the fuck was My World? That stupid rap.
I kind of like that. It was all right.
Make you think of Milli Vanilli.
Yeah, no, Vanilla Ice.
That's Vanilla Ice, whatever the fuck it was. But those 5 songs right there, why? What do we need those for? It seemed like we got 2 discs, we got to round it out so it's worth the money buying a second album.
Yeah.
You know?
Like I can dig like Get in the Ring.
Yeah, there's some good songs on both those albums. Yeah, Strange is a great tune. I mean, there's plenty of good songs, but it's like you can't release 30 songs and every single one is going to be a banger.
Right,
like
Appetite no matter who you are,
Yeah, there's going to be skips somewhere here and there. It's going to happen. But Appetite for Destruction is just a monster of an album.
Yeah.
The way it sounds, the songs themselves, the attitudes attached to it. I mean, those guys rehearsed, I want to say like 6 hours a day, but maybe 8. It was a shitload of time. They were just playing those songs over and over, that when they got to the studio, they were just like, we got this, and nailed those things. The production is great. There's just so many levels of awesomeness on that debut. And I think they went to their head, especially Axl, and it was like, maybe I will fart in a bag and release it and sell the platinum and make it go platinum. You know, it didn't matter anymore at that point. But I mean, to sit there and say they're overrated, I get if you want to look at everything, sure, but they made Appetite for Destruction.
Yeah.
That's enough to put them on the map, and
Yeah,
it's a pretty big mark on that map.
Certainly the whole catalog or body of work compared to other bands' body of work.
And I get
And
that.
I'm not
but
talking
my
album
counter-
sales, because album sales don't tell the whole story of how good an album really is.
but I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. The whole
Yeah.
catalog, yes, but my counter is Appetite for Destruction.
Yeah, okay, all right. And I think some of
No.
the issue too is like a lot of it, like you said, it is overplayed, and it's like, and it that when a song's so overplayed, it does sometimes kill the greatness of that song. You know, like I can still listen to Welcome to the Jungle today, like, and it still sounds just as fresh as the first time I heard it. You
Yeah.
know, like 20 years ago. So I mean, there's something to be said for that. You know,
Speaking of that, Trevor, do you ever get that unfresh feeling?
very. I use the non-aluminum stuff.
You
There you go. Yeah.
But I mean, I'm gonna say this: even though like a song overplayed, I was in a Led Zeppelin cover band, and I can never listen to their songs ever again. I because you're playing them all the time, you're rehearsing them all the time, you're learning the songs
on the radio, all the time.
stations playing them all the time. But that, to me, it's not going to diminish how great those songs are. If I never hear "Stairway to Heaven" again, I'll be fine. But that doesn't mean the song's quality is any less because it was overplayed.
Right. Okay.
You know, but with Appetite for Destruction, it wasn't just, they only had 3 singles off that album, but stations were playing, except the ones they did a lot of cursing and shit. They were playing all those songs, and
what off
people
the
know
off the
all
Appetite?
those songs. What's that?
Off Appetite.
Yeah, off Appetite. Yeah.
Yeah. What did you have? You had Welcome to the Jungle, Paradise City, Sweet Child of Mine.
Yeah, and in England they released was it Out to Get Me as a single?
Okay.
It was one of the songs after.
And that's a great song too.
I mean, it is. No, it is.
Yeah.
But there was no traction.
Yeah.
And MTV was even like, all right, we'll play the song, but at 2 a.m. They weren't even going to promote this thing, and then it blew up.
What's the worst song on Appetite for Destruction?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Wait, I got this. Hold on.
I
Think About You. That's my least favorite.
That's mine.
That's a good choice. That's a good choice. I will probably go with that. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe Paradise City. Like, I can only listen to Paradise City in a live setting now. Like, if I hear it live, it brings so much life to that song than if I hear it anywhere else. You know, like, I don't know. Paradise was never a big one for me. AJ, what's the worst on the debut?
The worst song on the debut?
Yeah.
Sweet Child of Mine.
Okay. All right.
I still like that song.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Pat, do you have a choice for your least favorite on the debut?
I'm gonna run with you on this one. Thinking of you.
Okay. All right.
Mind you, AJ, Sweet Child is definitely causes some ear sores, but it's for the mainstream playability that it had, I think it was a good. The writing on it was good.
Now, Pat, what can you point out to us? Like, what exactly do you hear as far as ear sores?
And
like, as far as like a player and such, you know, like what would you change in that song?
It's been a while since I listened to it. I'd have to run through it again.
Yeah, I think that me too. It's been a little while, but is it Axl's voice that's kind of like giving you like that ear sore? Like, what can you kind of put it?
Because that screech gets redundant after a while. You know what I mean? And
okay,
you need to have a happy medium. Like even Sebastian Bach doesn't scream all the time. You know what I mean? He could sing and he could do it. Whereas it felt like Axl was always on that that level up here pushing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, that I got you on that. King Shane the First says I can't listen to Metallica, Nirvana, or Pearl Jam because of overplaying here in Seattle. Oh my, he's in Seattle. We're ground zero for the grunge there.
So here's a cool story. So our engineer that did all of our demo work and most of the work that was on the early years ended up doing all of Pearl Jam's records.
Oh, I do remember you telling me that. Yeah.
That was Nick DiDia.
Ooh.
And he's actually living in Australia now.
Okay. Do you still have any contact with him?
On occasion. Before Mouse died, we were talking to, but Mouse, our old manager, died last year, and we were talking to Nick about sending him some stuff. But Mouse was the portal for that because they'd remained friends for years and years and years. We chatted with him every once in a while. I'm going to try and reach out to him or his wife because I know Amanda's on social media. Okay. And I'll see what I can do, but I wanted him to run through a couple of the newer songs we were doing, and let him produce and re-engineer them for us.
Okay, all right, good deal. So since you're a Philly guy, Pat, and we brought up Brittany Fox a little bit earlier, but I want to get this panel here is very one way or the other with this album cover and title, and What was your thought?
Oh God!
What was your thought with Boys in Heat title and the record artwork? I personally loved it. Now I was
looks like POV anime bukkake.
I was
it's terrible.
I was very young when I looked at this album cover. And I was like, oh, these cartoon guys are cool. You know, like
I get
a special place in my heart.
I get where you're coming from with it, Trevor, but you know I don't think it was necessary. They were a decent bunch of guys. They look good.
Yep.
Use the band. Don't
make them look like.
Kind of reminds you of what's that Aerosmith record that they had all caricatures done?
Draw the line.
Draw the line.
Yeah, draw the line. Yeah. It seems like a modern depiction of something like that they were going for, but it kind of backfired.
Okay. All right.
Well, that was the record company's idea. It wasn't theirs.
Probably. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah. Because I remember Michael. I forget what Michael Kelly said. They kind of came to them and said, "Hey, this is what we're doing." Like they didn't really have too much say in that, you know. Like because I think even Boys in Heat, that wasn't the title of the album. It was called something else. Feel the Fire or something like
Heat
that.
It Up Boys.
What's it?
Heat It Up Boys.
Well, and here's a for instance for you as well. Okay, since we were out in LA during the LA riots, we had actually decided that we wanted to call "Kiss Me in French" "Shake, Rattle, and Riot."
Oh boy!
And the record company was trying to press everything and get everything going. They called management and said, "What are we going to call this record?" And he panicked and just picked the first song on the record.
Really? Okay.
But yeah, it would have been Shake, Rattle, and Riot just because, and we would have probably had pictures from, a whole bunch of shots from the LA and what's it called? Victoria's Secret's burning down and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Now looking back, are you glad that it's Kiss Me in French or Shake, Rattle, and Riot?
I'm fine with it. I kind of wanted our own little take on it. You know what I mean? But Kiss Me in French I think it was a unique title, unique song, unique title, and it worked out for us.
Yeah, I agree. I think it still holds up today. I mean,
here's a good what if for you, Trevor. What if Kiss Me in French was released in 1989?
Okay, that's a good one. That's another good one. I think, personally, I just finished my top 50 hair metal albums. And you guys do squeak in the top 50. Now, I'm serious. I'm not saying it because you're on. I'm not saying it's a great album. Now, it came out.
Yeah, I put you on there for sympathy. So
no. The list is strong.
Fucking Trevor, man.
No. The list is strong with Rocks Gang. No, but anyway.
Yeah. Appetite for Destruction didn't make the list, but Rocks Gang is at number 2.
Quiet. But no, I think if it came out in 1989, certainly would have fared better. It would have had to. It would have had to. And I think at the time too, like 1990, you're starting to get that really melodic AOR, like Danger Danger, Pretty Boy Floyd type stuff going on, like very Trickster, and I could see you now I think your writing is better than that, but I think I could see you going in that lumped in that AOR style maybe, or like that type of melodic
I can
stuff.
see that.
I
Well,
don't know.
one of the things we had going for us was we could reproduce everything live. We weren't doing tracks.
Yes.
So
And
we had huge vocals and it really, and it was great. Back then it was just that we were like machines.
Right. Yeah. And that was the issue with Pretty Boy Floyd, is because they couldn't play live. What I heard anyway.
They couldn't.
Yes.
But weren't they signed like not that long after they were formed?
They did like 9 shows.
Yeah, it was
that
something
time.
insane. Yeah.
And you can find YouTube stuff of them early, and it sounds like shit. I'll be honest. No, I love the Leather Boys album.
Yeah.
I think it's phenomenal. But live, I think it was Howard Benson who produced that. So I think, he was known for a guy who could create Shinola out of shit. And he probably did there.
Yeah. So AJ, what do you think if Kiss Me the French came out in '89? What do you think?
I was younger still, so I probably would have loved it regardless. My sister, no, this is the story. My sister got me into them because she lived in Newark, Delaware. And that's how I found out about them. It was playing in the house. I'm like, what is this? And then I stole the album from her. So that's how I got into Sick Vicki.
So little AJ was dancing all over the floor,
I wasn't
to that
dancing,
album.
but I was young as shit.
Was she one of our Union Station fans?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
Was your sister one of our Union Station fans when we were playing there?
I think so. I mean, I just know that she went to plenty of your shows. So, I mean,
cool.
Bryan, what you got to take?
I think it definitely would have been a bigger seller in '89, but I get the comparisons to the more AOR type sound, especially when it was getting a lot bigger in '89, '90 kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I gotta ask you, Pat. You don't have to name any specific names, but were there any bands that maybe you toured with, knew about, or just heard, and you were like, "What the fuck? How did they get signed and not us? Like, what the shit is this?"
Yeah, there was a bunch actually.
Mhm.
They had some of those bands like had one good song and they couldn't play it live. You know what I mean? They couldn't reproduce it.
Yeah,
it was so overly produced. Tracks weren't really a thing back then, unless you were like huge and you could run tape. Nowadays everybody just runs tracks.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's one of the things that we had going for us is we were able to reproduce what we did. And I think we did a pretty good job of it.
And that's important too, to the people that come out and see you live.
And we're still doing it. I mean, it's just Richie and I now as originals, but the new guys that we got are great musicians. Richie's our drummer is our age. He's been playing nonstop for the past 45 years. Eric played with Robert Hazard. He played with Thin Ice back in the day. He played with the Hyde in Philadelphia. He's been around, and Scott Brady's our other guitar player. He's been Tongue and Groove, Witch Hunt. He had a record deal with Witch Hunt back in the day. The keyboard player is younger than all of us here. He has his master's in music. He plays jazz like every night of the week, and he comes out and does rock with us.
Okay.
And he loves doing the rock stuff with us, and his knowledge of music theory when we're doing rehearsals and working some of the new stuff out has been gold.
Annoying?
No, not really. Because
I'm kidding. There's always the one guy that goes overboard with it. You're like, dude, all right, we got it.
But that's not the thing, though. He doesn't go overboard.
Yeah, okay.
And we understand where he's coming from. And he'll play something like, do this chord with your vocals on a keyboard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll pull that out, and like some of the new stuff is we've added a little bit more dissonant harmonies that work out really, really well.
Okay, cool. Okay. Pat, since you're kind of we talk a little bit about the live setting. What's one of your favorite Sick Vicki songs to play live?
What is love?
Okay.
We don't do it anymore because it was when Joe was in the band. But that's always been one of my favorite songs. It was a favorite live. My second, then, which we still do to this day, is She Wants Me.
Ooh, okay. Interesting. Very good. Hopefully, I get to see that soon. Hopefully in May, right? You said May you might be coming down somewhat in Maryland.
Yeah, we might be down in Maryland. Yeah, from what I understand, and when I can release it, I'll let you guys know. It'll be a pretty big deal.
Cool. Looking forward to that. But man, guys, you guys, I'm kind of out of collages, so I don't have much. I
no
don't
more
really have
blurry
anything.
collages to block our faces
anyway.
with.
Yeah. Did anyone have any albums that they've been listening to lately, or like new stuff that you picked up? Like, oh, Bryan, actually, I do have a thought. What did you listen to that Rockhead album yet?
No, I haven't. Haven't had a chance to.
Okay. From 1992, Bob Rock. You know the producer, Pat.
Yep.
He was in this band, Rockhead, in 1992, and he released an album, and it's damn good. Like, it's 13 tracks, a little long, but like, there's mid-tempo stuff, ballady type stuff, hard rockers too. You know, one of the
He's a
singles.
rock producer. What do you expect?
Yeah, and I didn't know he could.
And a very successful rock producer.
Yeah, I didn't know he could actually like play and be in a band. You know, but that was awesome. It was a great album.
Look at Corey Feldman.
Oh God.
Look at Johnny Depp. You know what I mean? All these guys just get up there and play. They don't, you know.
Corey
you never know.
Feldman, holy shit. Oh.
Pat, I got another thing.
I had to throw it out there.
he has to know. He's got to be doing it intentionally. He knows he stinks, and he's like, "Let me see what people say to this."
It's like the other side of Steel Panther.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, at least Satchel can shred a little, you know.
Yeah. Like, how bad can I suck before people finally call me out on this shit? And he just keeps finding ways.
Yeah, that whole YouTube guitar lead thing was. I was like, what?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Now, Pat, this is another Philly band that you're probably familiar with, and that is World War III.
Oh yeah.
Now, not the World War III of 1990 with Mandy Lyon, you know, not that World War III. This world, you know, with Dizzy Dean and Johnny D in it and such.
Yeah, that was mid 80s, I believe.
Yes, 85. Tippa, the singer.
Yeah.
As well. Did you ever play with them?
I never got to play with World War III. We were before 85, then kind of after, and they kind of busted out. We went through some member changes. So I'm probably the longest standing Sick Vicki member at this point, but before me, there were two bass players. Mike Scalza was the original bass player. Chuck Leo, who ended up being in Street Talk, and a bunch of other, he was in The Hide and a bunch of other stuff. The guy's a phenomenal bass player. Love him to death. And we chat every once in a while still. And I was the third bass player and kind of stuck it out.
Good deal. Now here's another one for you, Pat. And most of you guys probably know this band, Wasted.
Oh yeah.
It has Danny Vaughan on vocals, Johnny D on drums, 1987 for this album, Save Your Prayers. And obviously after this, Danny went and did Taiketo.
Yeah.
You know, what's your thoughts on Wasted and Taiketo there, Pat?
Taiketo is probably one of the more underrated bands of that era.
Yeah, that's a great debut album.
They're freaking phenomenal. I saw them up at, I think it was CBGB's.
Okay.
I went and saw them at CBGB's back in the day, and they had a commanding stage presence. They were just solid players. They sounded great. They're definitely a little more on the heavier side, but Forever Young, and I mean, he had those vocals were just.
Oh yeah, they just come through the CD, like the audio on the CD or record.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, he's a great voice. He does have a great voice.
Well, that's like, you know, back in the day, you know, Tony Harnell was local.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
So he played with a bunch of people around here. I ran into him a couple of times way back. You know what I mean? And
you might have the best head of hair out of anybody.
Jim Gillette. I guess my
Well,
pick.
Jim's
Jim
up
Gillette
there.
and Nitro. I don't know.
Yeah, Jim's up there. Tony's up there
Michael
too.
Monroe.
Oh, I love
Monroe's
Michael
another one
Monroe.
too. Yeah. Huh.
Mitch Malloy.
Yeah,
That dude
I
had a
actually got to
Oh,
give
yeah.
Yeah, a good one.
you got to
Yeah,
give
yeah.
Michael Monroe credit though, because he was doing glam before anybody else.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I know. I was wearing a Hanoi Rock shirt earlier.
Where are you?
Yeah.
I love Michael Monroe and Hanoi Rocks.
Do you guys have a preference as far as Hanoi Rocks album?
The 1984 American major label debut, Two Steps from the Move,
That's a good one.
phenomenal. But you're missing out if you didn't try some of their earlier shit, like Self Destruction Blues is great. I mean, I love them all, but Two Steps from the Move. If somebody asks, where should I start? That one, Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Don't you ever
Yeah.
leave me, Million Miles Away. Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Okay. AJ, did you ever see Taiketo or Danny?
Yeah,
at
I
all,
saw him a couple
throughout the
times.
year?
Yeah, I saw him a couple times. The last time I saw him, they were at like M3. That was a while ago.
Oh, really? Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Do they? So I guess do they still do shows like as Taiketo? Like I
Yeah.
don't remember
Yeah.
seeing them.
I believe
Wow.
Johnny D's playing drums for him now.
Okay. Well, yeah. Whenever he's not in Doro, I guess, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. He's always over. I think doesn't he live over in Germany now?
he
Like,
does.
permanently.
does.
Yeah. Okay.
He's back and forth a lot though.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I know. Every time I see Michael K, I'm like, so when are we getting a reunion show together? And it doesn't really go over too well. Yeah. So-
I remember this is about 10 years ago, I bet. Dizzy Dean put out a real, it was a professional video, a country video.
Yes.
And
My
it-
hometown.
And something like that. Yes.
Yeah.
And it's like all small town shit. They're going to the bar and
Yeah.
having, and it, no offense, I love Brittany Fox. That song was shit. And I think it was up on YouTube for about a month.
Yes.
And he deleted it because the comments were, and I felt bad for I really did.
Yeah.
Some of the comments were like, what the fuck is this? It
Yes.
was bad.
I know. I remember that because I remember seeing that, and
Yeah.
my dad's a big Dizzy guy, and he couldn't
Sure.
handle that. He didn't like that at all. And like when I looked for it a month or so later, like you said, it wasn't there. I thought
gone.
maybe I dreamt that shit. But
It was a bad fever dream.
And I wonder if he was like, you know what? Fuck this. I don't need this anymore.
yeah,
Because I've
Now-
never seen him do anything since.
I will say, in like throughout the '90s or later '90s and early 2000s, he did like different styles of music.
Yep.
Pat, you might remember not She's So Lonely. My Lovely or something like that. He did. It was like late '90s. He had a video for it.
I kind of shut the scene out at that point.
Yeah, it's very strange. But like, there's someone, Anthony, on YouTube that put like eight of Dizzy's videos together, like a solo stuff.
Yes.
And it's like 30 minutes long.
Yep.
And it has like all of his videos.
And some of it's not bad. It's early 90s. It's 94, 95, 96.
Yeah, whatever was after Black Eyed Susan.
And it's rock, but it's not heavy rock. It's just like straight ahead rock, and some of it was pretty good.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
he wasn't doing the screeching voice. He was using his clean voice.
He wasn't even doing Black Eyed Susan type stuff. It was way different
Yeah.
even than that,
Yep.
Which I do want to ask around here. What's kind of everyone's opinion on Black Eyed Susan? Any thoughts?
I dig it.
I never really got into them.
And there was the song Satisfaction was really good. Really good. But they put out a video for a single that was horrible.
It wasn't a good single. I agree.
It wasn't, and now I can't remember the name of it, but it was
It's
shit.
I know I thought of it earlier and I couldn't remember what
None
it
of
was.
Doesn't
it
even
mattered.
matter or something like that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And and overall, like outside of Satisfaction, it was it was okay, but that was the only song that I really felt like, wow, like I will continuously listen to this. That was the only song.
Right. I'm kind of with you. When I first bought it, like it had to have been 10 years now. Like I was like, I like maybe one song off this. And then but as time goes on, I keep spinning it. There is stuff that I have grown to like and want to revisit. But man, it's just hard to believe in my mind when I think Dizzy couldn't stick it out for another album because Pat, I'm sure you're aware, they didn't even tour all of Boys in Heat
Yeah,
the whole
the
way.
band blew up by the
Yeah,
band
and
collapsed on
that
itself.
debut album would have went platinum if they would have actually did a tour for Boys in Heat, a full tour, and Boys in Heat would have at least went gold, in my opinion. And then who knows what their third album would have been.
It's timing, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everything was changing.
Mm-hmm.
Nirvana was out. Soundgarden was starting to kick. Big Dumb Sex came out, and I was like, "Whoa, where did that come from?" You know what I mean?
Right.
The debut was 88. Boys in Heat was 89. Now 89 was one of the biggest hair metal years. There were so many fucking albums.
Yeah.
And they were getting ready to tour with Tough, and then Michael Kelly Smith and Dean got into a fight. At least from what I've heard.
Okay.
And that tour blew up. Tough had to go home. But I will say that 1991's Bite Down Hard with Tommy Paris is probably my favorite Britney Fox album. It is
a good album.
Yeah, Tommy did a good job.
Hell yes.
I agree. And also for the Boys in Heat tour, they got replaced. Britney Fox got replaced by Slaughter when they were supposed to go out with Kiss. So that hurt.
Yep.
That hurt
really?
big time too.
Yep.
Yeah.
I saw that show. I saw them.
Because Slaughter's their album was blowing up, and Kiss was like, we got to have this better selling album.
Yeah, and what was that? I guess technically Hot in the Shade tour then for Kiss.
It was. Yeah.
Okay. And then, Britney Fox did go overseas with Alice Cooper, which was nice, but it wasn't. You want to be in America blowing this shit up, you know what I mean? And so, but Tommy Paris did his damnedest to say, "Hey, I'm the vocalist of Britney Fox now." Great. Vocal performance on Bite Down Hard.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks Britney Fox, Dizzy Dean, which they're both great. They're both great vocalists.
Well, that was because it was the MTV era, you know what I mean? And
the
Bite
casual
Down Hard
fan.
didn't get any real video presence, but Girls School did.
Yeah.
Hell, even Dream On had a little bit of play, on the second album. It's so crazy to me that Zakk Wylde did a solo on Six Guns Loaded with Michael Kelly Smith. That's absolutely blows my mind in that song. How doesn't anyone know that? Even Zakk Wylde fans, even Britney Fox fans, I tell that to somebody and they're like, "Oh,
he's probably not up bragging about it."
I guess, yeah. I don't know. Zakk Wylde kind of doesn't want to talk about that era anymore, I guess.
Yeah.
I love Zakk, but damn, he did some great shit, back in
That's
that day.
that whole story there about, Sebastian and Zakk playing Mark Weiss's wedding, and then 6 months later, they're two of the biggest personalities in rock.
That's right, yeah.
That video is on YouTube now. It's pretty
I saw that.
to watch.
Oh my gosh. Could you imagine Sebastian Bach at the after party on that one? Man, look out. Look out.
Well, his hair was shorter and reminded you kind of like Axl's then.
Yeah,
it was all over the place.
Yeah, welcome to the jungle style. Yeah.
Hey guys, I got a coach in the morning at 8 o'clock, so I'm gonna call it.
You're good, bro.
Thanks for having me on. Pat, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you too, man.
See you again. Bryan, suck my dick.
You wish. All right. Come up with
all
the
right,
cash.
brother.
We'll talk.
Hey, we'll talk about Steve Blaze. I'll message you tomorrow because I haven't heard from him if we're on for Sunday or not.
All right, we'll figure it out.
Okay. All right. See you guys.
All right, Guru. Thanks,
Take
brother.
care.
Later.
All right, man. Guys, we're gonna wrap it up. It is almost midnight. It's
and Tyson's getting ready to come out. So yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, sounds good. Pat,
I gotta say this: the
what?
corner's been bothering me the whole show. You have the date; it's October 15th, 2024.
Oh, did I put? Oh, I put 10.
10, 15, 24. Like the fuck.
Future proves past, man. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Time machine. You DeLorean this shit.
Hey, I'm just here, bro. I don't know all the technical stuff. Yeah.
Fuck it up all night, man.
You don't know the date either. The date is technical.
I don't. Yeah, every day's a day to me, man. It's all the same shit after day to day. But Guys, I want to thank you guys for coming on. AJ,
Thanks
are
for having
you
me.
you doing anything tomorrow? What's going on?
Yeah, man, I'm trying to do something probably. Georgia
Okay.
sucks, so
Yeah, they sure do. All right, brother. So yeah, I'll give you a text later. Thanks, AJ, for coming on, brother.
Yeah, man, absolutely.
Later, man.
See you guys. Love you, Pat. Have a good night, man.
Take care.
Hi, man. Good to meet you. Have a good one, guys.
Yes, sir. Pat, thank you so much, man, for coming on. It's a pleasure. Come on
Always a
anytime,
pleasure.
brother.
It's always cool to hang with you guys.
Yes, sir. Hey, talk about hair metal, man. It doesn't get much better than that, right?
Amen to that.
All right, brother. Thank you so much. I'll text you later, all right?
Yeah, have a good night.
All right, brother. Thank
Take
you.
care. Nice meeting you.
Good to meet you.
Bryan, we gonna wrap this up then? I know you're always the last one standing.
I'm exhausted.
I know, yeah, me too. I'm all right with that.
Because you started at like 6:30, so you've been doing this like 6 hours.
Yeah. Richie wanted to start early, and he's like 6 hours ahead, so I'm like, okay, or more than that, and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, we can start a little early for you. Get
I was
everyone
watching
in.
a couple of his videos last week. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, did you watch Crash Diet one or Slick Toxic one? I guess
I watched the one where he was watching them doing, I think, Sweet Asylum Alive.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I'm just like, he's saying his comments. I'm like, I'm with him. Like, holy shit, these guys sound great live. What a fucking great live band! Like, holy crap.
Yes, sir. He has good stuff, man. Like to do those type of videos, it takes so long and patience to do that. You know what I mean? It's good stuff. Good stuff. So, Bryan, tell everyone where they can find you at, actually.
All right. You can find me on X, formerly known as Twitter, at HB Basement. Always talking music there. My voice is shot. Every Friday around 8-ish Eastern time. Download the station app. Got my show there. Hairband Basement. Always playing the deepest of tracks and the little known songs and the biggest named artists from this genre. Definitely check it out. So if you don't want to hear Pour Some Sugar on Me, or Here I Go Again, or Love Bites, or the same old shit you hear all the time.
Yep.
Yeah, tune in. If you don't tune in when I'm live, I have recordings of all the shows on there, so you can go back and listen to it anytime.
Great stuff, man. All right, brother. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me on. Have a good night.
Hopefully, we'll see you next week.
Okay.
Maybe. We'll see. Never know.
It's your shit. So do what you want.
Good, brother. All right, brother. Thank you very much, man.
Have a good one.
All right, guys. That wraps up Friday night. Another Friday night. We had fun, didn't we? Good stuff. Good stuff. Now, I'm going to leave here with a song from Sick Vicki. This is one of the last tracks on the debut album, Kiss Me in French. You can find it on the link. You can find it on YouTube, but you can find their merch and the CD on the link in the chat that I pinned to the top. And definitely check it out, guys. Definitely a great album. 1993. What are you going to get in 1993 that sounds this good? Awesome. So we are going to finish off with Cry from Sick Vicki. But before I do, we start that. Thank you guys so much for watching, hanging out with all of us tonight. We had the Hair Metal Guru, we had AJ, we had Pat from Sick Vicki, we had Hairband Basement Bryan, and we had my music corner. We had Richie Kerns. We had a good amount of people. This is what we do. This is the community. This is what we love doing here with you guys. And the chat was lit tonight as well. So awesome stuff. So guys, there are some videos coming out this week, so stay tuned for that. Another forgotten album series coming out. So stay tuned. And guys, hopefully we see you next Friday. Let me know. We'll definitely be here. So, all right, guys. Thank you for watching. Stay out of that collateral damage. And until next time,